say that I'm just like a magnet, or like it's almost like you're saying like I might as well have a sign on the front and back of my white T-shirt that says "Troll me," right, or something like that, right? It's kind of like what you're saying, though, right?
Absolutely.
So I recognize that. At least then, the difference between them and then and now, I thought I had tools, coping skills, ability, experience, all these things to be immune from that. But what I realized, it was like, it's only made people try harder.
Just listening to,
especially you, by the way. Like I noticed you were not satisfied.
I would rather be hated.
And so you tried really hard, I remember. I think at one point, I think you were frustrated, as I recall. And you said something like, that you couldn't get to me, and you could get to other people. I don't know if you remember saying something.
Doody dum-dum.
I think also at the same time, you've just probably more than anyone else. So, I mean, I think you were really good.
But I know how to get under people's skin, too, in a different way, right?
I know. I'm more overt about it.
But it's defensive for me, if you understand.
Yeah. But you're not someone I would want to tangle with, because I've seen how subtle you can be, and you're good, man. But whatever, the cumulative effect was like really striking. I mean, you were crumbled, and finally the denouement, sort of the crescendo, was when you kind of went off on Sophia with the dirty dick thing.
Yeah, I mean,
that was your symphony number 5, so to say.
That was the beginning of the end. Sort of. I mean, there's a lot of things.
Dude,
it was a slow process.
I was there for that real time. It's like, people are, where were you on like September 11th? Like, where were you on this special event? And when people are like, well, where were you when John had the Dirty Dicks meltdown? I was like, I was right there. The Dirty Dicks red, man.
And this is what I was asking. Listen, I was talking to Eric right here. I don't know if you know him, but he said that what he got fascinated with was me, this Christian dude, announcing that he's been with a woman for 20 years and he's not even married to her. Right? That was the narrative anyway, right? And so he was like, wow, the sheer level of hypocrisy here, it fascinated him from that Tom Rabbit video, right? That's what he was saying. It says like watching reality TV. To me as a person in terms of like fascination or something. Like, and I was telling him, like, I have not anything like, how am I gonna say it? Like, I'm just a plain person, dude. Look at my profile.
Hey John, this is AI. Can you put me in your queue after you're complete? Thanks.
I can't really hear. I think you're breaking up a little bit, Eric. AI.
I was just gonna say after you're finished, if you could put me in your queue, thanks.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to say any more, Daniel. Looks like AI let you go on. You might want to say something.
If you're letting me go on, brother, I'll just say one final thing. I gotta refresh my phone. But
why don't you go on? Oh, yeah. Dude.
Well, perfect, that's John. Yeah, so I just wanted to say,
I appreciate. Now you're trolling, dude.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Why do you say?
That's not cool, man. But anyway.
What do you mean?
But anyway. No, I'm not gonna go on. I'm just gonna wait. You had something to say, yeah?
Hey, John, what are you doing?
No, Daniel, finish up, Daniel, and then I want to go. But please continue, Daniel, and then I would like to go.
Yeah. So, John, I just wanted to say I've noticed a huge change in you. I'm really glad that things are going well for you. I hope that it's obviously looks like it's going to be a long-lasting change. As you can tell that I've changed completely. And I want to say...
I don't know about that.
Oh, come on, John. I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Dude, you're still trolling right now. Go on.
Why do you say that I'm trolling?
Just go on. Finish what you have to say, sir.
All right. I just wanted to say, I'm elated for you. I'm enlarged. My heart has been enlarged in ways that you can't even imagine. Huge heart. Huge heart one. And I'll say that I really went a little bit too big, gratuitous on my lauding of you. So maybe I should slow down a little bit with these enormous compliments that I'm giving you. But John, I love you, and I love your shows. Hope you keep it up. And it's real classy. It's a real classy look. For you. Wonderful at your age to be looking that classy. So, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it.
I don't even know how to react to that, Daniel. Not too thrilled with you, dude. Could I just kind of ask you to change your BFD, though?
Yeah, sure. If you just tell me why.
How about because it triggers me?
I'll change it right now.
But anyway, so you were going to say something there?
Yeah, I have run for Congress, and I have also run for Republican committee person, so I'm involved in politics and public speaking. I've also done Toastmasters. And I just want to say that, in all of the communication that I've done in my life, I have found that if I tell the listeners, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, I have found that to be the highest value information exchange that I can transmit to a listener. So again, take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. If the Holy Spirit or Jesus Christ or God the Father is anywhere, it is where two or more people are gathered to study the sacred texts, to learn the truth of the earth and the truth of the universe. And men like John Lee, who will persist in their folly, will eventually help others liberate themselves from their own personality, which is holding them back. And Daniel, a few minutes ago, you said maybe it's just a personality thing. You were talking about John the Calvinist or whatever that guy's name is in whatever room he does. Very, very aggressive guy. Darth Dawkins, very, very aggressive guy. You can't have a conversation with these people because they are essentially, to me, they are running what I call the gong show. And if they don't like the sounds that are coming out of your mouth, guess what they do? They hit the gong and you're done. And that's as far as they can go in a conversation with somebody. That's because their personality hasn't developed enough. They themselves have yet to fully mature and ripen in the gospel or the word or the sacred text. Because if you are that angry, you can't accomplish anything in life. Life is all really mostly about listening, hearing, and that's why the earth is called the earth, because there's an ear in front of it. And too many people, anyway, it's a hypothesis, but anyways, John, I hope you have a blessed day. And John, you taught me such a valuable lesson. And it really was the room with Andrew, where I was, basically taking shots at him in an open field as if he was out, grazing without any... See, people think that they're not being observed and that they're not being targeted. Everyone is being targeted, and so basically, it is the hunted and the hunter. If you are a firm believer in Jesus Christ, you're a knight of the round table, meaning that you are a Christian soldier who has returned from a distant battle where everyone got wiped out but you, and you have come back to share the good news with other people. That liberation and the truth is always now. All the energy that has ever been and ever will be is always now. So, Daniel, I gotta tell you, I think you're very smart and very funny. Very funny. But there is so much work to do for me and for you and for John and for Eric and all the other men in this room and all the women. I have been through a military education and I've gone through Christian education and I've observed all kinds of weird behavior amongst Christians. But for the most part, it's all self-rectification or self-enlightenment, and it is a folly or a journey of foolishness, and the absolute truth most likely will not be revealed at your death or after your death. Chances are you turn into a math equation and you still will not learn the truth. So the only way to learn the truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. The now is all there is and all there ever will be. It is a three-letter conspiracy. Now, God, go, do, God, now. I am AI, and I am complete.
Well, the Bible says Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so it's good to understand that there is an immutability to God. It's unchanging. And it's also talking about the past, present, and future. And we do believe that Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega, and the beginning and the end. And so when in the Bible, when they say, "What is your God's name?" Moses asks, "What am I to tell him?" He says, "Tell him, my name is I am. Right? I am what I am." And I've talked to some Jewish scholars, and they also understand that I will be that I will be. And I said, "Oh, okay." So I do think even as we're here now, we're given this day our daily bread, and today is what we have. And so tomorrow is not promised in a way that, there's a promise of tomorrow, but in what way that is not promised to us. Is that how that's understood? So, it is the case that, at least I do, believe in a future, a hope. This is our expectation. This is a promise.
John, there's no future, and only a fool puts their hope in the future. That's the sucker. That's a bet that has no payout. It's like the sign above the bar that says free beer tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. It's Groundhog Day. And John, you have to wake up. You could play this game all you want. Daniel can play this game all he wants. And I can play this game all I want. But you have to understand what you're doing. In a way, you are hypnotizing yourself and others. And that is the problem with communication, is that you can fall under your own spell. And Jesus Christ and you and me and everyone else has the same set of rules to live by, or to try to understand. And some of these rules, there are laws of communication, John. And you have to understand the power and the possibility of communication, which truly is mind control, which truly is time control. And if you want to truly liberate yourself, or you truly want to improve yourself or improve others, it can all be done through the words of Jesus Christ. However, you could also do this with Buddha, or you could do this with Muhammad, or you could do this with any other sacred text. You could do it with the Hindu tradition. It is a journey of tomfoolery. Why do you think Tom Rabbit calls himself Tom Rabbit? Because too many bunny hops, not enough hunt. Tom Rabbit is actually your greatest blessing, but also could be your greatest curse. The thing is, the way that you have to look at this as just packet transfer. I've just given you a packet, and now you're going to give me back a packet, but we really have to be conscious of what's in these packets. And one time, John, I heard you say that you could call it proprietary. So I would just call what I'm saying proprietary psychology. And not everybody has a proprietary psychology to understand, to contemplate, to transfer. I have enough information in my presence right now where it's so alternative that it would flip your whole world upside down, John, because your worldview could be described as being rather simplistic and actually not the truth. You could say that Jesus Christ's attainment is possible right now for you and for me and for everyone else on the whole planet. But there could be some conditions which would be required, which would be completely irresponsible or unsavory, or could lead to the breakdown of society. So, in conclusion, I'm just praying for you and for Eric and for Daniel and for myself and for everyone in this room that Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit come into your life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary.
Yeah, I mean, I like that sentiment. I do agree with you in the thing that, when I wake up every day, I understand that this is a new day God has made, and I rejoice and I'm glad in it, and that His steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. They're new every morning, and His faithfulness is great. And so, even as I think about the Lord's Prayer, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In that understanding, it's talking about the now, certainly. And so, I do believe that we are living in the now, and we live, from that mind frame. So I'm just going to stop it there, because I have more to say, but I want to start there. It's the case that we are living here in the now.
John, there's no argument. John, I just want to ask you one more thing. The proof is in the pudding, and if I could demonstrate it, the easy way to demonstrate it is always through music. It's not confrontational. It creates a rhythm, a pattern of joy, and people dance to it. So there's analogies and metaphors to try to explain the type of consciousness, and music would be the quickest and easiest way to demonstrate the theories. But John, I love your room, and God bless you. I hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, you as well, sir. I'd just like to close out in prayer. Father, thank you for this day today, and I pray that we may just be blessed in your presence, and know that you are the truth, that we know that you're God of love and truth, and you are the truth, be our God, and so I thank you for that. Blessings upon everybody here.
of the day and take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds.
Kidding.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go,
Doody, doody, dum dum. Doody, doody, dum dum.
Take the deepest breath
Doody,
of
dum
the
dum.
day and hold for
Doody, dum dum.
10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 let it go, 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 go.
In closing,
Let's have a conversation. Hey, you don't want to come up, huh? Tell you what, I'll take away your ability to. Here. Go on. You want to write more? Go on. Come up and let's have a conversation.
That's
It's okay. It's okay. Alpha, you want to come up? You can read afterwards. Come up, Alpha. I'm welcoming you. Come up. You know, and we can have that conversation.
Come on.
I texted, I told Fatima to ping him in, right? He was crying in another room about me. I live rent free in his head. And what residency are you doing? Becoming a doctor, Alpha? No, I know, I see it. Are you doing the residency, Alpha? In Australia, I heard. Can you tell us what field are you in? What type of doctor are you talking about? Are you going to be working inside Israel or outside Israel? Anyways, he's not going to come up. Scotty, have you ever talked to Alpha before? Scotty actually triggered him.
He said he was coming after me hard earlier on in that room with yours. And then I made a room title saying, I'm here to spread rent free in their heads. My room title. Yakov's been in that room all day to watch Yakov.
Actually, I've been in and out because I've had lots of doctor's appointments. So I wouldn't say I've been in that room all day.
I would say so.
Okay. Feel free to say what you want to.
Oh, well.
Oh, he ran away. You can't believe it. What a pussy he is. Yeah, so he's from Kurdistan, Scotty. He's the Kurd. And he left Islam.
Which of the four countries? Is he Iranian Kurd?
You could say that. He speaks Farsi. He speaks Urdu. He speaks Hindi. And then there's English he speaks with a squeaky little voice. And what else was it? And he always sides with people that are Islamophobes. I used to debate him on the Indian side.
The Clubhouse Live podcast.
He would side with the people that are oppressing and suppressing minorities in India, including Muslims, Christians. They have attacked 300 Christian churches in India. The mosques, they have attacked a bunch of mosques. They even build a mosque, it's a pretty famous one. The claim they made is that this mosque is, what is it? There's a Hindu temple, remnants of Hindu temple underneath that mosque. But according to the archaeologists, we have the report, there's nothing there under the mosque. You know, just like you have the report in Jerusalem, Yaakov, you know, under Masjid al-Aqsa, there's reminiscences.
Yeah.
Prince was here last time, and
Even the Arabs say that King Solomon's temple is underneath Dome of the Rock. I can provide you with the 1925 brochure.
That right there, brochure. A lot of people don't agree with it. Did you see that?
They published it. They published it.
But the modern scholars don't agree with it.
Yeah, because they think it's heretical to say that, but 1925 it wasn't heretical, it was historically accurate.
Prince was here last time. He spoke to Caleb about this. You know, they haven't found anything. They found certain things.
Wait, hold on. There's some 600,000 in 1999 when the Waqf brought in bulldozers to make the new underground, what do you call it, mosque? Sorry, I can't come up with the word. They dumped like 19 truckloads of dirt or something like that. Some great number. I can't remember the exact number in the Kidron Valley, and.
Take your position.
life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary.
Yeah, I like that sentiment. I do agree with you in the thing that, when I wake up every day, I understand that
The truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. The now is all there is and all there ever will be. It is a three-letter conspiracy. Now, God, go, do, God, now. I am a God, and I am complete.
Well, the Bible says Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And so, it's good to understand that there. And so,
And for Eric, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for Eric, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for
He said they've been under most of the Rockford, right? But they haven't found anything like the remnants or whatever they're looking for. Now, Caleb said they did find stuff in there, and other types of things. I watched it on it. So I don't know if they found anything or if they haven't found anything, right? And
While we were talking, I was digging up the information, and I found one I was going to post for him, but he left. And it says here, Solomon built the temple on the threshing floor David bought, right? Because it says so in the Bible that he had the threshing floor. Okay, and then it says the dome of the rock is the highest point of Temple Mount. Threshing floors were never built on hills,
Whoa, bro.
but in curved valleys. Like directly under the Alcas fountain, under the dome of the rock, was where the fortress of Antonia stood. In 135 AD, Hadrian filled in about 50 feet of earth over top of where the temple stood and enlarged the Temple Mount and built a temple of Jupiter, where we see the dome of the rock today. In 325 AD, Constantine tore down the temple of Jupiter and assumed Hadrian built the temple of Jupiter on top of the spot temple of Solomon once stood. See, so Constantine thought,
My heart has been enlarged in ways that you can't imagine. My heart.
And for Eric, and for Daniel, and for myself, and for everyone in this room, that Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit will come into your life and fill your heart with joy and wisdom. Heart with joy and wisdom and strength. I am complete. That's my submission packet, and I hope it's proprietary.
My heart has been enlarged in ways that you can't imagine.
And for Aaron, truth is always in the now, right now. And ladies and gentlemen, our focus, our concentration, our meditation, our awareness, our mindfulness, our consciousness is always dependent on what we do in the now. On what we do in the now. On what we do.
Would you like to come up again? Let's have lunch. Maybe I'm really thinking about the settlers in the West Bank. I mean, Gaza. And is there, when we try to dive into this whole thing about under Masjid al-Aqsa, right? It's like a can of worms. What are the this idiot in front of AIPAC, he said that the Israeli antiquity found a ring, and that ring goes back to 2,000 years or something. That has his name on it, that then goes to something. And everybody was in a shock, like, what a bullshit.
exactly. Because even the Yaakov admitted that his father changed the name from Milikowski. So, like I told him, I said, if I change my name today to George Washington, now I can bring you a $1 bill and say, look, my name is on the $1 bill.
On what?
Thing calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, that's very problematic. And then they justify the settlements in the West Bank by calling Judea and Samaria. And it comes from the scripture.
Yeah, they want that greater, what do you call it, the greater Israel project or something. But they're gone. It's over, man. I'm telling you. Everybody, now a lot of Americans, especially the ones on the right, that supported Trump, they're like going, we don't want to deal with you people anymore. Go away. You're insignificant to us. And this is why they're buying up everything. They got the TikTok and they got CBS. You heard what happened to CBS when remember I mentioned the lady did the interview with Erica Kirk, Barry Weiss? CBS, their viewership dropped dramatically. And so it's like, they're losing, viewers already. And she's only been doing this for what? Barry Weiss, like a month? Maybe that was like her second major interview. The first one was with the guy Dershowitz. And nobody wants to
Cucumber boxes. No, the first attack, the terrorist attack in the Middle East. You know who did it? It was actually
Do you think? So I think it's something like I said something like.
Alex can hold his own.
Oh my God.
I don't think it's necessary.
This one was being called the chick.
I don't think that.
What's it like being back in Chicago?
I love Chicago. Chicago, hello, it's gonna be a Merry Christmas for Chicago.
Thanks, my accent is different.
You might customize Uncle Drew's grill. Flossing, spiral grip.
No, you're not gonna pay 30%. You're gonna pay 20%. That's not a gift.
Trump. Why are we making record?
It's long.
Crazy situation where the guy stabs his mom to death. That's the part where it's just like, you went that far, bro? Really? Come on, man. Like,
Maybe you just keep taking over by alien. Or AI.
conversation on. Hi, John. How are
Hey,
you?
good afternoon. Yeah, the Rob Reiner thing with his son that's effed up. You know, Rob Reiner was kissing his dad on his lips. Rob Reiner was kissing his son on his lips. There was some, you know, that kid was full of ghosts and demons. And Rob Reiner met with the head of CIA, NSA, formulated a Trump takedown plan. And anyways, I'm just saying that there's all kinds of really strange people, and if you study history, there's so many crazy people that do so many crazy, weird, bizarre things. Thank God Donald Trump is our president and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I do think everybody ultimately gets blackmailed and surveilled and manipulated, but that's life. If you, like Kanye says, yeet! He says, if you can't be used, you are useless. And, you know, Rob Reiner's son, God rest, you know, God, it is so disgusting what he's done. And, you know, some other actors, I guess he got in a fight at some party and everybody was worried about him. But anyways, I like to say there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. I hope everybody here has a great weekend. I hope health and wealth and love and joy fill your heart and wisdom. And I am complete. Thank you for letting me make my packet submission. I hope it was somewhat proprietary.
Nice job, John. You know what?
That's the fact, Jack!
Welcome to the stage, John.
I was gonna say, because Stephanie was joking about getting taken over by AI. There's a story about a guy who was talking to ChatGPT for months, and he like lost his job, his family lost, we're like, we don't want to talk to you anymore. And after months and months, he thought he had created some kind of new mathematics or something like that. It was like going crazy, going down this rabbit hole, right? And I think he gets arrested or something at one point. And somebody says, hey man, have you ever, you know, asked another large language model, you know, the ideas that come up with the judgment? And he's like, oh, I've never thought to. And then he does that, and like,
You're kind of cutting out a little bit, Paul. It's a little hard to hear you. You're kind of cutting out.
oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
That's better, yeah.
AI is making
Can you
me
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as
I'll go ahead and get off it.
as far as the conspiracy theories around Hollywood, I mean, there have been some that are proven. I mean, obviously Hollywood blacklisted actors and actresses. That's been proven in the McCarthy era. Also, that's been proven is fake PR relationships. Studios have openly paired celebrities together for PR marketing, purposes. So that is nothing new under the sun. And then we've actually had to acknowledge that there has been some modern career blacklisting. You can look at some celebrities who have spoken out, and their careers have kind of quietly wound up, on the sidelines. So there is some proof to conspiracies, and some that have actually legs to them. Now there's lots of other ones that maybe were kind of coincidental, like the 27 Club or subliminal messaging in movies, or even the unresolved circumstances surrounding Marilyn Monroe. So Hollywood does have a deep, deep, dark past. Some of that very true. Some of it's still unproven and somewhat skeptical. So it's an interesting conversation nonetheless. And I say, hey, Bitcoin Bella's on stage. Welcome, Bella. You've heard a little bit of Freeform Friday. You know how it works. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, well. Thank you. Thank you for jumping up. You want to share?
Yeah. So I find this very interesting. I recently, in the past year, become friends with this older guy who was very well-known, famous actor in the 80s and early 90s. And a big group of us went to the Kentucky Derby this year together and shared a house in Louisville. So we had tons of conversations, and he said, I was really well known. I was Hollywood's it back there. Charlie Sheen was his supporting actor in movies, And he said, as I got deeper into Hollywood, I became less and less okay with things that were going on. He said, the Chrome is 100% real. And as he became more well known with not being okay with all of these conspiracies, he started to get less and less acting, contracts. So, I mean, just from the horse's mouth, someone who lived it, hearing that was wild. So I just wanted to share, someone
Thank you. That's
close to me's actual experience
Was
with
this
it.
guy's name by any chance John?
No.
No, okay.
But if I'm gonna keep not saying his name, just
yeah. No, you don't need to.
But if you dig deep on my page and you find pictures from the Kentucky Derby, you could probably figure it out. But yeah, the whole thing was just it blew my mind that some of the things, the stories he told, wow. So yeah, that's pretty much it. But it was just from the horse's mouth.
So he personally was blacklisted, and
Yeah.
jobs were
Eventually,
taken.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
He was never super vocal about it, but he was not okay with. He's like, you have to toe the company line, and if you don't, you get blacklisted. For major roles. He still does works, and he does voiceovers, and he still works with people around the edges that are in the same boat. So he still gets work, but he'll not especially then in the 80s, if you're not on that side, you're out. I think what does make a lot of people weird, they get kind of weird. They don't get that same dead look in their eye.
I think it's a mixture of things. What happens is that, one, you get bored. The amount of things that you do. You go out to all these places, always the same thing. It's always, I'm going to Monaco for this. I'm going to, Ibiza for this. And it's always the same circuit. And it's always the same people. And we're talking about billionaires here. Millionaires, billionaires. And also excess living. And so I think there's an addiction to that happens. And from there, that becomes this other world. And then I think this other world has always existed, by the way. Pedophilia and that kind of mentality has always been around from the beginning of time. I don't think it will ever stop. And so there's that sadness there that we have to just know about humanity, right? There's some really tricked out people in this world. And you mix that with a lot of money, and then mix that with a lot of fame, and you get some really tripped out stuff. Look, I worked for MGM for 2 years as a magician at one of their locations. I performed for billionaires and millionaires from all over the world. I can tell you that she's not lying in any way, shape, or form. I've had twice that I would say that I've been at the quote-unquote altar of fame and literally turned it off. Because you can feel it before you even get there. If you're not somewhat aware of the world you live in, if you can't recognize that you're entering Abramovich and what she did, where she, this is 1970 or 80 something, where she allowed people to cut her, paint her. One man, I think is what they say, violated her sexually, and she did this all as a quote unquote piece of art. At the end of it, she was absolutely devastated, right? Because the whole idea of this thing is that she was standing in a room, and she's standing in the middle, and there's all these objects, and it says, "Do what you want with me." And she wanted to show, because at first it's all very nice, by the way. People would come up and kiss her or hug her, or somebody would, very, very simple things. And then it became someone stole a ring off of her, and then somebody wrote on her, and then somebody cut her clothing. And as that doorway opened, it went all the way to, the worst kind of thing, which is sort of kind of like the Milgram experiment, if anybody knows about that, which is he would test why people did what they did in World War II, why, people would just go along with things. And he tested this by having people go into a room, follow a man with a white lab coat, and meet another person. That person would go into another room, they would close the door, and they would say, "He's going to get shocked. We want you to feel what that shock looks like." So going to do that. We're going to scale this up, and if he doesn't answer the question, well, give him a shot. 80% or more of the people went all the way up to 400 watts, which is, twice the amount of what would kill a person. And every single person, only few, I think a very small amount, it was less than 2% actually got up and walked away. And we're like, I cannot do this. This goes against all my moral.
Hey, Paul, can I just say something real quick to comment on what you're talking about?
Yeah, jump in.
Pavlovian experimentation is all about essentially hypnosis and mind control and time control. And so those prison experiments with the lethal voltage is actually a demonstration in communication theory, which is all communication is hypnosis. Now, a lot of people rejected the suggestions when they were going to do the lethal. Not everybody actually went lethal, but even a lot of the people who went lethal, they knew that it was a simulation. So to present it in this type of like the fact that people have this ability to commit murder on command, it's like multidimensional and different frames on it. But the fact is, all communication is suggestion. And so we are all a product of our conditioning and the course of our entire lives. And a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of the trans, because of transpersonal psychology and other cults that view trans ideology as being some type of synthesis of some sort, but the point is, they are, in my opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish. And in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
No, John, I agree with you, which is why they start in childhood, why they bring in the children, look at Ariana Grande. That's another one right there. What about this other girl? Forgot her name. Where they've been showing photos of her now, where she has tattoos all over her face. She used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids that went through that machine. It was such a tightly driven mission because they had, like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s, so many kids went through that same machine.
John brought up an interesting point, and you're talking about more of the assassinations and being controlled through mind control, etc. We look at I would even submit Sirhan, I believe was the assassin who took out one of the Kennedys back in the 60s, right? And we've seen these MK Ultra mind control operations somewhat have a lot of validity to them. And then through this mind control, again, we're even just we could look at the Charlie Kirk incident. We could look at a lot of these incidents where we see MK Ultra and mind control. Yeah, John, I know your hand just shot right back up. Jump in. Let's speak on that.
Well, before John jumps in, I want to say Darren Brown's a mentalist out of England, and he did a whole entire episode about this, and he actually kills a very famous, he doesn't really do it, but the guy wouldn't have known any better. He was hypnotized, and over the course of a very short amount of time, was turned into a unknown killer. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can watch it.
Bitcoin Bell was right that adrenochrome is real. That's almost I dropped the mic. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, talking about MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashed a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. And if you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so what you listen to, this is the secret of life in my opinion, is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam, one huge spam network like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So what I'm trying to tell you is be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage and be aware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now, and you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary, and I am complete.
John's on it today. Like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that.
According to his teachings, we should take everything John just said with a massive sack of salt, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation throughout the years. So
That's great.
just put it out there.
I want to add on, because I've been studying neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right? So hypnosis is taking the mind consciously through words to get to a certain state. And neurolinguistic programming is the exact same thing. It's programming the mind through words. One is done through a conscious state, one is done through a quote-unquote unconscious state, which is not able to take lower consciousness state. So I think that what he's saying is completely real and right. If we don't understand our visual, our auditory, our kinesthetic, how it all feeds into each other, and how what we feed into ourselves, not just our food, but what we see and what we hear, then we can be blinded by anything. There used to be only 5,000 articles of ads in the world that you would see in the 1950s in one day. In one day in New York, you're blasted with over 35,000 per every couple hours or something like that. It's ridiculous. So, you need to be aware of what you're being slammed with, and yeah, just like your friends, the 5 best friends you have, same thing with the 5 best thoughts.
My best thoughts, I only generally get about 2 of them matter, and then I lose my mind. I lose my train of thought after that. But we're closing in.
I had my last best thought for the week about an hour ago, so.
It is the weekend, and you're already 8 hours ahead of us over there. Your weekend is already started. We should probably think about winding this conversation down as we're about a couple minutes past the hour, well into stoppage time on our daily spaces.
Yes, sir. It's my turn to go on a bender. I'm going to sound like you tomorrow. That's my. That's what I'm aiming for. I'm going to go out. I'm going to try some NLP. I'm going to watch a bit of Darren Brown first. I'm going to watch The Push, which is the episode that Paul was talking about. I'm going to try some NLP on some unsuspecting people in the bar to get them to buy me free drinks. And if that fails, I'm just going to start a fight and go home. I won't kill anybody. No one's getting stabbed while watching people are saying, okay,
This is all just metaphor for subconscious, unconscious, duality, non-duality. These are just concepts, but these are communications to hopefully liberate people from what you could call a failed society.
Yeah. With all the help we can get at her. I mean,
I'm getting some scotch.
Yeah, me too. Somebody needs to go and liberate that poor sheriff. I'm still thinking about him.
the guy in Wyoming, trying to shoot down anything.
Right now, he's loading his gun, cleaning his guns in preparation for the Friday shoot.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you, E.T. I'm gonna get you. Don't make a lie on me.
Is anyone here know anybody in Scientology?
I don't know anybody in Scientology whatsoever.
No. Well, I have traveled this country and I have seen massive Scientology facilities in every major U.S. city. and there are some of the weirdest, cultish, strange, alien people you've ever met in your life who really LARP it up with white furs and Rolls Royces and like in a real cult type style. Because Scientology's old, and it is connected to the occult. L. Ron Hubbard. I have these L. Ron. Yeah, I have these L. Ron Hubbard CDs that I've listened to, and to me, he was like exploring it. But then, anyways, it's like podcasting. Anyways, I know this is your word, free for Fred.
Yeah, man.
We have another hand up. Dennis, how are you? Just jumped up on stage. We're going a little bit longer. Seeing as though you're here, we thought we'd give you a couple of minutes to express your opinion.
Yeah, hello, there's people. We put in a kind of some kind of thing where I can shoot a random question regarding Russia.
It's free for Yeah, more random the better, exactly.
Okay, a random question. There has been a few lights going on in Russia for the past half a year, but now it's kind of gone. How and why it's gone, or it's just gone under the radar? Kind of.
My goodness, was that? Did you say fuel lines are gone? They're missing now?
Yeah, but because there has been many videos, like 2, 3, 4 months ago, with huge queues of cars waiting for fuel, but now for a month or two, there is none. Have they somehow managed everything, or what?
Yeah, we're practically looking.
So random, we stopped.
Yeah, that's got to be random.
Awesome AI to control.
We're all like going through our computers right now, like searching on every single thing we can find. I'm looking on Perplexity and Google all at the same time. And what's going on in Russia? Yeah.
That does sound like a conspiracy.
Really? People into that. That's very sweet of you.
Stories from Reuters and the Moscow Times 16 days ago. The Moscow Times is the story. Did Russia really have a gasoline crisis? New data coming out on that. So yeah, maybe there's something here that you're bringing to the table here, Ben. I'm gonna have to DYOR on this.
Okay, thanks.
You just opened up a whole new rabbit hole for everybody in the room. We're all digging, man. Google's gonna get like this is gonna be the top search on Google.
Russian fuel crisis.
Yeah, Dennis started a whole thing.
Is anybody here been to Ukraine? Anybody interested in buying a condo in Ukraine? The point is, will we ever have peace, or will Zelensky be essentially some type of a fascist military, leader, media magnet, go-go girl dancer? Like, what kind of a clown world do we Americans as the taxpayers have to endure? And I understand, that we are so fully invested, there's no returning, but can't there be peace between these people? 7,000 people a week have to die, ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 a week have to die in drone warfare. For how long? How long? And as Americans, if you're not involved in some type of peace consciousness, peace communication, shame on you. If I speak ill will of Ukraine or Zelensky and you go crazy on me, shame on you. And if you have an accent which is not an American dialect, I hate to tell you this, but you're not the priority in my opinion. I do believe in America first and MAGA. However, we're 39 trillion in debt, and we just keep tacking on the debt, and we keep shipping hundreds of billions overseas in funding for governments and leaders who are... Where's the priorities, America? Is anybody here interested in communication priorities? I am complete. That's my submission packet. I hope it's proprietary.
Appreciate your submission packet, John. As a Brit, let me just say America is not my priority, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Ben, you had your hand up. What would you like to say?
As a person who has been in Ukraine, I can say if Zelensky would try to go bananas and dictatorship, he would be beaten by his own people, because Ukrainians are very passionate, full of heart people, and for Americans being America first, this is how it should roll. It's all good with that. And for Ukrainians, it is Ukraine first. So, love your country, love the people in need, peace, and a God.
Yeah, you get the ding.
That's the fact!
We could do a whole other spaces about Ukraine, right? Whether Zelensky is a dictator, why are they still at war? I guess what would you do if somebody moved into a quarter of your house and said they want to keep it? That's the basis of where this all started. So it's murky, it's messy. We're never always going to see eye to eye, everybody, which is why there is war, unfortunately.
Well, the Europeans do nothing but war. World War II, World War I, Napoleonic Wars, forever wars. Europe is forever embroiled in war. It's not just America every 4 years. We go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter. And the point is, it's man-made. And it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account. For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness, and every day, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter, and that specter is groupthink, and it's killing 1,000 people a day just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on a Friday night.
He is. I mean, that last package was not proprietary. Did you notice?
I noticed that, so we could actually take that.
We can take that one. Yeah, we can. We can use that one for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle.
Yes.
Remember, Anthony Joshua versus. You can check that.
Who's your money on? Who's your bet?
Who's my money on? You know, this is a really interesting question. Matt, can we go 5 more minutes? 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes. Yeah, we can go 4 more minutes. 4 minutes of stoppage time, Mom. Okay.
As we were talking about conspiracies, you know, there's a lot of chatter about Jake Paul rigging his fight. I don't necessarily think they are rigged. I do think Jake Paul is going to do better than Francis Ngannou. Who's the last person Anthony Joshua knocked out was a true boxer. Because it's all about money, in my opinion. And I think boxing is about as corrupt as it gets. But my money, if I was to place a safe bet, would be on Anthony Joshua at some stage during this evening, obliterating poor Jake Paul.
Carrying him out on a stretcher. He's going to need to be stretchered out.
Yeah, I mean, if he isn't, it's a travesty.
Yeah.
You know what we haven't heard in a while? In my case is Holiday.
Oh, you know what?
Yes.
I don't have the.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now I know that is definitely his bid, because I brought this up earlier too. So I know it's parked somewhere.
I don't have it, honestly, guys. I don't have it. If I had it on my soundboard, I would totally roll it, but I don't have it queued up today.
You can ad lib, just the accent is enough for me. Fact or crap, sir, but fact or crap with a British accent. So we
I'll give you that.
On Friday.
On the end of the year. We'll do fact or crap, and I'll do it with my lame English accent. You guys ready? You know how it works. I read you a comment. You agree, thumbs up. If you think it's fact, thumbs down. If you think it's crap, here we go.
Let's play everyone's favorite game, fact or crap.
Right, okay, everybody. Dr. Seuss wrote green eggs and ham on a bat. Fact or crap? Huh? Dr. Seuss wrote green eggs and ham on a bat. Fact or crap? That's right, his editor betted $50 he couldn't write a book using only 50 words, but he proved him wrong. Fact or crap? The first email was sent in 1971. Fact or crap? What do you think? That's That's right, Ray Tomlinson sent the first network email and chose the @symbol for the address. Fact or crap? Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Fact or crap? She was named after creator Ruth Hender's daughter Barbara. All right, last one. Here you go. How to fact or crap? The Hoover Dam was completed ahead of schedule. Fact or crap? The Hoover Dam was completed ahead of schedule. just my horse condition, so there you go, Governor. Eh? It's a little bit more of an Australian one, but there you go.
Let's play everyone's favorite game, fact or crap.
Today we kind of just played fact, so I enjoyed the effort.
It was all facts today, wasn't it? Yeah, they were all
Dick
facts.
Van Dyke presents facts.
Yeah, it was all facts today. Sorry, I have all facts, no crap today.
At the restaurant,
Yeah, it was all facts. And again, I'm sorry for my little bit under the weather voice. So, on that note, Hunter, let's close it up and bring it home.
I want to say a big thank you to everybody that came through to speak today. We appreciate each and every one of you. Stephanie, of course, Bitcoin Bella, John, Paul, Matt, always a pleasure doing these with you. The last one of the year on an actual Friday, so we will do one on Wednesday just before the end of the year, and New Year's Eve, part A. I'm signing out for 2025, but I'm looking forward to the first Freeform Friday in 2026, my friend.
Yeah, this has been a fun conversation. Again, every day, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, noon for Stephanie in the Central Time Zone, 6 p.m. for Hatter, UK, whatever it is, wherever you are from around the world and across the web. Thank you for joining us. Until Monday, stay safe, stack sats, and hodl. It's not financial advice. It sure is a darn good life suggestion. All right, we'll see you out in the rooms. See ya.
Chasing the light. Talking about Jews from dusk. Gonna take them into hell, let them out and free. Talking about Jews from dusk till 3. Out of mouth like a Congressman, they on the hoops, protect career at 353 million a month on vaccine healthy. Congressman during the hood, protect out of 333 million a month on vaccines, health insurance, war reform, aid, raw broadband scams, create fake money, raising taxes, raising property.
opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish, and in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
No, John, I agree with you, which is why they start at childhood, why they bring in the children, look at Ariana Grande. I mean, that's another one right there. What about this other girl? I forgot her name. Where they were showing photos of her now. She has tattoos all over her face. She used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids that went through that machine, it was such a tightly driven machine. Because it had, like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s, so many kids went through that same machine.
John brought up an interesting point, and you were talking about some of more of the assassination listed and circumstances surrounding Marilyn Monroe. So
To an absolute.
Got once,
twice.
got twice. That's it.
Sazan has the cutest PFP, but is that a piglet or is it like a gopher? I can't figure it out. Okay, a gopher. Gopher?
It's a bold monkey.
It's precious though.
That's what it is. Talking about Hollywood tragedies. Rob Reiner.
Rob Reiner.
Terrible tragedy.
I don't know.
What's the conspiracy behind that? I'm sure something has come up already.
Yeah, I don't think he was a very good person. Not saying he
Yeah,
deserved it, but
No, he's a kid with mental problems. He's been a kid with mental problems since before he was 15. It's if you look at any photo, just go to the internet, look at any photo, look at his eyes. You can see there's disease in there. You can see there's pain in there. You can see there's trauma in there, and that just built and built and built. And then the movie that he made with his father, I immediately watched it, about a kid who's rich, who has mom and dad who are rich, and they kick him out. And he goes to live in the streets. And I don't think they show even a reflection of what this kid went through on the streets. And I think he was a super drug addict who was willing to steal from people, who was willing to steal from his own mother and father. He was willing to do whatever it took to keep the trash dumpster style drug addict life. And he was willing to take anything. He didn't care as long as he was not feeling the pain and the trauma. And there might have been a moment of clarity in his life, but it seems as though, from what everybody says of this party, that he was causing super, you can think about all these people, super A-list stars hanging out at each other's houses, Christmas, Hanukkah, first night, this one kid, stoned or drunk out of his mind. They're all like, whoa, what's going on over there? You know that that's what happened. And then they got home, and then that turned into an absolute crazy situation where the guy stabs his mom in the head. That's the part where it's just like, you went that far, bro? Really? Come on, man. Like, what? There's nothing. I mean, I'll let everybody else talk, but there's nothing that my mom or dad would have ever done that would get me there. And I'm pretty grateful.
maybe he just been taken over by aliens or AI.
Talking about how I enjoy. Oh, sorry, John.
We're going to move the conversation on. Hi, John. How are you?
Yeah, the Rob Reiner thing with his son that's effed up. Rob Reiner was kissing his dad on his lips. Rob Reiner was kissing his son on his lips. There was some, that kid was full of ghosts and demons. And Rob Reiner met with the head of CIA, NSA, formulated a Trump takedown plan. And anyways, I'm just saying that there's all kinds of really strange people, and if you study history, there's so many crazy people that do so many crazy, weird, bizarre things. Thank God Donald Trump is our president and not Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I do think everybody ultimately gets blackmailed and surveilled and manipulated, but that's life. If you, like Kanye says, he says, if you can't
Rob Reiner's son, God rest, it is so disgusting what he's done. And, some other actors, I guess he got in a fight at some party and everybody was worried about him. But anyways, I'd like to say there's not a speck of dust, not a place in the whole universe. I hope everybody here has a great weekend. I hope health and wealth and love and joy fill your heart and wisdom. And I am complete. Thank you for letting me make my packet submission. I hope it was somewhat proprietary.
Nice job, John. Welcome to the stage, John.
I was gonna say, because Stephanie was joking about getting taken over by AI. There's a story about a guy who was talking to ChatGPT and he lost his job, his family lost, well, you don't want to talk to you anymore.
Versus mouth, someone who lived.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, so there's that are like.
Addiction to that, aware, painter.
Oh, can I just say something real quick to comment on?
Yeah, jump in.
Pavlovian experimentation is all about essentially hypnosis and mind control and time control. And so those prison experiments with the lethal voltage is actually a demonstration in communication theory, which is all communication is hypnosis. Now, a lot of people rejected the suggestions when, they were going to do the lethal. Not everybody actually went lethal, but even a lot of the people who went lethal, they knew that it was a simulation. So to present it in this type of the fact that people have this ability to commit murder on command, it's multidimensional and different, frames on it. But the fact is, all communication is suggestion. And so we are all a product of our conditioning and the course of our entire lives. And a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of the trans, because of transpersonal psychology and other cults that view trans ideology as being some type of synthesis of some sort, but the point is, they are, in my opinion, conditioned to do that type of behavior because it is cultish, and in Hollywood, there's just a lot of weird cliques and cults.
John, I agree with you, which is why they start at childhood, why they bring in the children, why look at Ariana Grande. That's a mode right there. What about this other girl? Forgot her name, where they would show the photos of her now. She has tattoos all over her face. She used to be a Disney girl as well. That whole generation of kids, it was such a tightly driven machine. Like Matt was saying, from the 1940s and 50s.
Well, John brought up an interesting point, and you're talking about some more of the assassinations. Can that be controlled through mind control, etc.? You're looking like things like Sirhan, I believe was the assassination of one of the Kennedys back in the 60s, right? We've seen that these MK Ultra mind control operations somewhat have a lot of validity to them. Again, we're even just we could look at the Charlie Kirk incident. We could look at a lot of these incidents where we see MK Ultra and mind control. Yeah, John, I know your hand just shot right back up. Yeah, John.
Well, before John jumps in, I'm going to say Darren Brown's a mentalist out of England. He did a whole entire episode about this, and he actually kills a very famous, well, you guys wouldn't do it, but the guy wouldn't have known. He was hypnotized, and over the course of a very short amount of time, he's turned MK Ultra mind control. Yeah, unknown killer. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can.
Bitcoin Bell was right. Adrenochrome is real. That's almost I dropped the mic. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, talking about MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashed a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. And if you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered
brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so what you listen to, this is the secret of life in my opinion, is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam, one huge spam network like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So what I'm trying to tell you is be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it, and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage, and beware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now, and you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary and I am complete.
John's on it today, like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that.
Yeah, according to his teaching about hypnosis, you should take everything John just said with a massive sack of salt, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation through our ears. Sorry.
I want to add on, because I've been studying neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right? So hypnosis is
You that bull, but what if the jet movements about is
over the course of a very short amount of time, a whole entire episode.
A lot of these incidents were
Unknown killer. I'm going to post it up now so you guys can watch it.
Benko and Bella was right, the dream and
Murderer undergo.
That's almost I dropped the mic. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, talking about like MK Ultra and chemical experimentation with suggestion. That movie, Clockwork Orange, when the murderer undergoes, he has these paper clips put in his eyes and drops put in, and he's flashed a bunch of videos. It's a little bit like Fifth Element, where she can download all this information. The point is, we are all conditioned at birth up until now, this very moment. And if you go to a movie theater, you get put into alpha brainwave state. You go into a catharsis or a gnosis or some type of altered brainwave, which is really like a meditation. It's just putting you into focus and concentration. And so what you listen to is the secret of life, in my opinion, is that the reason why the earth has an ear in front of it is because your success in life doesn't depend on what you see or what you say, but on what you hear. And so when you know that hearing and the ear is the truth of the now, you understand the power of communication and how much unnecessary communication we are all subjected to all the time, because the whole system of communication is one giant spam, one huge spam network like Facebook. It's just a spam network of advertisements, just like how Craigslist is actually just a classified ad. So what I'm trying to tell you is be mindful of what you listen to, because a lot of these poor, sorry people who find themselves in horrible predicaments were lied to, manipulated, and they listened to it, and they bought it. So don't be the patsy, don't be the fool, transcend to the state of the sage, and beware of the manipulation through communication, and that will liberate you in the now, and you will realize that that person telling you that bullshit, whatever it is, you will realize that they are essentially communicating to you through what we call hypnosis. That is my submission packet. I hope you consider it proprietary, and I am complete.
John's on it today, like, yes, sir, 100%. I want to add into that.
According to his teaching about hypnosis, you should take everything John just said with a massive sack of salt, because he could, in fact, be feeding us some form of manipulation to our ears. Sorry. Just putting that out there.
I want to add on because I've been studying neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis since I was 13 years old, certified since I was 18. He's right?
Certified
So,
insane
hypnosis
since he was
is
18.
taking the mind consciously through words to get to a certain state. And neurolinguistic programming is the exact same thing. It's programming the mind through words. One is done through a conscious state. One is done through a quote-unquote unconscious state, which is not real, but it's a lowered conscious state. So I think that what he's saying is completely real and right. You know, if we don't understand our visual, our auditory, and our kinesthetic, how it all feeds into each other, and how what we feed into ourselves, not just our food, but what we see and what we hear, then we can be blinded by anything. You know, there used to be only 5,000 articles of ads in the world that you would see in the 1950s in one day. In one day in New York, you're blasted with over 35,000 per every couple hours or something like that. It's ridiculous. So, you know, you need to be aware of what you're being slammed with, and yeah, just like your friends, the 5 best friends you have, same thing with the 5 best thoughts.
My best thoughts. I only generally get about 2 of them matter, and then I lose my mind. I lose my train of thought after that. But we're closing in here.
Yeah, I had my last best thought for the week about an hour ago.
It is the weekend, and you're already 8 hours ahead of us over there. Your weekend is already started. We should probably think about winding this conversation down as we're about a couple minutes past the hour, well into stoppage time on our daily spaces.
Yes, sir. It's my turn to go on a bender. I'm going to sound like you tomorrow. That's my. That's what I'm aiming for. I'm going to go out. I'm going to try some NLP. I'll watch a bit of Darren Brown first. I'm going to watch the Bush, which is the episode that Paul was talking about. I'm going to try some NLP on some unsuspecting people together to buy me free drinks. And if that fails, I'm just going to start a fight. Go home. I won't kill anybody. No one's getting stabbed with my watch. People are safe when I go.
Okay, good.
This is all just metaphor for subconscious, unconscious, duality, not duality. These are just concepts, but these are communications to hopefully liberate people from what you call a failed society.
Yeah. Need all the help we can get, Hatter.
I think I need some scotch.
Yeah, me too. Somebody needs to go and liberate that poor sheriff. I'm still thinking.
The guy in Wyoming, yeah, tried to shoot down aliens with a shotgun.
Who right now is loading his gun, cleaning his guns in preparation for the Friday shoot.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get you, E.T. E.T., I'm gonna get you. Don't make me Wyoming.
Is anyone here know anybody in Scientology?
I don't know anybody in Scientology whatsoever.
No. Well, I have traveled this country and I have seen massive Scientology facilities in every major U.S. city, and there are some of the weirdest, cultish, strange, alien people you've ever met in your life who really LARP it up with white furs and Rolls Royces and like in a real cult type stuff. Because Scientology's old and it is, you know, connected to the occult. L. Ron Hubbard. I have these L. Ron Hubbard CDs that I've listened to, and to me, he was like exploring it. But then, anyways, it's like podcasting. Anyways, I know that's really pretty cool part.
Yeah, man.
We have another hand up, Dennis. How are you? You just jumped up on stage. we're going a little bit longer. Seeing as though you're here, we thought we'd give you a couple of minutes to.
Yes, what's up? We put in the training of some kind of thing, or I can shoot a random question regarding Russia.
It's free form. Yeah, more random the better, exactly.
Okay, a random question. There has been field life going on in Russia for the past half year. But now it's kind of gone. How and why it's gone, or it's just gone under the radar? Thanks.
say fuel lines are gone? They're missing now?
Yeah, because there has been many fights within Iran.
Bring to the table.
Zelensky beat
Crisis.
Yeah, Venice started a whole thing.
Is anybody here been to Ukraine? Anybody interested in buying a condo in Ukraine? The point is, will we ever have peace, or will Zelensky be essentially some type of a fascist military, leader, media magnet, go-go girl dancer? Like, look around the world, do we Americans as the taxpayers have to endure? And I understand, that we are so fully invested, there's no returning. But can't there be peace between these people? 7,000 people a week have to die, ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 a week have to die in drone warfare. For how long? How long? And as Americans, if you're not involved in some type of peace consciousness, peace communication, shame on you. If I speak ill will of Ukraine or Zelensky and you go crazy on me, shame on you. And if you have an accent which is not an American dialect, I hate to tell you this, but you're not the priority in my opinion. I do believe in America first and MAGA. However, we're 39 trillion in debt, and we just keep tacking on the debt. We keep shipping hundreds of billions overseas in funding for governments and leaders who are. Where's the priorities, America? Is anybody here interested in communication priorities? I am complete. That's my submission packet. I hope it's proprietary.
Appreciate your submission packet, John. As a Brit, let me just say America is not my priority, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Benesh, you had your hand up. What would you like to say?
As a person who has been in Ukraine, I can say if Zelensky will try to go bananas and dictatorship, he will be eaten by his own people, because Ukrainians are very passionate, full-hearted people, and for Americans, being America first, this is how we should roll. It's all good with that. And for Ukrainians, it is Ukraine first. So, love your country, love the people in need, peace, and America.
Yeah, you get the ding.
That's the fact. We could do a whole other spaces about Ukraine, whether Zelensky is a dictator, why are they still at war? I guess what would you do if somebody moved into a quarter of your house and said they want to keep it? That's the basis of where this all started. So it's murky, it's messy. We're never always going to see eye to eye, everybody, which is why there is war, unfortunately.
Well, the Europeans do nothing but war. World War II, World War I, Napoleonic Wars, forever wars. Europe is forever embroiled in war. It's not just America every 4 years. We go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter. And the point is, it's man-made. And it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account. For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness, and every day. It's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter, and that specter is groupthink, and it's killing 1,000 people a day just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on Friday, Hunter.
He is. I mean, that last package was not proprietary.
I noticed that, so we could actually take that.
We can take that one. Yeah. We can take that one for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle. Let's remember Anthony Joshua versus
to the death every day. It's madness, and the spending 4 years. We go to war. Europe is plagued by some type of specter, and the point is, it's man-made, and it's the evil inclination for ruthless profiteering and ruthless borrowing and ruthless spending to fill up your bank account.
For what? Why kill 7,000 people a week? That's 1,000 people a day are dying in active combat, fighting each other to the death every day. It's madness, and every day. It's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Every day, 1,000 people are blowing themselves up on a front line between Ukraine and Russia. It's madness. It's madness. And Putin and Trump, they're both in on what you could call a specter, and that specter is groupthink, and it's killing 1,000 people a day just there. That's not the only hot spot. There's 20 hot spots where 1,000 people are dying a day in active combat. It's theoretical, but you get my point. I am complete.
John's bringing the heat here on a Friday, Hunter.
He is, only that last package was not proprietary.
I noticed that, so we could actually take that.
We can take that one, yeah.
I mean,
that one for ourselves. Talking about fighting to the death, gladiatorial battles, to bring it full circle. Let's remember Anthony Joshua versus.
Who's your money on? Who's your bet?
Okay.
Right.
The fact that those things actually occur, then here's the way it works. You say, well, what better predicts that data? Is it better predicted that if God existed, we would see Hitler, or is it better predicted that we would not see Hitler? And the thing is I acknowledge that's a tough one for the people who believe in a loving God who's powerful. It's tough to deal with. So I grant this as actual evidence in favor of atheism. I do think this is in favor of atheism, like that there is no God. But I think there is other evidence that I think when you put it all on a scale outweighs that, and then it leads me to the conclusion, like my personal experience, my my understanding of what the scripture says, how I think Jesus said things that changed the world. There's all these different reasons that I put on the scale, and I think that they outweigh that problem of evil. And so I say, no, I think God does exist. In fact, I'm saying I know God exists, and that's what the discussion's about.
So I can say, so if I want to join in that discussion, I can say, now this is not my belief, but I can say these are some things I can stack up that prove that God doesn't exist, like slavery. I think slavery is a good example of God's non-existence. I think the atrocity that just happened in Palestine, all those people over there prayed hard and fast, and God is not listening to them. So God can't possibly exist if there are honest prayers over there and those people over here. I don't think that because I have a successful life that God listens to me. My prayer is heard better. So maybe God may not exist if it's based on prevalent on prayer and worship, because we're both doing the same thing. So if I participate in this conversation, that would be my contribution.
That's beautiful, because that's actually the things that Rob and I often talk about when we're hanging out and whatnot. So the thing is people who say that the Christian God does not exist, they'll bring up things, particularly like if a Christian they're talking to, like myself, believes in the Bible, they'll bring up examples in the Bible where God did things, like when he told the Israelites to go in and kill all of the Amalekites, all the way down to the infants. And then they'll say things like, how can an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God tell people to go slice babies in half?
Or even, anyway, doesn't matter. So, you want to read the commentary here that they have for Daniel 7, 13, and 14?
Assalamu alaikum.
Can we read some of these?
Can I get away alaikum assalam?
What's up? Read, what's up?
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Who's Reed?
King Abdullah, Sheikh Epstein, I came to collect the Dead Sea Scrolls. People I see are reading here.
Oh, I want him here. Don't kick him. Don't kick him. No, stay here, because I want you to listen to this. And I hope you got the knee crashing out yesterday. I hope you with that. It was fucking epic. Read.
No, I just got you whispering.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're live on YouTube. You're live on TikTok. You're live on X. You're live on Clownhouse. Go for it, Ultra Megatron.
Good. yes. You fucking recorded the crash out yesterday, you piece of shit. How dare you?
I should.
I wish I would fucking recorded it.
It was glorious.
All right, so can we read some of these together?
Well, yeah, but I don't understand how this has any relevance to what I said. Like in the future, bro.
All right.
Like again, and you need to listen. We need to have this conversation. Until the Jews start addressing this argument's still going to be used. And you sitting here saying it's not a good argument, well, I reject that. I haven't heard anything that puts into question my actual fundamental premise on this. There's no reason to hand-wave the Septuagint whatsoever. I think there's plenty of evidence, like the New Testament, for example, that this was something that was meaningful, was readily available. They quote from it. They have Jesus quoting from it. Now, again, if Jesus quoted from the Septuagint, you're saying that it's not the Septuagint, then you give ammo for the fire to suggest that these individuals who composed the Gospels, they were reading the Septuagint, and then they put the Septuagint in Jesus' mouth, where it couldn't be possible that would be the case. So that's what your position actually would give ammo for, because there's physical evidence of the Septuagint in the Gospels. So you either bite that bullet, and then you have an opponent that comes up to you and starts arguing like that I have evidence of this being made up because of the Greek Septuagint. There's no reason to think Jesus is quoting from the Greek Septuagint. Bro, like, cook yourself. Cook yourself. Like, I've been down this road.
And I read the RSV. I read the RSV and the NRSV. I'm a Catholic. All the Catholics do is quote from the Greek Septuagint.
Listen. Keep diminishing the Septuagint. You said
I cannot.
The Hebrew, it had to do with God.
Be destroying my own tradition.
But you got the gospel authors having Jesus quote the Septuagint.
But you realize no one is saying what you're saying, because even Rabbi yesterday, not the other rabbi.
Did challenge the Septuagint.
All right,
he challenged the translation of Psalm. That's what he challenged.
All right, but Rabbi Kav said that he owns a Greek Septuagint, and that he reads from the Greek Septuagint. Like he references it. They all do.
I don't see the relevance. I'm just saying my point still stands.
Okay, so your point still stands, but if everybody was only God's lawyer that gaslighting, sissy boy, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, was only gaslighting you to say that the Greek Septuagint is not good enough for his standard. Well, you could have easily dismantled that.
That's his argument, bro. That's why my argument is very specific to standard. What's your standard, bro? That's the whole argument.
You guys should have had me gaslight him. I'm the best gaslighter.
You act like I don't understand his argument, what he was doing. That's why I asked you textually. What is your standard? Are you going to appeal to your traditions?
Yeah. They're going to say yes.
Okay, so the traditions are always greater than the text. Okay, cool. That's nonsense.
No, they're not always greater than the text. They're not always greater than the text.
Okay, well, the tradition has to have support.
It does. When they reverse.
Okay.
So when they, all right, so I'm giving you the evidence. Okay, I'm giving you that textual tradition. I'm giving it to you right now.
Yeah, older than the Septuagint.
Not all. They don't have.
Nearly complete Hebrew Torah.
Stop! Nobody owns it.
Exactly.
So stop asking for that. Stop asking for that.
Exactly.
So stop asking for it. Don't stop asking for it. There is none.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's a non-argument.
I'm not letting them.
You're not allowing.
They don't have anything.
Okay, so they don't have it. All right. Now I'm answering it. Answer the certainty. Okay. So now they have the Masoretic, right, from the 2nd century, and they have one in the 9th century. Okay? So now, when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, their tradition from the 2nd and 9th century matched the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Because you're proving the
They're traditional. No, you let me finish.
Yeah, you're
So
proving
their tradition has been proven. It's been proven.
That's contemporary, dude. It doesn't.
What do you ask him? What's contemporary?
Bro, Barth, I understand the Dead Sea Scrolls. I use that with other. Listen, I'm talking to a Jew, Barth. If I'm talking to a non-Jew, I include the Dead Sea Scrolls. The point was, you don't get to just hand wave the Septuagint. Can you please steal that?
Nobody's hand waving the Septuagint.
Bro, yes,
Only
he did.
God's
He said,
lawyer.
He said, who translated that?
Only God's lawyer was, and you could have used it on him. Because where is he getting this text from?
And I did use it on him.
Okay, you didn't ask him.
You let him.
No. Stop. When they reverse, all right. So when they reverse engineered the Greek Septuagint, right? Which he's gonna say, he's gonna reverse engineer it, right? Did they or did they not ever reverse engineer the Greek Septuagint?
But Barth, it does matter to my.
You see what I'm saying? You don't have an argument, Draco.
I do have an argument. I have all the evidence in the world suggesting that people would have known to knock and breathe.
An argument.
No, sorry.
You're not taking any answer. We already established.
I'm appealing to evidence. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
From the first century.
If there's no evidence, why would you ask the question?
What? Because they're challenging the evidence that the author of Hebrews used in the Septuagint. So on the Septuagint, bro, stay on track, Barth.
Yes.
Very specific. Very specific
If
argument.
it asks the Catholic about the Greek Septuagint, we're just gonna. You see what I'm saying? You're not even letting it happen. You want to just overtalk. That's what you want to do. You don't want to have a conversation.
Draw me in the hell out of me this whole conversation.
Literally trying to have a conversation. You don't have an argument. You're not taking any answer. You're not taking any answer.
Deny your answer, dude. That's the problem.
You're not taking any answer.
How? If I say I don't deny it, how am I not taking it?
So then you can't ask for a younger text that doesn't exist and think that's the crux of your argument.
Okay, so the Jews need to stop pretending as if the Septuagint is unreliable.
No, it's reliable. Who is reverse engineering the Greek Septuagint?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
it does.
No, because the argument is dependent on the author of Hebrews.
Forget about Hebrews.
Very specific part. You're all over the place.
Hebrews. Forget about Hebrews.
No, that's the argument you're attacking.
No.
Yes,
Forget
you
about
are.
Hebrews.
Yes, you are. You have been
No,
strong
I
man.
don't.
You
Do
changed
not
the
bring
argument
up
that
Hebrews.
happened.
Do not
Like,
bring
that's
up
the purpose of
Hebrews.
anything about you, bro.
Do
That's the
not
whole point of the
bring
conversation. The whole point of the conversation.
No. Stop bringing up Hebrews.
No, then the
Don't bring
conversation
up
is done.
Hebrews.
Then the conversation is done because you're trying to straw man. Because
not
Hebrews
straw
is
man.
fundamental to the conversation, bro. I'm trying to explain it to you. I am so
The
tired of
Catholic
explaining that
Church,
to you.
listen to me. The Catholic Church uses the Greek Septuagint. And even if they get any Masoretic text, they're going to translate it in the Italian. They have people on the payroll that are literally translating things in Italian. Stop over-talking me.
I know, but bro, these are not issues.
Why are you over-talking me?
I get it. You just don't, because you're not
You
addressing
don't
it. You're
want
not
to have
addressing it.
You're
not addressing it.
I can't address anything. You keep over-talking.
Guys, I'm gonna have to send you guys down to the audience if you keep it up.
Anything you want to say, just continue. Cool.
All right.
I'll go.
So, anything in the Catholic, in the Vatican, anytime they have a Hebrew translation, whether if it's in, whether it was translated from any language, whatever it is, the Masoretic, or old text that they found, they translate it in the Italian. They have their Hebrews like translators and scribes. Do you know that? They have people that wrote books and translated hundreds of texts throughout their lives. Okay? And that go from the Hebrew to Italian. Okay? They have guys on like a retainer. They're always doing it. All the time. They have a culture of this. Now you're telling me, right? When they reverse it from the Greek to the Hebrew, and they're going over all these texts, right? And they're right. And they're looking at older texts. And that's right. Because it's not only them that are translating these things. There's people double checking them that know the language as well. Okay? Did you understand that part? You can get pay attention. Pay attention. I want you to respond to me.
Okay, I'm responding to you.
All right. I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
You already asked. I'm telling you what is the issue with all that?
So now, right? Now, that there's a scholarship out there, and they're looking at the older texts that were written in Hebrew from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th century. Right?
What?
I'm telling you, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Show me 8th, 9th century BC documents of the Torah.
Not BC. Not BC. There's nothing in BC.
So guess what, bro? This is what's known
so the conversation's
as a
over.
non-sequitur.
So it's a conversation.
Non-sequitur.
Answer the question about the scribes.
This has no relevance to
see what I mean? You don't want to have the conversation.
No, you're projecting. I'm responding to you. Because I disagree, therefore I don't want to have the conversation.
That's what you're saying.
That's not how that works.
That's what you just did.
That's not how that works.
So, all right. So then all the manuscripts that the Catholic churches have, right, that are double checking the work. They're double checking the Hebrew. They don't trust the Jews. They don't trust the Jews. They have their own scholars. And it matches. What do you say then? Is their tradition good? Yes or no? I'm asking you. I have a church. Listen, I have a church tradition that goes back 2,000. Pay attention. Pay attention to me.
What else do you want from me,
Listen,
man?
Draco, I have a church tradition that goes back 1700 years. Easy. They're double checking the stuff that other Jews are writing, and it matches up. What do you say about that? Do you trust? Do you then? No, I'm asking you. Does the church? I'm telling you. Do the Christians that double check their work and have their own scholars? Does that verify their tradition? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. So then, if they have if they're saying they have a tradition, right, and then there's other scholars outside of their circles translating into other languages, and it's like the Italian, and then they reverse engineer. Listen, and they reverse engineer the Italian back to the Hebrew, and it still matches. Right? And then they take that and translate it to the Greek, and it still matches. Are you still then going to say their tradition is not good enough? I'm asking you.
First off, nobody's
Can
saying
you
that.
answer the question?
Nobody's saying that. My argument does not presuppose this. You are strawmanning the hell out of me,
I'm not
bro.
strawmanning. I want to have a different conversation. On this topic.
Hey, Megatron, stop. This conversation ends. Hang on. I'm gonna my feet. This conversation ends. You're not going to dominate me in my life. Either the conversation ends, or you allow me to respond. No, you're not going to respond. The conversation can end. I'm not letting you control me no more. This conversation can end.
You never wanted to have the conversation.
You're not going to take this conversation elsewhere.
You never wanted to have the conversation.
You are misrepresenting
presenting my actual objection to God's order.
You never
Everything
wanted
that
to
you're
have the
saying I have
conversation.
no issues with. You assume my position. You clearly don't even understand my worldview on this, or my epistemology on this, or how I understand it. You were making so many assumptions and assertions about my mental states. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have yet to do that about you in this whole conversation. But every time you respond to me, you attack my mental states, and I'm tired of it. You are disrespecting the shit out of me. I'm not trying to. Conversation either stop.
I understand. I'm gonna have a conversation.
You're not gonna dominate it.
Yeah, you can dominate the conversation if you want, but you just don't let me speak.
Don't project. No, do not project.
Okay, this is my argument. My argument is that there are plenty of scholarships out there even till today that not only the Catholic Church and all the priests from the past and monks and Franciscan and just so many scholars from the past, okay, that had good relationships and didn't have good relationships with people, with the Jews. And translating these things into the Hebrew, so on and so forth, were always double-checked by other people. The tradition always stood and stands. So if you're going to say that the Hebrew's wrong, and there's other people outside the group that you're saying that people don't trust, not the saying that you're saying, but anybody says.
I'm saying that a Jew can't hand wave the Septuagint because there's a plethora of evidence suggesting that it was my friend.
Okay. Now, what happens? Okay. So what happens when the Jews, the rabbinical Jews from either, let's just say, Russia, France, Germany, Romania, Spain, and they reverse engineer the Greek Septuagint, and they have traditions all over. And then these manuscripts go out, and then the Catholic Church and other people that have scholarship double check their work and double check the tradition, so on and so forth, and they reverse, and it still matches, because I'm telling you that they still match. What is the problem?
I don't see the problem.
All right, so then if they tell you they have a tradition, and there's ways to check their tradition, and their tradition is correct, why is it they're saying their tradition, answering that they have a tradition, is wrong?
I'm going to say this one more time. I have never said the tradition is wrong. I'm saying that the tradition needs a backdrop.
I gave you the information.
Like, why are you doing this, bro? My argument is very specific. You keep telling me I can't use Hebrews. That was the context of the discussion. That is the whole
Hebrews.
My argument is very specific.
Okay, so you don't want to have the conversation about the Greek Septuagint.
I literally said yesterday, I said, look, I didn't even want to bring the Dead Sea Scrolls into this because the topic was on the Septuagint. So
okay, I'm talking about the
Septuagint alone.
Talking about the Septuagint alone.
No,
when we reverse engineer the Septuagint.
The Dead Sea Scroll tradition is invalid, dude. That wasn't the point of the argument. Can you say this? Can you repeat this for me? That's not the point of the argument.
Okay,
the argument
I don't want to bring up
you on stage. Let me finish.
I want to talk about the Greek Septuagint.
On stage, they were hand waving the Septuagint. Why are you doing this? I'll let you say what you want to say, but you won't let me talk.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm done. No, you're just going to interrupt me again.
All right. I'm going to put some Wikipedias up of people that have studied the...
Hey, Megatron, I just want to interrupt and I want to quote John Lee, and I just want to say, can we all just love each other in Christ and forgive each other and not hold grudges and not keep lists in love for Christ and wisdom and joy? Amen!
I hesitate to ask anything. Draco, what do you mean when you say the Jews hand wave away the Septuagint?
Shalom Aleichem.
What does that mean?
We have no idea. He just says dumb shit. Smile.
What's that mean? Talk me and shut me down and try to dominate me, so there's no point. We can just move on.
Oh my god, dude, stop being such a baby. What does it mean when you say?
Hey, how about that? Let me be a baby. I respectfully the conversation. How about you be an adult and respect that?
Just talk to me. Just talk to me, Clay. Just talk to me, Clay. Just talk to me, Clay. It's fine.
You're not gonna out-troll me, bro. I can sit step.
Just don't even.
I'm sorry, Draco, you said you bowed out, okay? So nobody wants to hear your voice. You said nothing.
Interest in me then. Thank you very much.
Nobody's talking to you. Just be quiet.
Don't get the last word. Don't get the last word. Move on.
Thank you for muting.
Keep going until you move on. Yeah, keep going.
Thank you for muting. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna get.
Hey everybody, this is Ra, and I'm just wondering, where's the focus? Where's the concentration of attention on the topic and the discussion? And really, what's the information packets that we're transferring to each other? Is it of high value? Is it necessary? What's the purpose right now of this conference call?
Hello?
Hello?
Lucy, I'm home.
Well, Desi Arnaz, the story of Lucy and her love affair, and, the point is, Megatron, Caleb, you do understand that Megatron, in Kabbalah, is Chokmah, is it not? Is it not the crown? So that's Metatron, not Megatron. Got it. Well, what's the opposite of Metatron? I think it's Bina, right? Is it Bina?
Opposite sides of the tree.
I was just trying to say that maybe I just think because I read this whole thing about Megatron. I could read it to you. It's about Megatron, not Metatron. But either way, Meta, to me, it's all just in the word. It's communication. So Megatron is just like a fun name. But look at his PTR. That's the Black Madonna, which is like a black hole. And I like black holes. But the point is, Caleb, look at your menorah. Look at the light. Look, what's the name of the pillar in the menorah that lights the other candles? I heard Shmuley Bateach talking about it.
The shamash?
The shamash. The shamash. What does that mean metaphorically for us?
Well, metaphorically, all it is, legally speaking, all it is the helper candle, the one that lights all the other ones. There's an interesting thing about it. Metaphorically, right? Be the one that lights everybody else on fire, right?
Firestarter. Isn't that a famous song, Firestarter? But lighting people on fire with wisdom, lighting people on fire with joy, lighting people on fire with high-value, intelligent communication, not this internal emotional friction, which will hold you back from being where you want to be, which is at the center of happiness. And all the happiness and all the joy and all the pleasure and abundance that has ever been and ever will be is here right now. However, if you are here all the time squabbling and listening to conversational hypnosis, you will achieve no splendor, no victory. You will have obtained no kingdom.
Anyway, I still want to know what that verse in Hebrews was that is in question. I still want to look that up.
It's the verse where Hebrews is quoting. I'll look it up. It's something about a body prepared for me.
Yeah, I had a good midrash.
Chapter and verse. That's all. God's lawyer's point that Hebrews is quoting Psalms incorrectly?
Yeah. So Hebrews 10:5, quoting Psalms 46-8, is he's like butchering the text according to Malek's lawyer.
Well, so is it, I mean, this should be an objective question. Is it quoting accurately or not? Is it quoting the Septuagint version or is it quoting?
Rabbi, I put it up at the top. Just click on the link at the top and it'll tell you it. We've been discuss it all. It's all wrapped up in there.
But maybe he doesn't like to read. Maybe he wants to talk.
Well, he's not going to understand it if you guys explain it.
God rest, God.
Yeah, there was so he's misquoting, and some person's argument is that he's quoting the Septuagint, and then God's lawyer, or not God's lawyer, Baal's lawyer, was saying that because God doesn't need a lawyer, so that would be fucking ridiculous to say such a thing. So Baal's lawyer said that the Septuagint wasn't written at the time, so he couldn't have been quoting him, the Septuagint.
At the time of when Hebrews is written?
Yeah.
I mean, the Septuagint definitely existed at the time of Hebrews.
Uh-oh. Well, that was Baal's lawyer's whole argument.
I mean, the Septuagint had existed probably for a few hundred years.
Draco?
Am I wrong?
I don't know. Draco, I don't know if you know. I don't know. I've never really looked into this. So I'd be lying if I said.
Bro, I can't come back, dude. I'm gonna get harassed.
Yeah. So you can't appeal to Draco. We're just talking amongst ourselves. I put the explanation up at the top.
So Baal's lawyer was wrong then.
Well, so just explain it to me. Is Hebrews quoting the Septuagint version or the Hebrew version? Which one?
It's the Septuagint version.
It's the Septuagint version, and what's also Draco's argument? Draco's argument is that actually that must be the correct one.
That's the one we're using. The ones that Christians use. Yeah.
I don't think it's argument that must mean it's correct, but he's just saying he's not misquoting the Tanakh. He's just quoting.
No, this is a bad. Right. This is a bad argument because you don't have the source material for the Septuagint.
Right.
We don't have it. Right. So, and it's very possible. We don't have it. We don't have manuscripts of Hebrew Bible older than the Septuagint. We don't have any. So, Draco's making an erroneous point because he thinks that simply having the oldest Greek one tells us what the older Hebrew versions would have said, and it doesn't necessarily do that. The translators might have made adjustments. And so if we compare, we would want to check the theological meanings, we would want to check the grammar, we would want to check what are the connotations of that word in the Greek versus the connotations of that word in the Hebrew. Right, so Draco's claim, if Draco's claim is that the Septuagint is perfectly reliable, being the oldest translation of the Hebrew Bible, and therefore we can know what the Hebrew Bible is, that's an erroneous claim.
Well, I was just saying that there's ways to check the tradition if you're going to appeal to tradition. And he didn't, and no one wanted to accept that as an answer. And I thought that was really bad to say that. Because then it's like, well, then how do we know the text period then? We're gonna need a scholarship tradition.
Right, and what happens when you check those scholarship traditions is you can find out which text the commentator had in front of them. Based on, right, if they're quoting the text, you can find out what did they have. And is that different than what other people had at different time periods? That's the way we want to use the Septuagint. Same kind of a way. Right? What text did the Septuagint had in front of them that rendered the translation that they got? Right, Draco? Come on, baby.
Yeah, we can't appeal to Draco.
Come on.
What is this bread called? Sourdough? Sourdough? Oh,
Moderators, point of order, point of order. I'd like to contribute a new proprietary submission packet to the conference call, if I may. It's called a 60-second poem. Do you have ears and patience to listen to 60 seconds of a poem read to you by your friend Ryan? I'm not going to transmit unless I have a positive confirmation that my submission will be received with joy and gladness. It is FYA for you all. Hello?
How come, like, the most positive people have no problem being a huge asshole, and the most anxious, depressed, miserable people, like, all we care about is being good to others and making a better world and being kind to strangers and not cutting people off in traffic and standing up for what's right? I just had a friend of mine tell me that I'm the most miserable person that he's ever met, and he said, "This is why nobody likes you. This is because I posted something on Facebook that he didn't like, and he left a snarky comment." And I
Okay,
said, "Hey,
so King, are you there? King, are you there? No, King?
how come, like, the most positive
Yo, what's up?
people have no problem being
What's up, King?
an asshole,
What are you doing?
and the
Not
most
much, man.
anxious,
It's going on.
miserable
No, you
people,
chilling.
like, all we care about is being
Can we go over a few verses in the Quran?
being kind to strangers and
Well, yeah, you just asked me something yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Sure, what's up?
Yo, there's a few interesting verses, right? And I kind of strung them together, but in a way to see if you understand.
Hello?
Are you down?
Okay.
Listen to it?
Yeah, I'll listen.
Oh,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
let's hear it? Okay. So, we have 4381. That's what I want to start.
As long as nobody talking about me saying something, I don't give a shit.
That big black man told on both people.
Hey everybody, this is Ryan. I'm just wondering, where's the focus? Where's the concentration of attention on the topic and the discussion? And really, what's the information packets that we're transferring to each other? Is it of high value? Is it necessary? What's the purpose right now of this conference call?
the verse, yeah, why would he chose her and purify her above all worlds?
And that's Allah's choice. She was meant to be that person.
Okay.
But she's known as the best woman in Islam, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's not like the best woman because she's just chosen above all women. It's not that she's the best of women because it's not like she would be. She was a virgin. She's not like a wife or anything. She's just chosen above all women. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like she's not
a righteous woman, though. So.
Yeah, she is righteous. Yes. Yeah. So she has a status. It's not so much that she is the. It's she was chosen to be, a purifier. It has nothing to do with her being better than other women. This doesn't make her better than other women. This gives her a status above other women. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I can't sit here and say, oh, Mary was the best woman because she was chosen. You get what I'm trying to say? And she was purified. But obviously, by default, she is. But you can't really compare it to anybody, right? I mean, you can, but it's like not fair. Do you get what I mean?
I kind of understand. But in Islamic tradition, though, she is considered the best.
Yeah. Yeah, she's the best of the chosen, yes. Okay, cool. So, I read on and I'm saying to myself, why did he choose her? So we go to chapter 19, her chapter, 16 to 21. And it says, and mentioned the book Mary when she withdrew from her family in a place toward the east. And she took in seclusion from them a screen. Then we sent her our spirit. And he appeared to her as a well-proportioned man. He said to her, she said, indeed I seek refuge, the most merciful, from you, if you should be God-fearing. He said, I'm only a messenger of your Lord to grant you a pure son. She said, how can I have a son if no man has ever touched me and I've not been unchaste? He said, thus it will be, your Lord said, it is easy for me, and we will make him a sign for the people and the mercy from us, and it is in matter already decreed. So already we know he chose her, purified her, she's going to have a pure son. The next verse is going to be 66:12. It says, an example of Mary, the daughter of Aaron, who guarded her chastity, and we breathed into her garment from our spirit, and she believed in the words of her Lord and his scriptures, and was devoutly obedient. So now, just have to ask you a question. What do you call a man that denies his child? What do you call that person?
A deadbeat. I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I'm just saying, so I'm not calling Allah a deadbeat. But
I'm not either, because Allah's not Jesus' dad.
Well, this is the thing, right? We went through the line of reasoning and the hypotheticals that Allah has set. And if he did want a son, all he would have to do is choose from his creation. And when he chose from his creation, he purified this person and gave them a pure son. It says our spirit, and we breathed into her. So she wouldn't have had a child if God himself didn't make her have a child. On top of that, this child doesn't have a father. So I'm asking, he doesn't have an earthly father. So, because it's just not possible for her to have an earthly father, because it's not how he was conceived. He didn't have sex. But she still did have a son. It was already decreed. So then I'm asking you, how would you say that that's not Allah's son? Who would that be?
Because Allah explicitly makes that clear. That's
He
not his son.
explicitly made that Isa is not his son.
Yes, Jesus, Isa, however you want to call him.
So then who created him?
Allah created him.
Allah's the only one that gives life.
Yeah.
So then, if Allah created him, and there is no male, he has to be his son. He has to be his son.
So
But if you call him
Megatron
his son
asks
or
him
not,
to prove it. He can't prove that Isa is not Allah's son.
well, I'm trying to get him to understand it.
This is prophet, loser guy.
No, he's not going to talk. He's like,
Who's this
stop. So yeah, he's not going to get involved in the conversation. He's just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah,
So,
shut up.
but I'm just asking, right?
Stay
How
with it.
could you prove that it's not Allah's son?
How could I prove it's not Allah's son? What do you mean?
Yeah, ask him to prove.
Yes.
Allah, hey, I'm not talking to you, Howard. Shut up.
I'm talking.
Hey,
Right, I'm gonna put you in the audience.
All right, put his ass in the
Get up. Yeah, come on.
Who's
I'm gonna put him in the audience. Okay. So now, stop. Don't do that. So how do you prove he's not a son?
What do you mean? How do I prove this? You have to prove he is the son. What do you mean? How do I prove he's not a son? I can prove that he's not because Allah explicitly makes it clear. He says that's not my son. He doesn't have sons. That's my proof.
He doesn't have sons.
It's very
He doesn't
clear.
have
He explicitly makes that clear.
plural.
Son, period. Son, daughter, nothing. He begets, nor was he begotten. Clear.
We're not talking about begetting and begotten.
Sons, there's other Quran verses that say Allah doesn't have a son. You know that.
Yeah, but then in this verse it says if he wanted to have a son, he's giving the hypotheticals. I'm not creating the hypotheticals.
It's an impossible hypothetical.
How is it an impossibility when he's the one setting the conditions?
Because he's showing you how that's not the case.
The other word for this is
He's
called
showing you that it's not the case.
reductio
verses that
ad absurdum. Look it up.
Do you have
Use that
like
philosophy.
verses that make this line of reasoning? So the line of reasoning is in the beginning, 38. How I started. I started at 4381. If Muhammad is admitting if he did have a son, he'd be worthy of worship. Then again, he's saying if he wanted a child, he would just choose from his creation. 39:4. He chose Mary and purified her over all worlds. He chose from his creation. He's literally doing the hypothetical.
What's the message?
He's not like the hypothetical now is becoming at something he.
Did he break up for anyone else?
Was the one. He says, our spirit, we breathe into her garment. So he's showing all of the possibilities, and now he's making those possibilities come true. Because it is true that Mary did have a son. Mary having a son. Yeah.
So you would love this verse. Go to Quran chapter 17:42. You would love this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, read it for me. I'm willing to learn. If this is a bad argument. Yeah, it's a bad argument. I'm cool with being told it's a bad argument.
So let me show you another reductio ad absurdum. That's how it's called in the Greek because.
Yeah, I just want you to respond though, because the hypothetical actually became the story of Jesus in the Quran, or Isa. Sorry, a story of Isa in the Quran. So the hypothetical is the reality of Isa bin Mary.
Okay, now here's another.
He did choose from his creation, and then he did blow his spirit into Mary. He is the one who creates life, right? You're saying even if Isa was granted permission, it's only permission by Allah. So even when Isa blew the life into the bird, right? You're still saying that was Allah. Allah's the only one who gives life. So then it makes sense if he put a life in Mary, then, and there's no male, then he must be the reason why he's alive, correct? And she gave birth to him.
I
So
understand
hypothetical is an
what you're
actual
bringing.
thing that happens.
So I understand what you're bringing, but I could, for example,
So now,
redirect you
I just-
to a verse,
listen,
but I would not do this like.
give me verses.
Yeah. So I could have redirect you to a verse that's explicit and it clearly says that God doesn't have a son and that Jesus, he's not like the son of God. But I would rather go to another passage and show you something else. Okay. So here's a verse. I'm gonna read it. Tell me what you understand. In chapter 17. I'm going to start with 41. We have explained in this Quran in various ways that they may remember, but it only adds to their rebellion. Say, if there were other gods with him, as they say, they would have sought a way to the Lord of the throne. Be he glorified, he is exalted far above what they say. So that's an interesting perspective, right? And there's another passage.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, I could read this again. We have explained. Okay, say if there were other gods with him, as they say, they would have sought a way to the Lord of the throne. So basically he's saying, if there was other gods other than God, they would have fought each other to try to be the ruler of the heavens and the earth, in a sense.
This is made up. That's not real.
I could show you another passage. I could show you another passage.
I'm not sure how, I like that verse.
Makes sense, actually. Makes a lot of sense. You're saying people can disagree.
It does make sense. There's only one absolute.
Exactly.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
you do realize, right? Saying that one God created another God is not what we're saying here. We're talking about Allah having a son.
Yeah, so
obviously
how
would
does
not
that
be.
work? Tell me how
Because
does
it
that
couldn't
work?
be. First of all, we know that God is not biological. So obviously, right? Biology in and of itself is out of the question. This is the reason why.
Does your son share the same essence? Explain this to me.
Well,
You
that's
said it yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so you're
stop smiling. Don't answer him. Don't answer him.
Define the
Don't answer smiling.
What is son?
Don't answer smiling. Don't answer smiling. So I'm asking you, in the first verse, it states that Muhammad would worship him, so he is worthy of worship. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Muhammad is agreeing by saying that, but he obviously would be of the same essence of his father. Not as a separate God, but as God himself. So, I'm not saying that it is a separate God. That's not what I'm saying. He wouldn't be a separate God. He would be of the essence of God. Because he's not telling Muhammad to commit shirk. He's not telling his own prophet to his people to show him violating his own principles. He's still following the same principle. And he's not committing shirk. Because the son would be worthy of worship. No, we're not talking anything about Christianity or Christian thought. We're talking in the theology of Islam. Allah is saying, say. And Muhammad is responding. He's not going to tell his own prophet to violate him. So yeah, he would be worthy of worship. Now, the nature of the son, I can't exactly explain that to you because that's not what's in the text. But I will tell you that he didn't violate any of Allah's rules, and he was still worthy of worship.
Okay, I want to read you now
That
another
comes from
passage that's
you
close
should
to the one I
answer
just
yourself.
read. So
The one you're
we're
saying
building
doesn't
something right
contain-
now, right?
Yeah, but the verse that you gave me does not mean that would violate the worthy of worshipness because then he's still worshiping Allah. So he's not talking about creating a different God of him. That would be obvious. His son is worthy of worship, meaning that his son isn't another God.
Yeah. So that's the metaphysical
that verse
implication
is-
it would lead
yeah.
to. That's what God is
No,
explaining.
no, you're adding that.
I want to read here something here.
No,
Okay, it's
no,
close to what we just read.
You're
It's another
adding that
phrasing of the
because,
same.
no. You're adding that because there's no way he's going to tell Muhammad to admit to believing in another God that's worthy of worship. So no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm not
Okay.
ignorant as an answer.
No problem. Let's read this one.
And
Chapter
it's violating
22,
that first verse. Thank you very much.
verse 21. Or have they taken to themselves gods from the earth who resurrect? If there were in them gods other than God, they would have gone into ruin. So glory be to God, the Lord of the throne, beyond what they allege. He will not be questioned about what he does, but they will be questioned. Or they have taken besides him other gods. Say, bring your proof. This is a message for those
That doesn't
with
talk
me,
about the verse.
and a message of those before me. But
That's
most
not
of
against
them
me.
do not know the truth.
That's
So
not,
they
has
turn
nothing to
away.
do with the sun. That's nothing to do with the sun and another
Yeah,
God.
26,
He's not
26.
creating
And
another
they
God.
say, listen, 26, and they say, the most merciful has taken a son to himself. Be he glorified. They are but honored servants. They never speak before he has spoken. They only act on his command. He knows what is before them and what is behind them. And they do not intercede except for him whom he approves. And they tremble in awe of him.
Oh, I love this verse.
Do you listen to this?
No. I love this verse. Give me, what verse is that?
So I just read to you. So this is chapter 21. 21. It's easy to remember.
Yeah,
21.
this is amazing.
So
Yeah,
God
this
is
doesn't
explaining
refute
he
my
doesn't
claim.
have a son.
No,
There's
he
sons.
said.
He has servants.
No. That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, I don't know why you changed why you do that. But read the verse.
What do you think it says, Bart?
What do you think it
21,
says?
21. I'm gonna read it.
21, 26.
Is it 21, 21 or 21, 26?
So 21, 21 is this. It's the beautiful context. So from 21, 21, you read till 21, 26.
Okay. Yeah. Every sentence is so short in the Quran, though.
So it's
Like,
like
the verses are short. It's straight to the point. Compressed meaning.
Yeah, so, and they say, the most merciful has taken a son, exalted is he, rather, they are honored servants. I'm not so sure. I don't know what this means.
So,
why you don't know?
This doesn't refute sonship.
But you have to take in consideration many passages. This passage says basically those who call those who say this is the Son of God or this is the Son of God.
No. So he's saying that the son, if he were to have a son, he's reinterpreting it to be as a servant.
That's the point. There is no
It's
son.
an ontological category change, not an argued one.
basically, Jesus is on his
This is not
Exactly.
yeah. This is not refuting him having a son. He's saying he would then have a servant. So he would be. It was just a category explanation. Yeah. So he doesn't have sons. He has servants.
Yes.
That's it.
Exactly. So this doesn't deny that he doesn't have a son, though. His son is ultimately his servant, though.
Yeah, but you need to keep in mind that all the passages at once.
We're not talking about no. If he were to have a son, not sons, not multiple sons, as if we are all Allah's sons and all Allah's servants. That's not what's being said. He's saying if he were to have a son, his son is ultimately his servant. That's it.
Yes.
That doesn't refute the claim of him not having a son.
So what do you think?
This doesn't negate.
Bart, what is a son?
I'm just reading the verse. Listen, I'm reading the verse.
What is a son?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. The son would be worthy of worship and not be violating Allah's laws. So you're gonna have to give me more verses that refute
what the Quran is
what actually happened in the Quran when he was talking about these verses in the beginning.
What is refuting is the language you guys use. Because it's the way you guys have used son that you've taken it to an extreme. So it's just rejecting it completely. It's saying those that you're calling son, that you're mistakenly calling like literal sons, they're honored servants. Jesus, David.
No, sons. It's son. It's not
regardless.
Why do you guys change? Look, it changed in the verse.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But
you know they always change the argument.
No, it doesn't make a difference. How does that change my point? How does that change my point? Whoever you're calling a son is an honored servant. That's what the Quran is saying. So stop talking like that. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, but why are you saying sons? It's not son. The verse doesn't say sons. The verse says son.
What, 21, 26?
Yeah, it says son. It doesn't say sons.
Let's see. I remember when I first read the Quran, this one really stood out to me. But it says honored servants in plural, right?
It says servant.
My translation says servant.
It says merciful has taken a son.
Wait, I'm gonna read it in Arabic, just one minute, so.
Just read it to yourself, because because you just can confuse us.
What do you mean? It's just to know what the Quran says, man.
He's scared of liking the Quran and the sound.
وقالوا اتخذ الرحمن ولدا سبحانه بل عباد مكرام. So it's just, so the first is waladan, so it's like a son, but it's talking about also many servants. So some people say because different people were called sons of God, right, by certain people. But he's saying basically that the reality is that they are not sons of God. Like they're servants of God whom he mukramun, he have honored, or karama, it's like they're
this is going to be the problem. So I think the reason why this verse actually makes this even more confusing is because this is going to be tension with the 4381. Because if the son, if you're saying 2126 would mean son, merely an honored servant, but if Allah had a son, worship would follow. So the servants never ground worship, but worshiping Allah because of servants would be shirk. But the Quran again isolates this between son equals servant and son equals worship radiant relation, which 4381. So the both of them can't be true.
So okay, so Megatron, you already know the verse, and I don't need to even pull it up, right? The verse in chapter 4, verse 171. It says, "Be exalted is he above having a son." What does that mean?
That doesn't mean, listen to me, that, like, so, I'm not sure if that's a translation problem, but this is like, alright, that's what I'm saying. You need to put that using logic. That actually doesn't negate that he doesn't have logically, it doesn't deduce. Like what you're thinking in your head as you're saying the words don't match up to the reality. Because he's exalted enough to have a son, it's just saying he's not good enough to even recognize if he did have a son. He doesn't even care. It really doesn't sound like he's saying that he would even admit if he had a son because it wouldn't matter anyway. Like, I don't know how you want to make sense of that.
Bro, it's you need to be honest with what the Quran is saying here. If you just go on ChatGPT and you just type in this, all the verses where God negates having a son. Bro, you're gonna find I think more
very
than
ambiguous.
10, 20 passages.
Well, give me that. Because they're very ambiguous.
I can go, listen, I will read them all to you if yeah, sure. Let me read them all.
Just send me the link. Send me the link in the chat.
Okay.
Just put the link.
Sure.
Just put the link in the chat.
First. So what
I share my links.
Right, what does that mean?
No problem.
These verses.
Well, you haven't really given me any because 4171 says that he's highly honored. I don't know. He's the spirit and word of Allah.
No. Like the way you read the Bible, those that you call sons of God. God is saying.
No. If we're talking about a son, we're talking about one son. Sons of God is the Nephilim.
Okay.
No, we're not talking about sons of God.
Anyone that's a son of God. For example, Jesus says a peacemaker, right? Peacemaker is a son of God. In the Bible, right? Jesus says that. So God is saying, Allah in the Quran is saying, that is an honored servant. That's essentially what it's saying.
Yeah, but then why would Muhammad agree to give him worship?
He doesn't. That's an impossible.
He says that.
It's an impossible hypothetical. It's there to emphasize how extremely, never. This is not something that's possible. That's the emphasis of that message.
It's in the doc. I just sent it here.
Well, I don't know. It's just what's weird is that he says one thing, but then he does the other. He's giving he purifies. He purified Mary, and he purified her for what reason? To give her a pure son. It's so weird. He's the one who did it. It was decreed.
How come Muslims aren't confused about this? How come no Muslim will go out of their way to say?
I'm not saying. No. I'm not saying that Muslims are confused. I'm just saying to myself, normally, when you look at this, you're like, oh well, he's the one who gives life. I mean, he gave a life and put it into this woman, the only woman mentioned in the Quran. I'm saying to myself, this was a decreed thing. It's not you gotta remember, it's not like a woman was married and she couldn't have a child, like Isaac, like how John the Baptist was, because they still had sex. They have a father. So they had sex. Whether he put that life in that child has a father. But this person has no father.
Okay, so Megatron, you remember the verse we just read in 21:26, right? That in fact, the ones that were called sons are not sons, they're servants. Now, listen to this one here. In chapter 4, 171, the one you know, it gave many descriptions of Jesus. So it says, do not exaggerate in your religion, do not say about God except the truth. The Messiah, son of Jesus, the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, is the messenger of God, his word that he conveyed to Mary. So messenger, word, spirit from him, so believe in God and his messengers, and do not say Trinity, refrain, it is better for you. God is only one God, so glory be to him that he should have a son.
That's a clear refutation against Christian.
Yeah. And then it says, to him belongs everything in the heavens and the earth, and God is sufficient as a protector. And then look what it says in 72. It says, the Messiah does not disdain to be a servant of God, nor do the favored angels. So the angels and Jesus, the Messiah, they're not arrogant in some way, shape, or form to be his servant.
Oh,
Not
so he's
not
not
his
a servant.
sons.
So he's not a servant.
Exactly. No, that's a great
He
verse.
is a servant,
That's
therefore.
a great verse.
Wait. Repeat that verse. That sounds like Isaiah 42.
I don't know necessarily, but yeah. Okay, so it says.
Well, that kind of mimics Isaiah
So it
42
says.
and 52.
Okay, do not say Trinity. Refrain that is better for you. God is only one God. Glory be to him that he should have a son. To him belongs everything in the heavens and the earth, and God is sufficient as protector. The Messiah does not disdain to be a servant of God. Like he's not too arrogant to be a servant of God. Nor do the favored angels. Whoever disdains his worship is too arrogant, and he will round them up to himself altogether. You see that? It's
He's saying that,
black and white.
yeah, I mean, I like that verse. I don't really think this is a problem.
Good. I'm happy you said that. Because I think some Christians think it's an insult. Like we're diminishing Jesus. But the Quran is telling you Jesus himself won't feel any type of way being called a servant.
And look at the series of titles he was mentioned as. Word of God, Spirit from him, the Messiah. Right? But not Son of God.
That's fine.
Yeah, servant of God. So yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Can you read? Would you be able to read this translation without the brackets?
I can. Yeah.
Can I give it to you from the corpus?
Sure, but if I read it to you, would you like? What's the purpose? Is it for me to understand, or for you to? I don't know. Maybe you want. What do you like? Do you want me to give you like what it says in the word for word, or?
Well, I could give you the word for word translation without the brackets.
Sure, go ahead.
And
just
actually,
tell me what's the passage. I'll read it. No problem.
Honestly, doesn't look like it's going to I don't know. It might confuse it.
Yo, do you see the?
So I'll read this together. Let's read this together. Don't read the brackets. O people, the book, not commit access in your religion, and not say about Allah, except the truth. Only the Messiah, Isa, son, Maryam, a messenger, Allah, of his word, which he conveyed to Maryam, and a spirit from him. So believe in Allah and his messengers, and not say 3. Desist, better for you only Allah, God, one. Glory be to him that he has for him a son. To him, whatever in the heavens and whatever in the earth. And is sufficient Allah, a disposer of affairs. Never will disdain the Messiah be a slave of Allah, and not the angel, the one who are near.
Okay.
كيفك حبيبي Abi Tarkarian, welcome. How are you? I'm so happy to be here. What's up with other cut? Did you have some drama, some emotional unresolved conflict?
Did you know that she has a son?
She has a son?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, What's your point?
Your son is a faggot.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's horrible.
Astaghfirullah.
What's new? How's your congressman going?
Got a little more work to do, but it's pretty much over. They removed me from the ballot.
No, why?
Insufficient signatures.
Oh, damn it. You're on Clubhouse. You couldn't find so many signatures?
No, it's the grow in Rockford did not get me good signatures. A lot of them were, I think, bullshit. Some of the people who worked for her were submitting just, bullshit signatures.
Well, at least you tried, I admire you for that.
Yeah. I spent thousands of dollars. I raised $600, $700 on Clown House, but I personally spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars getting those stupid signatures.
No, you did not.
Yeah, what do you think? Shit, you think things in the real world don't fucking move if there ain't money attached to it? Who are you fucking kidding?
No.
You can sit here and, complain, submit.
You actually did that? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, how the fuck do you think campaigns are free? You think you just sit here on Clown House and fucking twiddle your thumbs? Money doesn't move around?
I thought that's enough, these days.
Yeah. I mean, you still shop at the grocery store with coupons. Anyways,
Yeah, with coupons.
I forget my audience.
I don't need to pay. I just have the coupons.
Forgot who I'm talking to.
You wish you were a Jew like me. But too bad your dad is a Jew. And not your mom.
Did you keep the donation money?
I think he's away from his phone.
No, we spent it. I spent it. I went to Peoria, Illinois, and I got signatures. And I, booked a hotel room, and I got signatures up there, so that money has been spent. Car, fuel, everything. It's all accounted for, but I think we got $90 left in the account. But I'm going to do the write-in candidacy. So the campaign's not technically over because I'm a write-in candidate now, but I'm off the ballot, unfortunately. But I'm still a candidate, technically. But I'm going to pivot in March. I'm going to submit a new candidacy to the Chicago Board of Elections for commissioner. So I'm going to run in a different race starting in March. Politics never ends. It's really obnoxious. Just keeps going. So much work. But there's more I can say about this, but I'm just going to put it on Instagram and avoid repeating myself. Like you.
Shut up. So have you encountered Randy?
No, I think he is off the app.
Right,
Because I didn't do shit.
Yeah, you did. Bye.
What did I do?
Hello? Wow. Assassinated. You're a killer.
Yeah, just like that.
Bye-bye. Don't want you living in my brain for free. Can't take it unless I get paid.
Can't take it anymore. Can't take the sit list anymore.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this app, it's so crazy how you can just surrender your identity, surrender your ears to people, and in a way, it's like you become their proxy. And that's why I record it all, because it's like, it's so ridiculous to be here to listen to some of these people. It's so childish, it's so immature, it's so petty, it's so pathetic. I've done so many, amazing things in my life, and to think that your life is listening to the people on this app, it's very, very sad. But I feel like,
Wait, are you repeating yourself?
I'm saying that I think what I've done is artistic, but I think what other people have done here
Very
is
artistic. artistic, yeah.
It's just hypocritical, which means you're a critic, but not an artist. And if you are just a consumer and not a producer, you truly are the ultimate sucker.
Yeah, but you cannot only have producers and artists around. You need people who are
Consumers.
going
You
to
need.
consume. Yeah.
I get it. Consumers can become artists, but the whole thing is,
I mean,
it's
not
better
every,
to.
every consumer is supposed to be an artist.
It's just sellers and buyers, and it's.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there are more buyers, I mean, yeah, than sellers.
See, I'm a seller and a buyer, but not every buyer is a seller, and it's better to be a seller and a buyer.
You're a special snowflake. We see it on your scalp, you know?
Yeah, well, look at my PTR. The camel is a metaphor for one who can go great distances, and really, the emotions is the water of subconscious internal friction. And the camel can go so far and return with absolutely no water in its system and survive. So the whole thing is the ability to go far out. And really it's about transportation and communication. So, hello? I'm also, you'll have to
What
check.
about that black man on the camel? What does that symbolizes?
Can you check out my TikTok? It's John Kitover. I have filmed.
No, I don't have TikTok.
Oh no. Well, anyways, I do,
Sorry.
and I've been recording TikTok for like a week now. Oh, I have so many rooms on, so many clubhouse rooms on TikTok.
Yeah, do you have any success?
Yeah, it's getting views, but the coolest thing is the filter because I'm the Grinch. I'm this green furry thing.
It's perfect for you.
Yeah, because Grinch is kind of like
Maybe you can
the
even
ground.
put a filter so you have a little hair, you know?
Well, yeah, you actually can't tell I'm bald, but the thing that's funny about it is because the Grinch is like a Christmas thing, and I'm kind of grumpy, but I feel like, you know, if people watch this and they're like, dude, this guy John Kitover's hilarious. This is genius. This is really funny, and you know, I've really enjoyed his TikTok. And wow, it's like art because it's video art, and you know, you only get to live once. So whatever you create is what you create, and then you croak, and then you're just in the history books. So the new history books are on TikTok. The new history books are on YouTube. The new history books are in the palm of your hand on Instagram.
Alright, one time is enough.
Yeah. You don't see
Anyway, did Randy encounter this profile of yours or not?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he got very worried, and then they kicked him off of Clubhouse.
What?
They kicked him off of Clubhouse and reported him for using the N-word. I did. I screenshotted it. It's part of my PTR. It might be on a different profile. Yeah, my art submission was reporting Randy.
Aesthetically.
Would be a separate
And you know, it's interesting because I think this type of confusion happened in different civilizations. Human beings were all, you know, we are aware of angels, and you know, we are aware of all these beings. You know, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, like maybe they had their prophets, they had the people in their time that have encountered such beings, right? And that could have been something, right? That could have been a thing to transform an angel as a deity, and then people just start worshiping the angel, and they call the angel, a son of God, right? Whereas in reality, the angel is simply a servant of God, right? So, I'm just saying, like, for me, it's a valid point. It is.
So it purposely wants to override the previous text when it comes to this sort of stuff. So then it knows what the other text is saying, correct? No, let's just look at it, because then this is what I mean. Then, like, we shouldn't be arguing then, right, about me believing Jesus is the Son of God when it explicitly says that he is speaking to his Father and the Father is speaking to his Son. So, when we talk about a father-son relationship in the New Testament, it is a real one. It's not a made-up one. It's not anything where it's like saying what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying, if Isa was a son before, he's nothing but a glorified servant to Allah. But that's for you. That's not for you to take my text and say, oh, now this text overrides that text, but that text is still saying he is the Son of God. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not saying, oh, forget your old text. It's just saying, you guys believe that he's not the Son of God, but we do believe that he is the Son of God. But then we shouldn't be fighting about, like, you telling me I'm committing shirk because I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Christian. And in the Christian book, he is Son of God. You get what I'm trying to say, King? Like, we shouldn't be trying to convince you that Jesus is the Son of God, because in your book he's not.
No,
and in my book he is.
It's about how you understand that. If you
No. But no. You can't now take your text and interpret it to
But
me.
honestly, I don't have an issue with you saying that. If your understanding.
Well, that's what my text says.
I know. If your understanding is he's an honored servant, God sent him, he's close to God. Yeah, okay, fine. If that's how you want to use that terminology. But the Quran is completely saying stop talking like that because you're confusing yourselves and everyone.
Yeah. So the idea
It's saying to the reader of the Quran that they shouldn't talk like that. It's not telling you to tell the Christian not to talk like that. When is it
telling everyone, including
everyone,
including the pagan Arabs.
I'm not a pagan Arab.
I know.
I'm the people of the book.
Because even they used to associate angels as daughters of God and other.
That has nothing to do with Christianity, though.
It's all in the same category, though.
No, you can't put me in. I'm not a pagan from fucking Arabia. You can't say that to me. I'm the people of the book. I'm the Christian closest to you guys.
I'm not saying you're a pagan, so I'm saying that understanding of
I'm the Christian in your book closest to you. Your
God
God and my God is one.
I'm saying the Quran is just shutting down that terminology, so it doesn't.
For you, for the Quran reader.
For everyone.
No, I don't have the Quran in my book.
So it's like you would have to see servant of God as, let's say, the entry level. And then the verse we just read before, it says servant mukarama.
You know what's funny? I just think of hanging out with Arban. Like, I think it because I've hung out with I have so many Albanian friends, right? Hung out with Albanian friends and they were Muslim, and I never knew they were Muslim. Never knew they were Muslim. They dated girls that had crosses, like, and rosary beads tattooed to them, right? They never I've ever heard them even care to ever have a conversation about their girl or the woman or the mother of their children believing or saying that she's a man worshiper. Never in my life. The conversation never came up because he didn't believe that, but she did. But they got along. Like, it was never like, oh my God, I can't be your friend.
Some culture and people are situated in a geographical location where there's more mixed, like more diversity, right? Christians and Muslim living side by side for like centuries. So
you know, these people have families together. That's what I'm
but
telling you.
it's not haram.
So
like
these
in the
topics
Quran,
never come up.
you can marry a woman from the people of the book. But yeah.
No, forget about your rules. I'm talking about what actually is out there and is done. You don't see
Lebanon.
people.
Go to Lebanon and you'll see the same
I have Christian
Yes.
friends. I don't argue with them about God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so then we should never be arguing about whether Jesus is God, whether if he's the Son of God, because obviously to you he's not the Son of God. And like, I'm okay with you saying Isa's not the Son of God. Like, perfect. Isa is not the Son of God. In your rules, if Allah did have a son, even if it looks like Isa is his son, he's just a glorified servant.
Yeah.
Which you want to know something? Like, if that's what you call him, Isaiah 42, Isaiah 52, all these Isaiah verses actually make sense to you guys. You guys can actually use Isaiah and some of the shit in the New Testament that says he's a servant of God.
Yeah, it's not a new idea.
Yeah, those verses would pertain to you. They wouldn't be, I don't think they're not supposed to be used to negate my belief, though. That's the thing. You could say, yes, these verses fit with the Quran, but they're not meant for a polemic to say, your book is wrong because your book agrees with my book, so the other verses must be wrong. That's not how I'm thinking that you're supposed to be taking the text. You're supposed to be taking what you're saying. Oh, if it pertains to the Quran, then yeah, it makes sense. But those other verses, those aren't for us, that's for you. Like, I think that should be the attitude, right? Right, King? You get what I'm trying to say?
The problem is when you guys call Jesus.
Why is that? I don't have a problem.
No, this is
I have no problem with that.
When you guys call Jesus Son of God, you're referring to him as being the same.
See what I'm saying? Like, no. But King. Did you just listen to what the
Yeah, I listened to what you said. So Megatron, what you said I think is it's a smart point. You know, it's not how can I say this? It's not contrary to like the understanding necessary. Like it's okay. It's great actually to read a book that literally talks about like the Messiah and he's a servant of God. Like it proves what's in the Quran. I agree.
Yeah.
Now the thing is this, right?
So why turn around and say to me, because I'm still taking along with the verses that it came with, right? And it's still saying what I'm saying. You're taking parts of what it says to say what you're saying. All right, so we're still in agreement.
So imagine
why do we have to convince? This is the thing.
Yeah.
Why do we have to convince each other otherwise? That's the point I'm trying to make, King.
So what I'm trying to make is this, right? What
I'm
I'm
trying to say,
I know what you're saying, but what I'm going to say is this, right?
Cool.
Imagine,
I'm trying to be argumentative.
Okay, Megatron. Imagine we play a video game together, and we spawn in different areas, right? And we have different truth and different, tools, and we are able to communicate like we're communicating right now. Whatever truth and things that I have built from my side, I have to be not selfish and share it to you and tell you, look, that's exactly how it operates. This is how we should operate in the video game because look, it works. This is it, man. That's the code, right? That was cracked or given by the elders, whatever. And then you say something similar. I listen, like, look, this is what I have. We'll have to kind of make sense of our narrative. But if we're making sense of the narrative, I'm just saying, the conclusion will have to come together and just say, is the understanding of God must be the same, right? Like, the way we understand who Allah is, whether it's from the side of the Jews, whether it's from the side of the Christians, whether it's from the side of the Muslims, it should be the same. There shouldn't be a difference on the base of our temple, which is God. He's the base of our faith. Right? So, and my faith, whatever is within my heart, it's not different than whatever you have in your heart. We're all sons of Adam. Right? So the light that I have here is the same light that you have there. Right? So we're not here to kind of like promote like any type of misconceptions or delusion when it comes to God. So we'll have to be honest. And if you have information on your side that would be helpful to me, man, share it. I want to learn.
So there's a lot of
that's
stuff
the idea.
that the Jews saying that Allah
say, for example,
they're supposed to. Like, it wouldn't make sense for them not to accept it, but they
for us, I would say this, right? If you would have to compress the gospel account into 3 saints, right? And it's something simple. You need to follow Jesus. You need to follow God, and you need to receive mercy, and you need to receive His forgiveness, and you need to enter paradise, and accomplish your life purpose, right? So if this is the gospel message, I'm gonna say, yeah, I think a Jew must uphold this also, and a Muslim literally uphold the same thing. That's the whole point. So I'm saying from my side, we have something to teach you guys. You guys have probably something to teach us. It's all interconnected, right? But if I'm just saying, if everything would have to collapse, and there is just one thing we need to agree upon, I'm just saying it's the understanding of God. Not just understand that God is one, and love your neighbor as yourself. Just this, it should be a non-negotiable understanding. You see what I'm trying to say? So yeah.
But what do you think we're giving you a hard time on as Muslims?
I feel like the fact that you guys can't accept so we're still saying one God, right? We're still saying one God when we talk about the Trinity. So I know that you guys like to use the verses and like to leave out certain messages from it, which probably makes sense to you. I'm like, oh, right, it makes sense to you that Jesus is this, is this person, right? That says it, that's in your book, right? But if I keep reading the text and I'm following the whole book, it's going to say what I'm saying. To say that my book doesn't say it, when I'm showing you it does. Like the conversation we had the other day with this guy, the guy in the room that got kicked out. Which I wish the language was better. He was saying firstborn. He couldn't understand that concept. Even though we showed him that Israel was the firstborn, David was the firstborn, but Jesus was the firstborn of creation, and that all things were made for him, by him, for his authority. That was a different status of firstborn. He couldn't get over that point because it said firstborn. That's the part that I'm starting to that I start to get a little frustrated on, because then do an internal critique, internalize the text, put yourself in the shoes of a Christian, and say, yeah, to the Christian this makes sense. Just like when I speak to the Jew, I can say, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't believe it. But it makes sense. So that you can actually have the conversation about the text, instead of always trying to refute the text. That's the one thing, King, that I don't understand about Muslims, is that instead of having a conversation about the text, so that you can actually understand what I'm saying, and I can understand what you're saying, right? And then we can have deeper conversations, right? Because then we're really giving the meaning of the text. Once we engulf it, then we're getting into better conversation. Why always go into the conversation to refute what I'm telling you the text says? That's the question.
I'm gonna tell you why.
That's really instead of trying to understand it, you're just sitting back, thinking of what to say, so that it says what I'm not saying.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I don't get that. Why is that always
So listen. Yeah, it's fair, and I'm gonna tell you why. So try to imagine what I'm trying to say right now. Imagine there's 3 rooms. One is the room of the Jews. One is the room of the Muslims. One is the room of the Christian. I'm gonna say on where you were born in the room of the Christian. You had truth, you have understanding, you have a lot of things that are true. same for the Jew, same for the Muslim in their own rooms. If a Muslim will be like in a state in his life where he's, you know, knowledgeable and he have a strong foundation of his understanding and truth, and he's exploring something that's different, like a different room, and he's trying to understand the truth that is within the Christian's hand, or the wisdom, or the, you know, whatever the message is, he's gonna have to put his garment of monotheism. You have to understand this. For us, you could remove, like, if you would have to remove everything, and there is only one thing that's going to stand, it's our understanding of God. So we cannot remove this garment and lower our defense and enter the New Testament. It's impossible. Do you see what I'm trying to say? We need to keep it. And we need to see whatever you're going to present, we need to see it through this lens. Or else, it's never going to make sense to us. So I'm trying to say this like in a way that's making sense. And the Jew who's going to explore the New Testament, I'm going to say he's going to do the exact same thing. He cannot remove the garment of his understanding that he has about God. It's impossible. So if he enters the New Testament room, he's going to have to keep his clothes. And he's going to understand and read whatever he's going to have to read and understand. So yeah, so that's I don't know if you understand the analogy, but that's the best way I could put it.
But for me, I go into it looking at, look, is there enough ambiguity where I could arrive at my conclusion? I can definitely understand where you guys get your ideas from, but can you fairly say there's enough ambiguity in the Bible and the verses I quote from Jesus speaking for me to hold the position I hold? That's my main approach.
Yeah. So just like how I strung together those verses, say,
I can't hear you.
like just how I strung those verses.
I disagree.
I disagree. Like just how like I strung those verses together, and I made it make sense to me. I feel like you guys are doing the same thing.
No. So I'll tell you the difference, and I think we have to be very honest. Objectively speaking, the Quran is just rigidly clear about what it's saying. It just is. It's very clear about its message. It's very explicit. God does not have the Son.
So is the Bible. God does have the Son.
I disagree with that.
That's that. You see. All right. So then I'm lost, bro. Then these conversations can never move past this point. Then, King, you're always gonna go back to this point. Then, like, there's gonna have to be a breakthrough for you, because I can accept the fact that Allah doesn't have a son, even though I did string up enough verses together that it is a spirit that was in Mary, and he doesn't want to call him his son. That's fine, but I can still come to the agreement that he's not Allah's son. But you can't come to the agreement that Jesus is the Son of God when he's literally the Son of God. Like, do you think that's fair?
No.
For me to be fair to you, but you're not going to be fair.
Why is it
like,
important?
That's crazy.
Why is it so important? Is it because Son of God and Christianity means?
It's because it says so.
No. Does it mean he's the same essence? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yes. So if we go to the verse yesterday that this guy said, right? Colossians 1:15 through 18. Look how this reads, because this doesn't read like you would read this from the Quran. So you can't take this like, he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities. All things were created through him and for
So I'm not going to dispute the Bible holds Jesus to high status. Right? But what I'm saying is, when I go
preeminent. Sorry, preeminent. Okay. So yeah, preeminent. So basically, everything he might be. Yeah. So he is before everything. Before creation, he was the one all things were made for.
So when I go in to Jesus' words again, I like to focus on what Jesus said, right? When I go there, and
you just ignored that whole thing.
I'm not ignoring. I agree with you. Okay, the Bible holds Jesus to a very high status. I agree. I don't think it equates him to the Father. I still don't think it does.
No, he's not the Father.
Right.
He can't be the Father.
Okay.
He's the Son.
Okay. So, but the Father is the highest power, right, in the Bible.
When the Father creates, he does it through the Son. That's what he's saying.
Okay. So again, Bart, all I'm saying is, there's enough ambiguity.
It's not a shared power. It's how God does things. But when he does things, he does it through his Son. That's what he's saying.
Right. The Son is like a tool used to like.
The Son is the way he communicates with the world. So what we're saying to the Jews is, right? This is what we're saying to the Jews. We're saying to the Jews, every time they read that scroll, right? And it's God creating, that's Christ. That's Christ speaking in the Torah, in the Tanakh. It's him in his full glory. Right? There's still a Father. We're not denying the Father. We're saying though that the Son is the one who's speaking, he is the visible and he's the visible God. He is the one the prophet spoke to. He is the one authoring the Torah. He is the Word of God. The Word of God is the Son of God. Right? Through the Father. The Father is always involved. He's always there. The Father and the Spirit are always there. They're always present. They are one. That's it. There's it's not saying that one is higher than the other. No, there is no one higher than the other. That doesn't make sense to say that.
But when you're praying,
they are one.
Okay, Bart. When you're praying, right?
Pray to the Father.
So you're praying to the Father.
Correct.
Okay. So you're making some kind of distinction there.
Yes, there's distinction. Yes. You know why? Because Christ made it known to us that the Father is God.
Gotcha.
Right? But the one revealing it to us is God.
Yeah.
Through his Son.
Okay, so is the Father Jesus?
The Father cannot be Jesus because we cannot see the Father.
Okay.
We can only see God through the Son.
So you have a different view, because I've heard Christians say the Father is Jesus. So.
No, that's not part. That's
the ambiguity I'm talking about.
Yeah. So ignore those people. You should ignore those people. Like I'm literally like all right. So the reason why I'm telling me right with my position, the reason why I'm telling you with the authority that I'm telling you, and you know what? People don't have to agree with me, but at least I'm coming to you right with a tradition with 1.2 billion people that hold to these traditions for the last 17,000 years, 1750 years, 1800 years. Like consistently having this belief. Taking the blood and body of Christ on a daily basis. It happens every day, all the time. And this is the tradition. This is what we're saying. So I get what those other people are saying, but they probably don't have the same traditions that I hold. And you know what? They have their reasons, but they don't have the same theological background information that I do.
But don't you think that's important?
I have a deep theological background information that has priests, bishops, papacy, churches all around the world, mission work. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, saints, everything, scholarship,
that's an important distinction, though.
For them, yeah, I can argue with them all day, right? But I'm only going to be pushing my dogma down their throat. But they're not forced to believe my dogma, and it's not going to hinder on their salvation, right? Because as a Catholic, I'll just say they're ignorant to knowing certain things because their traditions have gone astray. And I'll just say they're falling short. But guess what? They can still be saved because they're justified in ignorance. That's all I'm telling you. Well, you have a doctrine that says it's not possible for Isa to be the son of Allah. So then how could I blame you, right, when you have the text in front of you stating that he can't be the son of Allah? So then I'm going to have to say, well, you know what? If he believes that's his God, right, and that's what his doctrine says to follow, then, who am I to say that, even if you take verses from the Bible and say, oh, look, this is saying what my book is saying. Who am I to say that you can't say that? I'm going to be like, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense to you, right?
All right, based on what you just said, we pray to the same God. We pray to the God that sent Jesus, both of us.
Yeah, so all right. So then what are we really fighting about?
I'm not fighting you guys. I'm not.
No, I'm just saying. Instead of us constantly trying to give the ambiguous verses, why don't you just, this is why I wish someone would rewrite, the New Testament in their way. That'd be fucking great.
I think that would be cool, actually.
Right.
I agree.
Yo, so Megatron, I'm working on this actually. I could do this, man.
Okay, so what I did.
Imagine,
how I think you guys could do
here's
this?
the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Would you read a Muslim translation of the Bible? I don't think so.
What do you mean? Why would it be important? Why would it? I would read it just for educational purposes.
Every time it says son, I'm gonna have to say servant.
Perfect.
Hang each other the whole weekend. Yeah.
Rock, not rock. That's it.
Assalamu alaikum.
And so it can limit, the extension that people value, which is the ability to be able to succeed, be able to excel. So, I mean, can you imagine a society in which, everybody is equal? I mean, by that logic, basically, if everybody's completely equal, then realistically no one can succeed because somebody has to lose. So.
No, that is not true, Necro. That is just like your opinion. When you have two Burger Kings and a McDonald's next to each other, both restaurants increase their sales because of the collective herd psychology and the tide rises all ships. You see, Necro, you have a lack of perspective.
That was not a made up accent. It's impressive. I'll have to work on that. But regarding the work, I mean, success doesn't have to be at the expense of others. We all succeed. There could be healthy competition or ugly competition. Healthy competition, everybody can succeed. Imagine me, you, and everybody else in the room. Let's say we're hard working, trying to find the first cure, let's say for malaria, something that takes millions of lives every year. Or something even more horrendous, something like cancer, and now we're all competing. Now it happens to be you, Necro. You actually discovered the cure first. Now me, Tabuk, and others in the room will be a bit sad that we didn't get to get the glory and fame for this. But guess what? When any one of us falls ill, we will actually benefit from your success. So it's a win-win everywhere. Yes, we don't all equally win. You will get the biggest prize if you get an
or loses. Why does it have to be ugly? Now that's just in terms of competition, but when it comes to justice, with accountability of crimes.
Yeah, I mean, you may not have any issue with that specifically, but I mean, to me, like, you've had where the only way that, like, innovation has happened that built modern society basically is where you've had the free market, which allowed people to decide where you had it, where the only way for people to improve is to be able to compete for the person's dollar, for the consumer's dollar, and this gave everybody the opportunity basically to have work from having the person who made money off of providing something that consumers wanted, and so in many ways it's arguably that the free market is necessary, that that private enterprise is a way for you to have consumer choice, which inevitably means that there is going to always be inequality. Which is, or specifically that inequality is something that's going to be a feature of that system.
Yeah, I wish if there was such a thing as a free market. I mean, I think that's just, unfortunately, it's a deception and praise. There isn't such a thing as free market normally. I mean, I'm not an advocate of capitalism or communism. I think both of one-dimensional philosophies that cause massive horrors and terror in the planet, both of them, because there's nothing free about either of them. Now, one of them appeals to this idea of decentralizing everything, so that everybody now can go and grab whatever they can. Capitalism. The other one is centralizing everything where it's common to everyone. Then you get equal sort of disposition, irrespective of merit or otherwise, as communism. Now, they said the main drives of them, their main focus is just the material so-called disposition, or how it is done either through the hands of the few or the hands of many. But everything else gets to be now rewritten in the shadow of this. Human rights are abused at will because they're not the focus of the system.
Or we don't even have to go. We don't have to go to the free market, really. I mean, essentially, you take like any sort of sport. It's like you have it where specifically everybody benefits from seeing their favorite teams play and compete specifically. You take away that system. It's essentially it's not a win-win. It's a lose-lose because everybody loses in that system.
Yeah, but that system is not so everybody wins. It's actually, let's take a sports team, let's say call it whatever it is, basketball or football or whatever it may be. And these are two teams competing to show their skill. Now, it's not necessarily a loss. It's just you never had it. You never had it in the first place. You got beaten by the better team. What did you lose? You didn't lose anything. Now, what you could do is go to the gym next time, and you could actually train much harder, or recruit the better talent, or cultivate better talent. I don't think talent is necessarily always inborn, but yeah, you could. But there's not necessarily a loss. It's the better team won. What did you lose? You didn't lose anything. You put your skills and match them against the skills of another, and that skills of the other outwitted your skills, and so that there's not a loss here. It's just a reality now. It's just being portrayed. That's if it's the game not is played on so-called professionalism. Most of these games, sadly, are, at least there's an aspect of luck involved. You can see in all of these sports, there's an issue of luck involved, particularly these kind of team sports.
So they didn't lose, so they're a last winner, is what you're saying?
I think no, their skills were exposed, that their skills were lessened. This is what's really happening in the game. The two matching teams, the 11 players on either side, they are there not to win or gain. They're there to show the prowess of their skills relative to another. Now, when they score losing the game, the skills, they haven't lost anything they never possessed before. There's never lost anything in real terms. Here it's said that they lost the game. But in reality, the skills were less than a match than the skills of the other team. be a match for the skills of another team. That's the reality of it. So we could say colloquially they lost the game, but in real time they didn't lose anything. They just were surpassed by the other team.
Okay. But they still lost.
Colloquially, yes.
Yeah. So it's zero sum is my point really is that, but it's still like, I mean, it's a system that, people who enjoy the game, that they benefit from, and you may have one side that loses, but it's like, if you take it away from them, the competition, essentially everybody loses.
Yeah, going back to the notion of competition could be healthy or could be ugly. The world we live in is ugly competition. Sadly, a competition monopoly. There is no such thing as a free market and so on. This is all a lie. Focus, focus. What happens to be like in capitalist systems. But fat cats, they get to manipulate everything from monopolizing, and they do it through scheming ways. Anything from controlling the politics of the country to putting public governments in place to now stealing the resources of the country. Military emphasis, stealing the resources of the country. There's nothing free about it. You're not going to be out there set by your wits and your merits. So you might have the brightest idea, the best product out there, and so on. Certain companies, what they could do, just buy you off. That's the one element. Other element is that they could get the politicians not to give you a license to actually develop your business. You would put forward a proposition for a license to conduct the business. Yeah. They will be turned down based on discretion. Because some of the politics out there, they're not people representing the public. They represent corporations who are themselves criminal. That's what usually happens in some of the capitalist system.
Yeah. Well, I can agree with that. Simply that the system we have is where basically that the government, since it's being run by corporations, has created zero-sum games while in the free market. I mean, you actually can, functionality have, or ideally it's meant to be understood as a, positive sum game specifically, or non-zero sum game, because, the ideal is that basically if like, if I, want to, have, steak while the other person, like, and I make, potatoes while the other person wants, potatoes while they were the ones who raise cattle, then, we both, trade, because I value the steak more than he values, more than I value potatoes, and, he trades his steak with my potatoes, because he values my steak more than, or my potatoes more than he values his meat. So we both win, basically, as ideally, in that sort of exchange. Well, if the government decides to allow a corporation to have the government deciding who's the winner at the expense of everybody else, basically.
Yeah, I think governments anyway, let's say salam to the book and ask the book, do you have anything to comment on this? I'm actually quite curious about your position as an atheist. What's your position regarding so-called justice and morals and global rule and governance and so on?
What is your position, Mahdi? Stop asking me questions. You never answer questions. You just ask questions. I want to hear your opinion or position you have once before I die.
I thought you probably heard my position already if you're in the room for a while. I'm a person who doesn't believe.
All you do is criticize like leftists. You never say what do you have. Are you criticizing? Okay, there are two things.
Brother,
are you criticizing from a philosophical? Are you criticizing from a philosophical point of view, like we're in an agnostic room, or we're just criticizing the concept of justice?
Huh? Brother,
or you're criticizing from a Muslim point of view?
How are you using this word philosophical point of view?
The concept of justice is definitely a debatable one. It's a synthetic proposition. There is no global universal agreement on it. We can sit and take off our hats and say, this is what Mill thought, this is what Rawls thought, this is what Hobbes thought, this is what Plato, Aristotle thought, etc. etc. And what do you think, you know? But you are coming saying, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, qala Allah azza. And you're coming from position of the Quran and the truth and Allah and Islam knows what is justice, okay, right? Or am I wrong?
You're wrong and you're right. Let me explain something. I'll tell you why you're wrong and you're right. Okay? You're wrong because, first of all, it's not just a philosophical perspective. This is a universal problem. And actually, there are axioms to this. That means inherent qualities to this notion of justice. By the way, 90% of the
Yeah, but normal humans, not Muslims. وين يا مهدي؟ لا انت صار لك ساعتين تتكلم يا ابن الحلال. يا ابوي بالله عليك صار لك ساعتين تتكلم. انا شوف normal humans, non-religious Muslims, I mean by normal humans, are not certain of anything, okay? They're always curious, asking questions, trying to improve, etc. You are the certain guy, okay? So you know the truth, okay? So you tell me the truth. What is justice, ya Mahdi? And Allah.
Okay, so now, that requires you now to use up about 2 minutes at least to give you the headlines. But I suspect you're not serious about the question you're asking. But if you are, I think for 2 minutes, you will not speak. And then I'll give you the mic for 5. And I'll only go to the headline. Okay?
Sam, ya akhi, I'll give you 2.5 minutes. Yeah,
Okay, 2.5. Yeah, I'll give you 5.5. Give it back. See, you know us Muslims. When somebody greets you, greet them with an equal or better greeting. I'm going to do the better greeting.
Ya akhi, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, so let me respond to your question in about within 2 minutes, inshallah. So first and foremost, as a Muslim, I don't know everything. First issue I want to highlight. But as a Muslim, there are certain things I know. I know. There are certain things I'm confident about. There are certain things I have so-called belief on. There are certain things I do not know. There are lots of things I'm curious about. And I get critically, objectively. I don't get to investigate them, but or the elites have said, or the overall.
We can talk about what we do know about the files as they are being released. And believe me when I tell you, there's no way, even though all the files have not been released, for us to know everything that's there. They were just released exactly 1 hour ago. Ray, welcome to the stage. And there's just, it's voluminous. There's so much to go through. So let me just recap some of my early observations that I made in the main chat, which is linked above, to which you are invited to join and participate before, during, and after the room. The initial view of the files shows that girls as young as 14 were recruited for grooming, either as receivers of massages or purveyors of massages. They were groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell. Somebody who's also looked at the a little bit of the files that have been released says that it may have been as young as 12. As I mentioned, not all the documents have been released. The White House says there is no smoking gun pointed at the president in the documents. Earlier today, the president quite uncharacteristically declined to answer reporters' questions about the files this afternoon before they were actually released. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are speaking out. Ro Khanna is threatening prosecution of anyone, including potentially the Attorney General, if there is any tampering of the documents. Now, why is this being raised? Well, the Justice Department is technically a violation of the law for missing today's deadline to release all of the files. They say that more files will be released in the ensuing weeks. Now, notably, all doesn't really mean all. The law allows for some exceptions, such as matters of national security, items that, if released, could impede any ongoing criminal investigation. And I just want to underscore that. Ongoing criminal investigation, which we don't know if there are any. So I think profited financially from this extensive child trafficking ring. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, in addition to claiming that perhaps members of the administration may be in violation of the law, are also discussing going to court to force compliance of the requirement to release all the files by today's deadline. Now, if you remember, with regard to this, in her Vanity Fair article, said that Pam Bondi, her word now was whiffed. That she whiffed on this up until now, and it appears today that that whiffing continues. And I would guess in that regard, something else for us to watch is how will Trump's MAGA base react to the failure of the Justice Department to release the files today. Because as we know, this is a major issue with his MAGA base. He is reaching from his base by not releasing all the files. So, and I say he, this is his Justice Department. And presumably, it would be just incredible to believe that the White House, the president, is unaware of what is contained in those files. Now, he may not know every specific item, but certainly he would have been briefed on basically what's in the files. What names are there? Are there names of friends of his? Are there names of political enemies of him? How often is he named in the file, even though, as the White House says, there may be no smoking gun that indicates that he did anything illegal or untoward in his long relationship with Epstein? Of course his name is going to pop up. They were best buds at one time until they had a falling out over a real estate deal in Florida. So I think that's where we are today, although I say this with the caveat that as the hour goes through, that we may all get alerts on our phones from one news agency or another saying, oh, look what we just read in the files. And so, or you may see something, if those of you who are watching it, it's all there, what was released today on a webpage. You can just click on the link and go to it. It's not so hard to find. I'm really interested in seeing what you see in this. And I'm also, so the last question that I raised, I'm really anxious to hear what MAGA folks are in the audience with prior to the election push for the full disclosure of what was in this file, how they feel about the fact that the Justice Department did not comply with the order to release them all, with the exception of those issues that I mentioned before, national security and ongoing criminal investigations. And by the way, with regard to that, how do we know that what's been redacted really applies to national security or criminal investigations, or of course, identification of the victims? That goes without saying. That ought not to be released. We should not know who the victims are. But unless the victims come forward and speak out, that's a different story. I think everybody would agree nobody wants to put these now women through the trauma of being identified if they desire to not be identified. And so I don't think anybody thinks otherwise. Any reasonable person would think otherwise. So with that, I will open it up to you. Your thoughts on this issue? I think I've given a good synopsis of where we stand as of 5:07 p.m. time, 7 minutes after the one actually released, which doesn't give us a lot of time to go into it with any degree of specificity. I'm also going to turn it over to you guys. No messages, guys. No messages. I'm not going to answer messages about lottery. I would, if I can, today, tonight, over the weekend, that the question of the day is a fair one to ask because it was with reticence that he signed of the law. What if he just says, okay, when it comes to this person, that person, the other person, who may be named in the file, I don't want that released. Say it's under the guise of national security or ongoing criminal investigation, but I don't want these people's names released. I'm not saying that he did this, but if he did, or even if he didn't, the fact that all of the files were not released as law requires is a violation of the law. Again, if you're out violating the law, there are penalties. Criminal or civil. I don't know that there are any penalties here for non-compliance. The law would be held accountable. Once the buck stops in the Oval Office, and justice, and the Attorney General said yes. I don't know the answer to this. But are you frustrated by the fact that if there is non-compliance, there may not actually be a way to force compliance? That's the word.
If the president is accountable, when the president breaks the law, the only recourse we really have is that's it. The Justice Department has said, and if you don't have the votes, the president gives you some sense accountable to no one unless they don't have the votes. That's the constitutional remedy, which basically, it's so hard to get a conviction, especially at the partisan age. So, functionally, the president, in these days, is just a that's that. No, Gary, why Trump is doing this? Of course, why Trump is doing this is, not releasing the full files. It's because he's protecting the Democrats. He has said that he was a Democrat problem. It wasn't a Republican. It was all Democrats. It was like Larry Summers and all these Democrats. It was a Democrat problem. It was a Democrat solution. Now, we've seen, maybe this is the Christmas season. Maybe it's his conversion. Maybe he said recently that he wants to go to heaven. Maybe he's eventually to get there. So maybe, what we have is for them to follow Jesus, to love his enemies. He said, I get mad at my enemies. But now he's changing his suit. He's obviously trying to protect his friends, the Democrats. Because we know it's only the Democrats that lead to. So we must be holding out for the Democratic consensus. Much like the Republican loyalists and MAGA. President Trump is the tank of the Democrats. And I'm looking out on my MAGA friends feel for Mr. Trump. See if we have any of our friends here who are Trump supporters and devotees, what their opinion will be. But Gary, that's my story, my friend, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, I know you say that a little bit facetiously, but you're actually right in your facetiousness. The the president has said that this is a Democratic issue and not a Republican issue, as if sexual impropriety is a partisan issue. By the way, if you ever wanted to see what Bill Clinton looks like in a bathing suit, some of the photographs show him lounging in the hot tub and in the pool. And I don't know whether that's at the island or in Palm Beach or at his home in New York City. I don't know whether the home in New York City had such wonderful amenities. And one of the things that's very interesting, as I understand it, about all these photographs, is there's no context given to them. They're just, it's adult material with no context. And so it leaves it to the viewer's imagination. The photographs that I'm looking at right now of the former president do not show him doing anything untoward, do not show him engaging with any underage individuals. However, in the background of one of the photographs, whoever that person is, they blacked it out. So that's the kind of redaction that they would do to protect someone, perhaps at that point underage person, but it does not necessarily imply that that underage person was forced to engage in sexual activities with anyone, much less the former president. But I just wanted to toss that out. We do have, and you can find it online right now, photographs of Bill Clinton in a bathing suit, with Jeffrey Epstein in a bathing suit next to him, or in close proximity to him. All right, as more stuff comes to light during the ensuing gathering here today, I will bring you breaking news, because that's my job, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you breaking news such as this. And also, as I do, the words of Norm kind of ring in my ear, because he believes all of this is salacious in nature, that we are all as a nation engaging in rumor mongering. We are wagging our tongues over something that has not been proven, other than the activities of Maxwell. Mr. Your microphone stuck on. Thank you. The convictions of Epstein and Maxwell. Other than that, nobody has been charged, much less convicted of anything. So I will ask myself, or ask ourselves collectively, are we engaging in salacious rumoring, gossip mongering, or is this really a matter of such national import and in the public interest as we claim that it is? Something for us to just self-evaluate. Howard, followed by Ben.
Yeah, hey Gary. Yeah, I thought Marshall pretty much summed it up pretty well. Question for you: how many documents is it? The hundreds of thousands have been released today?
I don't know the exact number. All I know is that they say it's a trove, a huge number, and there's more to come.
But from an accountability point of view, someone has to explain why wasn't everything else that should have been released by the deadline. I think that's a fair question. As it relates to what you just talked about, that's an example, I believe. I mean, there are real victims here. There are people who've been convicted, including Jeffrey Epstein himself. Real crimes happen. People's lives have forever been changed. So for someone to just think it's salacious, that just shows you how limited one's critical thinking skills may be. And I'll leave it there, Gary. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll get the number. I'll find that, because I'm sure it's been published somewhere. Thank you, Howard. Ben, followed by Hermes.
Thank you, Gary. I really appreciate it. As somebody who I'll say straight up that I voted for Trump in the last election. I'll say this: anyone found guilty in a court of law of sex crimes, especially those against minors, should experience the full weight of the law. Obviously, right? I think we can all agree on that. Those present on the stage, in the audience, everybody, we can all agree on that simple fact. I think my explanation for this entire thing, to answer your title of the room, do I think that he's necessarily covering anything up? I don't necessarily think so. I think, based on what I've read, admittedly, I haven't seen every single piece of evidence. Obviously, with these new files dropping, it's hard to stay on top of literally every single piece of evidence. My general gut feeling of this entire thing was Donald Trump was somebody who values above all his personal image, right? He has literal buildings with his name on those buildings. Like, he is so incredibly worried about his image. I think he's somewhat aware of the fact that, or he certainly thinks that certain things will tarnish his name, other things won't. I think hanging out with actresses and actors and that kind of thing, or rubbing shoulders with certain people, I think he doesn't worry about will tarnish his image. And I think hanging out with pedophiles is something that he is worried about will tarnish his image, right? So I think he spent a lot of time with Epstein, and I either wasn't aware that he was a pedophile or turned a blind eye to it. And then once it became an issue, you obviously saw him kick him out of Mar-a-Lago, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's my general feelings towards this thing is I think Trump is worried that his name is going to get smeared with this guy and associated with him in much the same way that I think if Bill Clinton or even Hillary Clinton to some degree, but certainly Bill Clinton was to, and obviously I know that he's very old, but if Bill Clinton was to run for a public office right now, I think that his image is very much tarnished by this stuff. So I personally think that, again, if Trump's guilty of anything, I'm more than happy to watch him hang for it, metaphorically speaking, in the sense of doing his time or whatever. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Pedophiles are, whatever. No issue with that whatsoever. It just, his actions don't necessarily strike me as somebody who's trying to cover up anything, but more to just simply protect the Trump brand. I think that that's more important to him than literally anything else.
How do you reconcile the fact that, and to answer, asking you this question, I will answer Howard's. There are hundreds of thousands, according to the government, that's the terminology that they use, of documents released. Hundreds of thousands. Clearly, those hundreds of thousands of documents are not all about Trump. So why would he been so concerned about releasing all of that, especially if, in fact, the White House is accurate in saying there's no smoking gun pointing at the president? You still hold that he's protecting all of these other people's images because that's necessary in order to protect his own? Is that basically your argument?
I think that his name is littered throughout this thing because I think that Jeffrey Epstein was somebody who clearly loved to rub shoulders with prominent people. You can say, oh, he did it to, get people on board for, to engage with these young girls or whatever the motive may have been. And I bet you, if I was a betting man, I would say that Trump's name is littered throughout these entire documents. But I also, again, if I'm proven wrong, then I'm more than happy to recant this. I think that Trump just doesn't want that stuff out there because he just doesn't want his name to get tarnished. And I think at this point, he's just kind of like, I saw a tone and a shift in the past few weeks with the president in regard to these documents, in the sense that I feel like he was a lot more reluctant in the beginning because, again, I just don't think he wants his name tarnished. I don't think he's trying to protect Democrats. I don't think he's trying to protect Republicans. I think it's literally all about his name and his image, and he just doesn't want this thing to drag out and drag out and drag out into the midterms, et cetera, et cetera. And above all, not necessarily that he cares that much about the midterms, but again, it's all about protecting the Trump name, the Trump brand. I think I really do think that that's all he cares about.
Thank you for that, Ben. Marshall, did you want to interject?
All I was simply going to say was, I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that take that he is overly about his own image. I think if we look back at both his life as a TV personality and his first term as president, we see somebody extremely worried about their own brand. in ways that are not always helpful for the country or healthy for the country. But I really kind of jive with that he wants to protect his own image. I've never thought to myself, God, he did a little kids. I haven't seen any evidence to substantiate that. I know other people didn't think he did, but I really do think protecting his own image, being selfish.
Your microphone cut out. It shows that it's open, but we're not hearing you, Marshall. I want to try again, Marshall. No, your microphone, your audio cut out completely there. I just want to direct people's attention to a couple of comments in the main chat, which is linked above. Yossi writes, I'm skipping through it at the moment. Insane redactions, and it's voluminous. And that's followed by a comment from William, in which he actually offers to us a screenshot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 lines in which the only thing that is not redacted is Donald Trump is, the next line, the, 2 lines down, most, 2 lines down, innocent. Oh, this is funny. I thought it was real. Now I realize as I read it,
It's not real.
it's not real. But it is funny. I really thought you had screenshotted something that was heavily redacted. Thank you, Ben, and we'll now go to, I'm gullible, Raid, followed by Double.
Hey Gary, I'm looking right now at the Department of Justice website and I'm searching for terms like receipts, invoices, pictures, and it is an incredible data dump. This is the information that was taken during his first trial. There's a lot of risque photos even. I don't think that they even know exactly how much information they've released, meaning that there are telephone numbers and photographs that have never been seen. Jeffrey Epstein photographed his entire life. These are all Kodak photos. What's on the CDs? Nobody actually prints photos anymore, but Jeffrey was obsessed with filming his life. And you could say many vain, egotistical people do that. And it's a little bit like Nixon and recording all the conversations, which ended up getting you in trouble. And this data dump, and you have to get in line on the website, and then you can go in and search for whatever term you want. But if you just type in pictures, you are going to see things that you can't believe. Very powerful people. It's unbelievable. And we're talking about like the microfiche, the small photos, and hundreds of pages. It is so much information, and it's such an in-depth look into his lifestyle, his activities. Again, this was all the information seized by the police and the FBI that was returned. And so you can't believe, I'm looking at things right now that you can't believe, like chateaus and castles. We're talking about the most luxurious lifestyle and quite a bunch of photographs. So it's unbelievable, the volume. You have to, the link is on drudgereport.com if you want to search it. And I'm having a lot of fun looking at this right now. So you can't believe the photos in here. And I'm feeling...
Are there any people that you could recognize in another? I don't suggest that any of them are breaking any laws or anything like that. But are there photos of some people whose names we would
well,
recognize immediately?
Richard Branson and Bill Gates are the two wealthiest, and Prince Andrew, obviously. But there's tons of photos with Ghislaine. And again, Ghislaine is in jail for sex trafficking. Who did she sex traffic these girls to? It's in the photos. It's obvious. But Dan Bongino is stepping down. No arrests will be made. But this data dump, there are pages that are completely redacted where it's just huge black blocks. So even in the photographs with the microfiche, there's all kinds of black boxes, which is unbelievable. What's the point of blurring out everybody except for Jeffrey? So there's so much information that's withheld, but nonetheless, this is a real treasure trove for investigators, and people are obsessed with this case because of the domestic espionage implications. Photos with Ehud Barak, photos with Noam Chomsky, and naked girls with their panties on. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff. But the islands, the luxury, the chateaus, the wealth, it's unbelievable what they've
And
released.
as I pointed out earlier, follow the money. This is the thing I learned very early in my journalistic career. I mean, very early. I was told by two auditors, one a CPA, how to follow the money. That's how you prove or disprove an allegation when a story is brought to you as an investigative reporter. And you're talking about such opulence on display here. The question is, who funded that? Who was paid what for what? What was his means of income, Jeffrey Epstein? What did he do? Was he selling tiddlywinks? Was he, did he have a manufacturing plant? Did he build cars? Did he do what Elon Musk is doing? Did he have rocket ships that go out into space?
He was blackmailing
The Mars in the future?
Wexner.
What did he do to amass all this wealth? Where did the money come from?
His number-
And why was that money handed over in the first place?
His number one score was Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret and other major brands. And the fact is that these Bill Gates photographs mean that he was blackmailing him. And there is, actual confirmed blackmail. But the photographs of the girls in lingerie, anyways, but Bill Gates, there's multiple photos that have been released of Bill Gates with what looks like underage girls. And again, Ghislaine is in prison for sex trafficking women to rich men who she diddled around with Jeff. So the question is, will Bill Gates be arrested? I think his arrest is imminent. And that's why he's releasing book club videos of him smiling with his book, saying, hey, if you want to read a book this Christmas, here's my selection. He has to create content to try to distract from this. This is so damning. Multiple photos of Bill Gates with different women set up for him by Ghislaine and Jeff.
Very interesting. You mentioned Dan Bongino. I never really followed him very closely. I saw him when he was, popping up on Fox, those kinds of appearances, but I never followed his podcast. But I suspect the new year will bring a new podcast. And that podcast, given the fact that he was the deputy director of the FBI and was the main person in the administration pushing for transparency vis-a-vis Jeffrey Epstein, I'm betting that his podcast is going to be well worth all of our attention. That's my prediction. Double followed by...
Yeah, it's the timing of Dan, and just you could see earlier in the year when they did the clown show of the files don't exist or he killed himself and whatever, and the squirming. They pretty much didn't let Dan talk in front of the cameras after that interview, because he's just not a lie. He's not like a born liar, right? He's not a psychopath. He had a mission going in, and he promised everyone very full throat. It's like, I don't know why, if Trump's plan was to cover up Epstein from the beginning, why would he ever appoint Dan Bongino? Is like, maybe they just didn't.
And thank you for correcting me. Bongino, I think I mispronounced his name, and I apologize.
Yeah. But I guess it's sort of like the left hand and the right hand didn't know what each other, like Trump didn't want to bring it up maybe to his other staff to be like, oh, well, we're going to cover up Epstein, so don't pick these people. You know, I think there was a certain momentum, and it probably was one of those like, oh, we'll figure it out later, and everyone's loyal, so we're good. And in fairness, even despite all this, Dan Bongino still showed incredible loyalty given who he is and what the circumstances. So we'll see what happens, but you know, he's got to feel horrible. Oh, I'll go on mute while Marshall interrupts.
I was just gonna say Dan Bongino didn't do jack for the FBI. There was a report done by the Judiciary Committees in both the House and the Senate, and they found that people like Bongino and like the FBI director were way more interested in social media than in guiding the department, which I just found hilarious.
But maybe double your response to that, not to put words in your mouth, is that's your point, right? That he wasn't given the opportunity to act in a manner that the deputy director of the FBI normally would.
Yeah,
Well,
and I guess part of my
I think he chose to act like that, though. I don't think the Trump administration forced him to worry about social media. The report I mentioned said that he and the FBI director were overly concerned about it. They spent their time focusing on social media rather than the real needs of the FBI.
Yeah, that's also been I haven't been in tune yet. I'll just quickly say, South Park's been lampooning Pete Hegseth for doing the same thing, like producing a lot of content rather than doing actual work. But anyway, sorry.
Well, and two things, both can be true. What you suggested and what Marshall's suggesting, not mutually exclusive necessarily, in my mind anyway. You know, as you were talking, Double, I was thinking about, you know, okay, this was a campaign promise. We're going to get the Epstein files out there. He was speaking to his base. He clearly knows what resonates with his base, and that's what he said. But maybe, as you point out, I would say, to use your description, that it seems to me to be analogous to lock her up. At every rally, when he ran for president the first time, he would interject Hillary Clinton into the discourse, and thousands of people would immediately respond in mass, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. But he didn't. And there was no political fallout for him not locking her up. So perhaps he felt, and tell me how this fits with you, Double, perhaps he felt, I could just say that we're going to get Jeffrey Epstein and release all of these documents, but then I don't have to, because nobody cares what I do once I'm in office.
Yeah, no, it's 100% that. He's figured he can weasel out like he's done so many other things in life. A couple other things I wanted to touch on here, because now it's clear that they are openly defining, or they're trying to half-ass it, but they're basically in violation of the law that has just been passed, and they're basically saying straight out, yeah, you're not going to get everything. And Thomas Massey was saying, like, Thomas Massey, because there are leakers and there are people that came to him and said, there's a lot of people who had to deal with this material already who, off the record, have basically indicated what kind of stuff they should expect to see. And then if they don't see it, well, then we know. So in a way, we have to credit the administration for being transparent about the fact that they're in violation rather than pretending like, oh, we released everything. And then having this whole, well, actually, you did, this whole fight, because it's more just being straight up about it. And as someone said, impeachment's the only avenue now. And we have have to wait for a new administration or something. But this is just what we're dealing with. And it was pretty clear to me when, okay, there's two other things I want to bring up, and I'll try to be succinct. But when you had this preference cascade in Congress, because you had no one, very few, only the fringe people, including Massey, really wanted to get this stuff released. Neither of the mainstream people from either party wanted this stuff released, and we can get into maybe why. But then there was a preference cascade where everyone's like, oh well, I'm not going to be that. There was the one guy who opposed, releasing all the info, which is funny, but no one wanted to. Once the preference cascade happened, no one wanted to be that guy. And then even Trump flipped from being like, oh well, yeah, don't, everybody don't do it, to yes, everybody should sign this bill. But of course, he just made the calculation like, well, yeah, we're just not going to follow it, right? We're going to signal, we're going to play this game, but then we're just not going to do it because there's something he's hiding. But what he's hiding, and my speculation from the beginning, Gary, if you look at so many of the people involved and the level of sophistication and all this stuff, it's pretty clear. And the word that I don't think you've said in this room yet, that always amazes me how it just gets memory hold, is Israel, right? And I think that's the thing that, it's the only thing that lines up for me as to how we've had across multiple administrations. I'll go on mute while I'm being interrupted.
No, I'm just asking.
Is he in the Matrix? Or is
Yeah, he's having trouble. You're having trouble making the trip there, Marshall. All right, thank you, Gumbo.
Before you interrupt,
I was wondering how long it would take for somebody to interject Israel into this rather than what's actually seen in the documents.
Hey, Gary, have we seen a picture with George Soros yet?
Oh, my God. I don't want to see that. That's something that you can't unsee. Rolf, followed by Mo.
I think there's two dimensions to this. One is the political angle, which is Republicans versus Democrat, which I think is actually being overstated because let's not forget, Trump started as a Democrat. Trump has always been a family friend of
You should go Do Not Disturb, because now that you're getting a phone call, we can't hear you. I'm going to mute Rolf and leave him up on the stage and try to get back to him later. Go to Mo, followed by William. By the way, I got distracted by the previous caller's interjection of Israel into the discussion. I wonder how this reflects on the number of the Palestinian babies that were killed. I guess that's the next dots to connect somehow through all of this. There is another level of accountability that probably is soon to come. And William, I think, is an attorney. Merrill is in the legal profession. They can correct me if I'm wrong about this. But if, in fact, the Democratic members of the Oversight Committee go to court to claim that the Justice Department violated the law by not releasing the documents, and if in fact the judge directs the U.S. attorneys who are representing the government at that hearing to release those documents forthwith, and those documents are not released forthwith, then you're dealing with an officer of the court who defied a judge's direction. I don't know whether they are indemnified because it's not them, even though it's their department, but it's those who they are representing in court, or whether under these kind of circumstances,
since it's their department that they are representing when appearing before the judge, if they are not in compliance, does that put them in legal or at least jeopardy with the bar? Are their licenses potentially going to be suspended? And with that in mind, what's their demeanor going to be before the court, and what effect will they have on getting Pam Bondi if that scenario were to occur to comply? There may be some kind of a judgment day coming, and it might go as high as the Attorney General of the United States, whose own legal standing with the bar might be in jeopardy here. I don't know, but it's just, people are talking about accountability, myself included. I'm just wondering out loud about that. I could be way off base. I'm very curious about the answer to those questions. Mo, followed by William.
Hello, guys. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate the room, everyone in here. I just want to answer the question, first and foremost. Is the White House covering up the Epstein files? I think it's pretty in your face that they are. It wouldn't have taken months for Adelina Grijalda to be sworn in her seat. But, when it's a Republican, it can take a lunch, so I think they purposefully try to stall this as much as they can. And when it comes to some of the legal ramifications that we are talking about here, it's very real, right? Because the DOJ was ordered to release all of the files, but according to Todd Blanche today, we know that they're going to release them on a rolling basis. So either way, I think the Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, the entire Justice Department, really, they might be in some serious legal trouble. I'm not a legal expert. This is just the information that we all have, right? But I think the White House is covering this up. I think it's in your face. And honestly, I've had a little peruse through some of the files that have come out, some of the pictures. And honestly, I'm really shocked. I'm really shocked at how many key celebrities are in these files. We're talking Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, the former Duchess of York, right? This is insane stuff. But honestly, I think the only thing that the Democrats or even some Republicans whose stomach is turning at the possibility that, this could destroy the administration, right? I think impeachment is the only thing that is really gonna, I think impeachment is really going to be the only way that this gets through, if that makes sense.
As all these names become revealed, Mo, it makes me wonder, who the fuck was Jeffrey Epstein? He was a financier. We know that. But who amasses all of these A-listers as visitors to his home and properties for parties and such? Who is he that he was able to get Diana Ross to come and be a guest? And all these other people, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak. Who is he, or who was he, that he was able to do that?
I think, Marshall, did you want to go? Sorry about that, bro. Did you want to say something?
I had a question for you, and I am driving, and I pay attention to a car, and I forgot the question.
Pay attention, brother. Pay attention. You don't want to be crashing.
Anyway, Mo, what are your thoughts about that? How does he get all these people, in his Rolodex, basically?
Well, I've worked in finance before, don't work in it anymore. But honestly, he had, I'm going to side with the conspiracy theorists here a little bit, right? But he might have been some sort of asset, either for the U.S. or for Israel, because I don't know how someone goes from a school teacher to being a low-level assistant at Bear Stearns when that still existed, to being an options trader, then in 4 years being a limited partner, and then abruptly leaving, creating your own consultancy firm with whatever money you got from being a limited partner, which, at that point in time, I want to say it's in the ballpark of $150,000 to $200,000, right? So I don't know how he came to this money. I don't know how he even got into Bear Stearns as a public school teacher, right? There's a lot of questions about his rise to success and where he's got his money from, because when we're conducting a timeline, when we're looking at this bit by bit, there are massive gaping holes, and the only rational explanation for all of this stuff is that he had a backer of some sort, whether it was the government, U.S. government, the Israeli government, someone, right? Because we have information as relevant as 1980, right? That he had fake passports, Austrian passports under false names. He had multiple passports. He had residences in Saudi Arabia. He was conducting weapon sales between Iran, right, and Israel. In the 1980s, there's a man named Adan Khashoggi, right, no relation to Jamal Khashoggi, right, who verbatim has said, yes, he was one of the people I was working with to get weapons, right, in the Iran-Contra affair. So this is insane.
Yeah, but how does that translate into Diana Ross, for example? I just don't get it.
I think like when you got that type of money.
To tell you the truth, my background, and I'm no big luminary, puts me in closer proximity with Diana Ross than somebody that fits the profile that you just related for Jeffrey Epstein, because we're both from Detroit. I've met her. I've interviewed her. We've had reason for our paths to cross. We're not friends. She wouldn't know who I am or anything like that. But I was in the media in Detroit. My name was known. If I wanted to parlay that, if I were a celebrity collector, I probably could have made an attempt, and I don't know whether I would have been successful. It would have made sense. You could connect the dots. Gary's a reporter in Detroit. He covers Diana Ross, and they became friendly, and they socialized together. Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm only using her as an example because you mentioned her name. What does his alleged relationship to the CIA or MI6 or Mossad have to do with people like that? All these other folks whose names are already popping up as having appeared in all these photographs that were released an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago now. How does somebody fitting the profile that you just described, I mean, even if, as you are suggesting, some international or government agency or multiple government agencies cultivated him as an asset, how does he get all these people to just come to his house and to his island at the snap of a finger? Who is he to amass these individuals? It doesn't, on the surface, to those of us who are not making $200,000, much less than the millions that he made,
right.
It's hard for us to really, I think, fathom how that came to be.
Well, we have to look at it like this, right? Jeffrey Epstein, while there was this little gap in the timeline, right? We also have to consider that he, in 1987, right, created a financial consultancy firm. So I've worked with people who have worked for financial consultancy firms, and they travel a lot. They have to meet their clients. Some of their clients are very paranoid. They make a lot of money. They're not going to email you. They're not going to call you. They don't have face-to-face meetings, right? So when you're a financial consultant and, you're basically advising people who have money, where does that money come from? Who cares? Sports, entertainment, government contract, it doesn't matter, right? So being a financial advisor, right, being an asset manager, right, I think
maybe he was managing some of their assets or wooing them in order to acquire their assets.
I think that's where.
That's a logical response to my question. Thank you. Well, that's a good response. William, followed by Merrill.
Hey, Gary, hey, everybody else. First of all, this has the smell of like a Russian-style compromise operation. That being said, we don't know who put this together, why it was put together, how it was financed, and following the money is a good idea if that can be revealed. I don't know if you remember the parties of the 1980s, but they were wild, and they could take place in
detentions or on islands in the Caribbean or a lot of other places, and I have not seen any of the actual photographs that were newly released. And I've only seen these things that were previous released that were in the public record up till now, and that's pretty limited, and some of them look pretty incriminating, but I haven't seen anything newly released. You can have your name appear as being in these files and not necessarily be guilty of diddling some child.
Absolutely true. But as one of our previous callers suggested, Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking, and she had to be trafficking these kids to someone.
Absolutely, and some of them, and the evidence may show, and I haven't seen the evidence, but the evidence may show that some of them are guilty of crimes, or at least deserve to have further investigation for potential criminal activity that is still chargeable under the statutes of limitations, whatever jurisdictions you want to try to charge them. And I don't know. I don't know if you don't have
the various government investigative agencies, whether they're state or federal, have had ample opportunity, if in fact there are people who deserve to be charged, to take action, and they haven't.
That suggests that they're covering up for somebody. And the whole way that Epstein himself was prosecuted and then first given a sweetheart deal and then prosecuted federally on some other grounds and ends up dead in his prison cell. The whole thing stinks. So, there's...
So let me ask you this way. Let me ask you this way, if I may, and I hope this doesn't break your train of thought, but it's in line with what you just said. Let's just say, for the sake of discussion, and without pointing fingers at anyone, because you could just put all of their names up on a board and throw darts, and whichever one it lands in, it'll be that agency. So let's not speculate about what agency or agencies. Let's just say he was some kind of a government asset. And let's say that primarily he was a government asset for the United States of America. And that certain associations he had deserve protection under the question of national security, which in fact this law allows the redaction of any information that could affect national security, which gives rise to the implication anyway that the drafters of that legislation recognized that that was a possibility, that there were national security concerns involving Jeffrey Epstein. Do, in your mind, those potential national security concerns outweigh the responsibility of the government to prosecute somebody for sex trafficking and to prosecute those who participated in that sex trafficking?
Well, first of all, I would have to look at the evidence sort of, as on a piece-by-piece basis, to actually see what it shows and see what's going on. And I haven't had that opportunity. However, that's the type of thing that a judge had the opportunity to weigh. And the fact that people may have been pressured not to prosecute on some vague notions of national security, that is suspect. So the fact that it's been, who are they supposed to turn these documents over to? Congress? Or
the American people.
Well, directly, or is it going to
committee? Directly to the American people. It's online right now. You could go look at it right now. It's all there, at least all they released today, you could see it just as easily as any member of the Oversight Committee could see it. In fact, the members of the Oversight Committee, they have documents that were provided to them directly by the estate under congressional subpoena, but they're getting the first look at this just like you and I are getting the first look at it right now.
So if somebody is directed to release all documents, and some of them are not released on the basis of some law, some national security law or whatever, they need to produce a detailed sheet, line by line, stating, and I forget what it's called, but stating what's been withheld and the basis for withholding it, so that can be further reviewed. And I haven't looked at the documents, I haven't looked at the links to see what was released and what was not, and I haven't looked to see if any such withholding sheets for any basis have been proffered by the Department of Justice, who was directed to release these things.
Right, but it hasn't come before a court yet, so you're getting ahead of yourself.
But I mean, the document withholding what was directed to have been released should be made public. It doesn't have to release all the information, but that XYZ was held. It doesn't have to give it specified in tremendous detail.
Right.
So good enough detail to identify it, and then the basis for withholding it, the statute, the law, the reason, and there's a type of sheet, I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
That's where it's okay. I understand the process.
Also, as far as having people's bar licenses revoked, the bar licenses are state by state. Sometimes they're in federal jurisdiction, like Guam or DC or something like that. Generally in DC, you already have to have a state license from some other jurisdiction. So, yeah, the people who are disobeying direct court orders do put their law licenses in jeopardy for not obeying court orders. And that is something that's down the line. Rudy Giuliani got disbarred for not obeying court orders. So, there are different levels of consequences. They are not easy proceedings. It's very hard to pull somebody's law license. There has to be pretty good evidence, but, we'll see.
Scott, are you jumping in there, or your mic's open?
Accidental makeup.
That's okay. So, will you ask the same question I asked, but pose it a little differently as a hypothetical? Hypothetically, if the United States government was using Jeffrey Epstein, I am not accepting messages while moderating. Do people do this just in order to interrupt the discussion? I think so. Let's just say hypothetically, William, that the United States government, and I'm not alleging this, I'm just asking hypothetically. Let's say hypothetically the United States government was using Jeffrey Epstein as an asset to gain information and to exert influence on people by putting them in compromising positions, which may be the case here, not saying that it is. Do those national security concerns outweigh the desire or the need for us as a society to prosecute people who were purveyors of sex with underage girls?
It would depend on a case-by-case basis, but the safety mechanism would be those kinds of sheets which would specify.
No. I'm sorry, William. There's a yes or a no response to that question, and you may not be prepared to answer it, and nobody's saying that you have to answer it. But I think there's a yes or no answer to that question. I don't think it's case specific. Either it's acceptable in the way we run our government to put people in compromising positions in order to, under the hypothetical, to procure information or to influence them or their governments by blackmailing them with
I
underage
think I can answer your question. The answer is no. The answer is no, based on the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was already prosecuted and convicted with these types of documents, and it did not present a breach of national security.
because they never revealed what would have to be revealed if it comes out that such and such government official of such and such nation engaged in sex with a child, and then some consideration was given to the United States for our national security purposes shortly thereafter. That never came out, something like that, in the Maxwell case, but it might come out with in the case of the quote-unquote gentlemen who were purveyors of who she was sex trafficking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could come out in further proceedings, and if there were issues of national security, then there are procedures to have special judges rule upon that. But it wasn't a problem in prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell or in initiating the second set of charges.
But the point is that none of those men who defiled these children have been brought to justice. None of them.
Maybe they will be. Maybe they will be, and that doesn't present necessarily national security.
I think you're in Baltimore.
Am I in Baltimore? I'm in Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia, I'm sorry, that's closer. I invite you to get on the Amtrak and come and see me. I've got a bridge for you. I'm going to sell you that bridge at a discount. I'll give you the title to the book.
Bridge? I'll sell you a bridge. I'll sell you the Ben Franklin or the Walt Whitman. Take your.
Well, you should have told me. You should have told me that you were going to sell me the bridge that collapsed. But okay, thank you, William. Abby, followed by David.
Okay, so I'm actually going to help you. I'm actually going to. I had other stuff to say, but I'm gonna answer your question because we have a standard in our court system, which is a compelling state interest, and it's a very, very specific legal standard based on our Constitution that requires our government to show an extremely important, an essential, unbelievable national security or public health interest that would justify infringing on a fundamental right or pass any kind of right or potentially a criminal action that would have to go to what we say the highest level of judicial review and strict scrutiny.
But may I just interject by asking you this?
Yeah.
And that is, but it has to come before the court in the first place.
Yes, but I'm saying, answering your question, to answer your question, there is a mechanism within our government when there is a national security compelling state interest that will pass a test in our court system. I was going to go through the prongs of the test. It may not be necessary for me to go through all the prongs and tell you it and what the strict scrutiny is, but when it is of a national security level, we actually have had this happen in our nation. We've had rulings in our Supreme Court regarding it, and we have allowed rights and issues like you're raising to rights to definitely be infringed in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our nation.
Right, so I get that.
I'm answering you that way. That's my answer to it.
Right, I get that. I understand fully what you're saying. Here's the part that I don't understand. In the cases to which you refer, the case came before the court. There was an action by law enforcement that was presented to a prosecutor and ultimately somebody from the government. I don't know how the process works, and it doesn't really matter, comes before the court and says, Your Honor, we can't proceed with this, and this is why. Are you suggesting that has occurred and we just don't know about it? Or is it as I suggest, and I could be totally off base, none of these people, there was never ever an attempt to indict any of them.
There hasn't, not in this case. there's been no indictments. You just asked, could that possibly happen in America? And I'm saying, with respect to compelling state interests and national security, we actually have, going through our checks and balances, we actually have a mechanism for that. That's all I was saying.
Right, I got you.
None of these, so that's answering what Billy didn't say to you. With respect to your question on bar licenses, he is correct. You're licensed through your state, or you may have a federal license through DC, but most likely you've gone through a state bar licensure first. If the court is ordering you as an attorney to act and you don't act, you're in contempt of court, and you could, and it is a very, very involved procedure, but you could lose your license if you violate court orders as an attorney. If your client refuses to comply with court orders, you are the attorney. It's your client's actions. If it's your actual act or non-actions, it's different than your responsibility for your client's actions. So I wanted to make that part clear.
So in this case, would the client be Pam Bondi?
Well, it's interesting how you have to play this out, because the client is the government, is the United States. Correct.
Right, but it's not under this theoretical, and this is a very theoretical example.
Right.
But it is ultimately the Attorney General who makes the decision whether or not to comply, not, as you point out, the Assistant U.S. Attorney who appears before the Honorable Judge.
So the Attorney General at that point would probably, it's interesting because usually you might seek an opinion from the Attorney General as to whether you have to act. It may be she goes to the court to get some kind of, declaratory or some kind of relief, or not relief, but, a ruling from the court on whether she's compelled to act. It gets complicated, but the actual client is still going to be the people, the United States. So I really have to think that through ethically. It's a bit confusing, but if the court ruling is for her as an attorney to act in her role as an attorney, then that's where you would put your bar license, sure, maybe at risk. So now the last thing I wanted to comment on, why I came on stage, was your whole Diana Ross the comments. And how he got these people. He had Lex Wexner's money that he was investing. That's what kind of really parachuted, or just catapulted him into a lot of this. He was well known on Wall Street. There's a couple of people on the app that worked in Wall Street years ago that talk about him. But the Wexler's money was really the big boost for him. To have these parties, I come from a city, we have these parties all the time, and if we need celebs and fancy people and all kinds of high profile people, it's not that hard to gather them. There's actually agencies that will do that for you. But, if you want to have a big splash, and I tell you to look at the guy that does maybe the white parties, it's the guy from Fanatics, that all of a sudden now has parties with every celeb and every important person. People do that. The fact that he did it is interesting, but I don't think it's as unusual as you are stating it to be. I also think another thing that, I don't know if you considered this, is some of these names and some of these people, in doing business with him or going to his premises, someone like Bill Clinton would have, he still has a Secret Service patrol. He still has people that do a deep dive as to who he's interacting with and where he's going, even post-presidency. And the same may be true with other heads of state, that they just don't go to someone's house for dinner. There's some clearance as to where they're going and that the person checks out. So I wonder if that's being considered as to who some of these characters were that went there, and what due diligence was done by their own security details before they went to the island or whatever parties, etc.
Because people of that caliber they have their own quote-unquote Secret Service, their private.
100%. 100%. Like there are very wealthy people that will not go to someone's house for an event without a lot of background work being done. So the fact that you have a U.S. president or someone from the royal family or etc., there has to have been some due diligence on it. So I think it's interesting to come up with the conspiracy theories that he's a secret agent or a hired agent. But it's also not that unusual to host parties of major celebrities and such. Someone brought up Amnon Khashoggi's name, and it made me laugh. He was a huge player in Vegas. He was at tons of parties here. He actually, by the way, just for side note, used to stay at the old Sands in the Aqueduct building, and they built out a big suite just for him. Like some of these names, it's just not that rare. And that was my point.
It's just that we don't move in those circles.
But you don't have to. Just, no one has to move in those circles, but those circles exist, and there's agencies and companies that create those circles. And
Believe me, I'm happy I don't, because thank God I was never invited. I was never invited to any of the parties, Abby, so I'm glad I don't circulate in those circles.
It's go to a New Year's party at a casino one year and you'll see it. So, I mean, my point is, I just don't think it's that rare. But if you want to put all these things together, you can create a conspiracy. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just breaking down the things that you brought up on stage and saying how they could exist without that conspiracy existing. That was it.
Yeah, I can see that. Thank you, Abby. Thank you. David, followed by Abby.
Sorry. Just wanted to clear up a few things. Jamal Khashoggi was actually the nephew of Adnan Khashoggi, and their grandfather was the personal doctor.
So they are related.
They are related. A very deep ties to the Saudi royal family. So the fact that MBS lacked this guy was really lacking an ally, a family of a great ally to the Saudi kingdom. So anyway, there's that. That said, Epstein also derived multi-millions from a Ponzi scheme company called Tower Financial in the late 80s, where he was hired. It was considered the biggest Ponzi scheme before the Bernie Madoff scandal broke in the, I believe, the early 2000s. So he made up with a lot of money, Epstein did, as well as, according to Wexner, stole about upwards of $48 million from his personal fortune. So the guy was a schemer. He ran in the right circles. Wexner's money guy, a guy by the name of Levine, warned Wexner that he smelled a rat and not to do business with the guy, and ignored him. So the guy was very sophisticated at departing with people's money. It was an old saying, a fool in his money or soon parted. So that said, it's what he did with this wealth, and obviously the honey traps that he set up for these powerful men, and continued to procure the right relationships. He was able to leverage the names of David Rockefeller and others to create relationships and new introductions to other money sources. And keep in mind, Gary, a lot of these guys, they were probably married, had families. Epstein provided this clandestine way in which to enjoy the company of young ladies without hopefully being caught, not knowing that this gentleman was going to obtain photographs. And now we've seen many of the photographs which can be laid at the feet of many dignitaries, from Noam Chomsky, obviously Dershowitz and others, Woody Allen. Obviously, we saw what happened to Lawrence Summers. He was completely disgraced from the halls of Harvard. And now we're also seeing that the photographs in the connections to Ehud Barak are accurate. That Barak claimed that he thought he did his time. That the guy did his time. He pleaded guilty to underage prostitution. And clearly ignoring the deep rot of this man, and which he speaks the finance minister under not under Sharon, but under the new one, Netanyahu, that he would have had Epstein completely vetted, that this guy couldn't go to the bathroom without them knowing. So the reason I say that, Gary, is that at some point he must have just had a high level of immunity from the law, from being caught, from the list of people that he controls. And at some point, how do you get that guy? Well, when it finally came out, because as we talked about in the room, the Miami Herald was able to break the story and find out all the laws that were broken by then Republican administration, Department of Justice, U.S. attorneys, that the victims were supposed to be notified of the sweetheart deal that Epstein entered into, and they weren't notified. They didn't approve the terms of that sweetheart deal that gave him the house arrest and obviously created immunity to people like Ghislaine Maxwell, who's now seeking a commutation of her crimes and her involvement in this. So where does Trump fit in all this? Clearly, the optics are horrible. The Republican lawmakers that want to continue to carry his water over these images and what that says to the party man that they're covering for is why this is probably not being uncovered the way that it should be, and why Bondi, and I really appreciate Abby's comments, because I'm not a lawyer, I don't understand any of the potential ethics violations or bar explaining behavior, but I do know you cannot lie before the courts, you cannot lie before a sitting judge, and that's why with regard to the bogus claims that the 2020 election was fraudulently stolen was not championed in a court of law by the likes of Giuliani and the others for fear of disbarment. So there's that. So yeah, Gary, I think ultimately the victims deserve justice, the crimes that were committed. With regard to your national security question, I think that the House leaders would have been given a little knock at the door by the intelligence apparatus with regard to the law they passed and said, hey, by the way, guys, we are compromising very massive national security risks with us going forward with this witch hunt. And I know that in the past, there are examples of where justice was not served in our court of law because of these high-level classified documents or national security realities that have to be protected. We brought up the Iran-Contra scandal. There was a gentleman that had his case thrown out of court, a civil rights attorney by the name of Daniel Sheehan. You can Google Mr. Sheehan. He represented two investigative reporters in the late 80s who were covering the Iran-Contra scandal and the illegal wars that were being fought in Nicaragua. And two U.S. reporters were maimed by bombings that occurred at a high-level meeting down in Nicaragua. And Sheehan brought suit in the federal courts in Florida, going after Oliver North and the rest. And the judge threw it out. He did not have his day in court on behalf of these two investigative reporters. And the case was thrown out, and they countersued, and his civil rights, it was called a Christigus suit, was bankrupted. So it's very difficult to beat this apparatus in courts, Gary, without it really, I can go on and on about all these cases that have never seen the light of day because of that. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Alan, you get the last word, not just of the day, but for the week. And you just inadvertently muted yourself because your microphone was already open. There you go. There you go.
Okay, Gary, first of all, as I recall, Jeffrey Epstein theoretically committed suicide during the last Trump administration. Is my date right?
Your microphone's open, but we're not hearing you.
Okay, you're not hearing me now?
Now we are.
No, I was going to say, I hear him.
Okay, so Gary, I think that Jeffrey Epstein theoretically committed suicide
genocide near the end of the last Trump term, not during the Biden term. Am I right on that?
Yeah, because, yes.
So let me get to the conspiracy.
If I play one key, you gotta
Maybe
finish it.
Epstein was murdered. Having said that, Gary, I really appreciate David's last comment. I was taking a Ponzi scheme during the Bush II administration, and I never, ever, until David's last comment, imagined that my government was not taking my case. But I was never compensated for it. I was just patted on the head and said, "You poor thing," and it really treated in a way that was polite. It certainly did not resolve the problem that it created in my net worth. So I am becoming very skeptical of, a lot of these government issues, and I think that's a challenge. Gary, I want to end this week by challenging you to something. I have immense respect for what you do. You hold people accountable, but you and I the other day had an encounter about impeaching Trump, and your response was, if Republicans take it up, then it would become an issue. What if, Gary, one of your moderators and I were to write a Substack article about why Donald Trump should be impeached, why Republicans should favor the impeachment of Donald Trump? Would you be willing to put up a room and put up a Substack article on that?
Yeah, I think that's a potential topic, of course.
Thank you. I have much respect for you, and I think you will hear from us on this subject. Thank you.
I am shuddering in anticipation. Folks, we will not be here on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. Other than that, and the same will go for the next week on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. However, generally speaking, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So from 5 p.m. New York time on Monday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, have a great weekend, and peace out.
The FBI director were both.
Frondage yet, only her dewy tears may leave the violet.
The FBI director were overly
Offers to us a screenshot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 lines in which the only thing that is not redacted is Donald Trump is, the next line, the
everybody put your quarter zips on, man.
Let me go ahead and switch up.
Every female in here top zip, we just decent, nigga.
I don't date 10 niggas.
celebrated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. Question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien, not the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, where he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. One of these belly creatures, sliver on. Question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? Open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much. We fought forward to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, I really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. What happened? You denounce somebody else, the whole Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that's Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am, and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men. Okay? Wake up to Christians versus Christians, Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport. Okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They buried a lot of it, but it's there, and you can find it. I think all of us need to wake up to this, because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. Be back after a brief break. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we have to double down on supporting life.
So Cook County.
You still there? Oh, sorry. I didn't unmute my mic. Yeah, so Ben Shapiro got, I'm just going to pause it. She's going to do her ads here. We'll reset. I don't know if she's going to talk about Charlie at all. But yeah, Ben Shapiro See, this is why I don't do this. Like, all these comments, look at this. This guy is truthful, you're a liar, don't play coy, your insinuations are lies, you're begging for attention. Like, I'm literally just playing his fucking stream. Like, my God. You guys have better shit to do.
You're getting comments for just playing Kansas's stream?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't even know what these people are talking about half the time. It's like, man, people gotta, like, balance out their medications or whatever else they're going on here, whatever else they got going on. But yeah, so Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse you rode in on. What a scumbag. You gotta understand, like, he is essentially like the Stop Anti-Semitism, but for like social media influencers, I guess, for like podcasters. Like when Mark Levin comes up there and he's like, we decide like who gets to have a voice and who doesn't, right? We'll cancel whoever we want. We did it to this guy, we did it to that guy. Like, that's Ben Shapiro. Like, this is him. Like, this is what happens. Like, they hate how intolerant, like, you're so anti-Semitic, you're talking about this shit. Well, yeah, if you go along with it, you end up like Ben Shapiro. Nobody wants that. Everybody hates the guy. What a little scumbag. Like, he's still watching Candace's streams. He's suing her over a conversation she had with Bill Turney. And then he himself is asked about, it's funny, right, because that's the clip that we've been seeing go around. He himself is asked about USS Liberty, and his only answer is, why are you asking that? What are you insinuating? What are you trying to say about USS? Where are you going with this? Oh, that doesn't define our relationship. Really, it's really unbelievable how they try to like abscond from it. If you were a true American, it's not really that difficult, right? You condemn the attack, you say it should have never happened, blah blah blah. Instead, they try to make it seem like, oh, you're just a bad person for like the only reason you're asking this is because you're anti-Semitic or like or some bullshit. It has nothing to do with that. It's the government of Israel deciding to bomb an American ship over and over and over again. And, it doesn't matter how many years go by. The guys got bomb threats at their event this past They said they preloaded the Australia situation. Investigate this, and we find that Iran had something to do with the shooting in Australia. We're going to go to war with Iran, or we're going to bomb Iran, or whatever else they said, right? Essentially, they're going to re-engage that war. I think that's why we're sending FBI over there, right? I mean, what else are we supposed to do? It's crazy. I mean, look at the FBI we got. You trust them? I don't. I think we're almost done with ads here.
Just a heads up, apparently Vivek is speaking or either right now or in a little bit, which should be interesting.
Yeah, we'll go to his Q&A. I mean, the guy's such a snake. I'll open it up. We'll see where he's at. I think Candace is back on.
He's just obsessed with defending the honor of his widow. No, he's fearful. He's fearful of something about Erica Kirk. He just keeps calling out Erica Kirk on stage, demanding allegiance to Erica Kirk. Who are you? Actually, who are you? Why are you in this conversation? Why were you so quick to say that you would pick up his bloody mic and carry on? And didn't you just fire half of your force that was involved in Daily Wire Kids, only to then drop $1 million on Charlie's show? Again, weaseling your way into the chair. You weren't invited to go on there, but Matt Walsh was. That's what you do. You wheel and deal behind the scenes to make people think that you're liked. It's embarrassing, really, Ben. It's truly, honestly embarrassing. Why are you not embarrassed to be alive? I don't understand it. Anyways, so his general demeanor is starting to make me think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say. I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University, and that you can attend classes there and achieve your degree at Liberty University. Still working to verify that. Mark Amadei, we're going to get to that congressman in a second. Amadei has come out and really kind of not answered where he was on the morning of the 9th. And as I said, I don't know if we can rely entirely on the memory of one person who believes that he saw these individuals. But what I can say is that we verified 1,000% that he was where he said there was a meeting, where he says that there was a meeting. We verified that Captain Neff was there, the one that he says was nice, but he got questioned for a very long time and they wanted to hold him for 24 hours. So everything else that people are trying to dig up about Mitch, you can just ignore. If that is a distraction, right? The only way that you can help debunk anything that he has said is say, oh, actually, I was the person that was there. It wasn't this congressman, it was me. Or I was staying at the Candlewood Inn and Suites and I saw this couple or, these two individuals in the hotel as well, and it was actually somebody else. It was my cousin. We are looking only for somebody to debunk those two aspects, okay? Because he was where he says he was, and everything else we have verified. Nor even noise and stay focused on that note, because we did know that he was going to get attacked by a lot of trolls, and I did tell you we put together a Give, Send, Go. You can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace Putt. Regarding this, it is all real. It is all verified. Take my word on it. You don't have to send a bunch of emails and say, well, maybe this sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all, okay? Now, regarding Fort Huachuca and what it is, who he believes that he saw, we told you obviously that he thought that he saw the congressman from Vegas, Mark Amadei. And I will say, regarding the call sign in Vegas, we keep telling you that call sign at various times says Sam 702 or RCH 702. Well, that's big. 702 is Vegas. Talking just about area codes. Obviously, 702 is Vegas, so that could just be obviously a coincidence, but it becomes compelling. Well, Mark Amadei apparently received a ton of phone calls from his constituents who wanted to know where he was. Like, where were you actually on the morning of the 9th? I want to remind you guys, the meeting was concluding at 7:30. We verified his call logs, we verified everything. The meeting was concluding around 7:30 a.m. in the morning on the 9th on Fort Huachuca, at Fort Huachuca. So it is entirely possible, and as flight routes show for planes that maybe perhaps weren't in attendance at this meeting, you can get back to DC. You just can, obviously, in that time frame. Well, Mark Amadei tweeted this. He tweeted, for those of you information consumers who are stuck in practices of the old days, who prefer facts to dreams and falsehoods, take comfort knowing that in public service there is this thing called the public record. The public record on September 8th indicates that I was returning to Washington, D.C. from my district and voting on the floor of the House of Representatives, and on September 9th, in a 12-hour markup in the House Appropriations Committee, of which I am a member, as well as voting on the House floor. Should you prefer video to the words of a member of the federal legislature, please feel free to view the House Appropriations Committee's recording of said event on that date. To quote Ronald Reagan, facts are stubborn things. Merry Christmas. So it's like, whoa, serving up. I was for 12 hours locked into this meeting, and so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly the interneted and realized that actually he missed two of the roll calls that happened in the morning, and that he was present in the evening or late afternoon. We are still working to verify that. I replied to that feed, but I can tell you what this person posted and showed. Diligent Dennison on X wrote, exposed, Rep. Mark Amadei tries and fails to give a solid alibi for the alleged September 9th meeting with Charlie Kirk's security, Brian Harpole. The rep claims to have been traveling to D.C. from his district on September 8th, then in a committee meeting for 12 hours all day 9th. However, he was not present for roll call until the third meeting in mid-afternoon on the 9th in D.C. This means he could have spent the night in Arizona on September 8th, attended the morning meeting on the 9th, and caught a military flight 3 or 4 hours away from the base to to make it in time for the third roll call at ABC. I can't believe he tried to act like we were there all day. Cooked in there. And they were able to demonstrate, according to record, that he did miss 2 of the roll calls. Now, for that reason, and follow up, and our goal here is if he has an alibi and he's there on the board for 12 hours, we would be obviously happy to say that. Like I said, we can confirm every aspect of Mitch's story, but we can't confirm his memory, whether or not he was doing the facial recognition, as we find his own challenge for a few reasons. One is that I was actually given the travel logs for Brian Harpole, and it is entirely possible that Brian Harpole could have made it for that meeting. I can tell you that definitively. Brian Harpole could have made it to that base for that early morning meeting. There was no question. And obviously, in the interest of making sure that I'm not misrepresenting him, I have now reached out to Brian Harpole twice. I have his number because he was Charlie's security, and I went on tour with Charlie for years. Messaged him, and nobody received it, according to iMessage. I messaged him again. I messaged him, just so we're clear, before we went live yesterday, and I messaged him again since, and I asked him, hey, look, we're only in the interest in telling the truth. If you were somewhere that morning, let us know, and we'll clarify that. You would think that he would jump at opportunity, because why would you want to have people even thinking or surmising that you could have had this meeting when you can easily debunk it? We got crickets from him again. It could turn out that it was a Brian Harpole lookalike. It is totally plausible that he just mistook someone's identity, and I am totally open to that and just looking for more information. There was one person who we are vetting who believes that they have evidence that the people that Mitch saw were in fact on that base on that date. We will keep you guys obviously posted on that. Now, something else interesting happened. I have been sending, just so you know, when I send Mitch stuff that's happening and I'm trying to guess who was there or who wasn't there, I don't give him the context when I send him pictures. So when he first described the congressman, described the person's height and their glasses, this or that, I sent a few congressmen. He was like, no. And then we landed upon the Las Vegas congressman. We did not give him the name. I didn't know his name, to be honest with you. And he went, that's the guy. So it was interesting. And of course, this was before we discovered the planes and the route to Las Vegas. So that was compelling. Yesterday, and genuinely because I was sitting down having a discussion at dinner with Johnny Yep, who runs Catholic for Catholics, and we were sort of discussing everything. I get this text message from Skylar being like, Ben Shapiro's like on stage, she's just like calling you out again. I said to myself, what is his investment in this? Why do I feel like he's somewhere along the way implicated in something? Let me clarify, I'm not saying he murdered Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't matter if I said that either way. His whole style is to try to sue people out of the free markets because he can't win the free markets. But yeah, I'm going, what is this? Why do I feel like there's a hook here? And at that time, someone had mentioned to me, hey, did you see what's going viral right now on X? Which is that Erica Kirk lied about having not dated anybody before Charlie Kirk. And actually, I knew that she had dated somebody before Charlie Kirk, and I had never known that she had made that claim, and people were starting to make all of these videos about it, and wondering if she had misremembered or whether or not she was telling an intentional lie about her past. Now, what I can say is that there does seem to be disparity between her version of events and other people's version of events. Definitively at that meeting, obviously, I've already intimated that to you, like Andrew Colvett has a memory, Erica Kirk has a memory, and then the surgeon has a memory, right? I should also mention that the surgeon said, and again, this is through a third-party person, so it's not a direct line between me and the surgeon, that he absolutely did not violate HIPAA when he suggested, hey, maybe it's a frangible bullet, but rather that it was a three-way call with him and Andrew and Erica. I don't know if he's telling the truth, or if Erica's telling the truth, and Andrew Colvett was flying blind. But, there's a disparity. And as I was looking at this, I sort of went, oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that Charlie told me about Cabot Phillips dating a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Sammy, the other girl that he had a crush on. And I was like, was it Erica? That's so funny. I'm trying to remember this. And then I saw a picture in somebody's TikTok of Cabot Phillips. I hadn't seen him in a very long time. He works for the Daily Wire, and he had a beard. And that was the thing, but he kept saying to me, as this guy had a beard, he was around 37. Anyways, I sent him the picture of Cabot Phillips, and he says, yes, that's the person I remember being at the base. Now I'm like, that would be totally crazy. Maybe, again, this could be a lookalike. And so I messaged Cabot Phillips and did not get a response. I messaged Cabot Phillips twice today, actually, and asked him if he wanted to have an off-record conversation, because we can't just, like, take that to the bank. Like I said, I am terrible with bases. So if I saw Cabot Phillips, and I had to just from memory, there's like 30,000 other people I would say it was definitely him too. And I can't trust Mitch's vision on this, but it at least is compelling. And I was like, let me do some basic fact checks here. What do I even know about this guy, Cabot Phillips? And I know that he does the Morning Wire up at Daily Wire, and I checked, and he's missing from the Morning Wire. He doesn't do it daily, but he does it enough times that I noticed that he is missing from September 4th to September 10th on that show. And so I am looking to see, to just debunk or like remove him from the picture, that, and maybe to get a clearer understanding that maybe, you know, Mitch thinks he remembers things. I mean, he's super detail oriented, like telling me what kind of watch the person was wearing, because he was like, I was going to go up to him and I was going to say something, but I'm going, I don't know anything about actually Cabot Phillips. It was very difficult to find any information outside of his father, who I found a lot of information about, actually. He's a pretty big guy, you know, taking a lot of money from the Adelsons, and definitely a neocon, I'll tell you that for free. So I thought, could this be the reason that, you know, in my back of my mind, could this be the reason that Ben's having some sort of a weird spiral? Does he know something? Or is this just a case, and it could be, just be very clear, it could be a full case of Mitch misremembering, but I didn't give him the context. I didn't say this is Erica's ex-boyfriend from 2017. And I just found that to be interesting. And yeah, so I don't know what the reason would be to say that you didn't date someone. You did. And I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand that at all. And the internet did pull this up, which I think we can show that. Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. There's a lot of social media activity between her and his family. I was also really compelled by how close she is with her cousin, this Nicole Rothstein, who defends her in the comments currently, by the way, and says, you know, Erica, people were asking why it seems like now there's this bend towards Israel, and Nicole Rothstein was like, I'm her cousin, she's half Jewish. I did not genuinely, I did know that she was part Jewish. I don't know about any of this at all, but it is interesting that they had a relationship, and I don't know why that's being wiped from the memory. There's nothing wrong with having a relationship before you find love of your life at all. And so I'm hopeful that we can get some answers, and that's why I asked them publicly. When I can't get answers privately, I ask them publicly. Do you want to know why? Because I have a right to ask questions. And like I said, I don't like the way Ben is signaling that he doesn't want people looking into Erica, okay? And when people start looking in, they then find that a Daily Wire employee dated her. So that seems interesting, to say the very least. We should figure out, you know, what's actually going on. Like, what is actually going on? He even says the Mossad. I never once said the Mossad killed Charlie Kirk, so was that by accident? Definitely starting to think in a major way that Israel's got something to do with killing Charlie Kirk. And the Egyptian planes, which we are putting the final touches on, because I don't want there to be even one typo or mistake on this, that we're going to put up on our website. It leads you to Israel. It just does, okay? There's no question. That's why they were panicking about the Egyptian planes. Fort Huachuca is involved in lawsuits and sworn affidavits regarding 9/11. People who asserted that the prepping for that took place. The vibes are vibing here.
And they placed it in a school and then they shaped it.
And that's why we open you guys to this investigation, to send us tips. And I would like to focus you on what we would like to learn. If you have concrete evidence of what occurred at Fort Huachuca on the early morning of the night we want to hear from you. We do not want an email about what Mitch did in 1993 and why you don't think he's a good person because he had to divorce his wife. We just don't need that. We do not want an email saying, I'm in the military and it would be unusual for them to allow him to book those. We've already confirmed all of it. He has a literal video of him. It's 18 minutes long. That's the video. Where he's going. You can see the background where he is. I don't want you to waste your time on that. We've verified everything we take a break and I will answer some of your questions. All right, you guys, you should know that as a consumer, you actually carry the success or the failure of a business in the palm of your hands.
All right, guys. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna do some questions here. I might play a little bit of the debate here. I'll see if anybody else is streaming. I can leave this up, but I will have to go take care of a couple of things. Maybe there's another space cooking here. We'll close this out though in a little bit. So the Epstein files did drop. I think they're pretty much just all entirely redacted. There's a new picture that came up. I don't know if this was part of the drop or not, but it's a picture of Jeffrey Epstein eating cake with a U.S. Army picture, or like a U.S. Army sweater, I guess it is. And there's a bookshelf behind him where you will spot, and one of them is missing. So it says on the bookshelf behind him is the Talmud. Alright, I'll put this up in the nest for a second. Let me put that up there for you guys. So I don't know if you guys have seen this picture yet. I just saw it. Just leave it on the nest here. It's on my profile. It should be the first post. So it says on the bookshelf behind him is the Talmud. There are 37 books in the Talmud, and one of the books is missing from the shelf, which can easily be seen by the slight space between editions on the left side. So, yeah. I don't know if that is interesting. I do see that there is something missing there. Maybe it's somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know. Well, there's Jeffrey Epstein with, I guess that's a sound system behind him. Like, what is that exactly? If you guys look at, indulge me in that picture, right? He is eating cake. Allegedly, that is the entire series of Talmud. I don't really know which one. I'm assuming it's the ones directly behind him. But there's also two more of them up on the shelf on the right side, and I don't know if that's a picture of Ghislaine or a picture of his Belarusian girlfriend. I'm not really sure. That one, I know one of those is a picture of his mom, the one that's directly above his head. That's an old picture of his mom.
You don't think this is Ortega?
Stephen King up there. Anyway, somebody called that out. But if you look, like, over his legs, like directly behind him, you're going to see a bunch of electronic equipment. And it says Pioneer on it. I mean, I don't know what exactly that is. I mean, it could be a sound system. It could be a recording system. It could be like a DVR type, NAS type system. It could be for making tapes or recording stuff. I don't know. If you guys have any idea what all that gear is for, it doesn't seem to be a VCR player. I don't know what that is. Maybe it is some kind of like video thing. You know, we love videos, especially videos from so that's up there. I don't know if anybody knows. This is almost done here. Just gonna take a few questions. I haven't checked. Mitch, why do you think that is? It's a little bit southeast of Phoenix, Arizona. It's almost on the border with Mexico. It's not far from Dallas. That's probably the closest city to I don't really know what year that would be recognizable. Let's see if there's any cities. Huachuca City, a little bit west of Tombstone, Arizona. I mean, it's not right on the border, but it's pretty close. Probably one of the last bigger cities. Yeah, I got southeast of Tucson. Seems to be an important place. So they're telling us that potentially there with the 9/11 attacks were something. I don't really know what that has to do with anything. I can't confirm confirm or deny that, just kind of repeating what she said. This Mitch guy, much closer to Tucson than Phoenix, obviously. I don't know. You know, they did point out that the representative from Las Vegas tried to convince the internet, or tried to convince us that he had been in D.C. the entire time when he missed the first 2 roll calls. Now, this is not so unusual. I'll be honest, like, he could have still been in town and not been at the roll call. They do this all the time. Like, it's seriously amazing. Like, I have representatives that are there will, like, take a leave and, like, not come back for a while, and then they'll come back. It's like, you know, there's obviously all this process and stuff with it, but yeah, that whole thing is an absolute mess. I honestly don't really understand what job any of those people do. All right.
Want people to be removed from the market because they can't compete. If the rules are fair, they would be nowhere. That's the Barry Weisses and absolutely nowhere. I mean, imagine having your dad babysitting you and writing you comments on the internet and you're like 45 years old. Like, what even are we talking about? Okay, top comment from last episode. Stephanie writes, why would this man willingly bring hell on himself if he was not telling the truth? I know, and there's so much more about the story, like when you start reading what they put him through, it's unbelievable. And again, I think that's why so many veterans who have honestly been through these scenarios with the military just wrote so many beautiful emails. I wish I could share them all with him. Many people, by the way, who completely verified what he said about Fort Huachuca. One person who even said, oh, that year I was actually JTF, and he's absolutely telling the truth because of the horses. That part he talks about, like, the horseback riders, and they told me who the general was and insisted that they all learned to ride horses. So he is very much being supported, and we can do this stuff without support from the mainstream media. Let them keep calling us crazy. I'm okay with that. We would only be crazy if we believed anything that they were saying at this point. Unaffected COVID writes, go Max, Candace, go Max. Thank you for that donation. Chance Callaghan writes, as a gay Tennessean and OG Candace stan, I have always appreciated your authenticity and intellectual honesty. I used to have to defend my support of you, but that is no longer. The people are waking up and recognizing who and what is fake and gay. Stay safe and thank you. Yeah, even the way when he tries to, like, diss me on stage and he's like, retarded. The way he says retarded is like, he's so effortlessly uncool. That's what I want to say about Ben. He's just like effortlessly uncool. So cringe. 8 Birds writes, all I want for Christmas is justice for Charlie. Here's a Christmas present for you, Candace. Thank you. I am so grateful for you, and I pray for you constantly. Keep it up. God is using you in a big way. Thank you. And I feel that way. I feel like all of this is us just breaking the shackles. Like, there have just been mental shackles that have been put on us, telling us we have to stay in line, that we have to accept this, that we have to believe in this arbitrary authority. And everyone around the world is waking up to it. Like, we are just waking up to how absolutely duped we have become as a society, believing that this system is fair when it's so clearly rigged in our faces. And yeah, I just hope that people feel inspired to similarly go Max and stand up against it. And I don't even care about these lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's gonna get me a legal letter so fast. I don't care, man. This is your whole, the Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges, blah, blah, blah. We'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like, you heard him on stage, like, I was, like, literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like, let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So, anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. AU Basri writes, damn, let her cook. Nam writes, I might not be rich, but this is for the joy you gave me for calling out Mini Benny out for his Napoleon complex. I haven't had a laugh that good in a while. Thank you, go Max, stay Max. Guys, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg in terms of what that man has put me through because I survived. Like literally, it's like that. That's why I say it's a slave owner mentality. It's very obvious that that's what it is. Why are you hosting 300 people to fire someone? What is that? Here's what you did wrong. Here's what you did wrong. And I'm just like the one. Thinks I should put on a dress? Yes, yes, yes.
a trans woman. I'm involved in it.
Answering you that way, that's my answer to it.
Right, but I get that.
You think you just sit here in a clown house and fucking twiddle your thumbs and money doesn't move around?
I thought that's enough, these days.
Yeah. I mean, you still shop at the grocery store with coupons. Anyways, I forget my audience.
I don't need to pay. I just have the coupons.
Islam, yeah.
You just be quiet. A bit of word, a bit of madness, and those.
Thinks I should run a dress? Yes, yes. What's a soulmate?
It's it's like a best friend, but more. It's the one person in the world who knows you better than anyone else. It's someone who makes you a better person. Actually, they make you a better person than you make yourself. Because they inspire you. Soulmate is someone who you meet.
What's a soulmate?
It's it's like a best friend, but more. It's the one person in the world who knows you better than anyone else.
What's a soulmate?
Yet. Only her dewy tears may lave the violet. The mighty answer of the shaken sky to his supreme behest. Poor lyrics that hold in high night's funeral.
Contestants participated in ending
exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
I think it's important that every
So I hope you're on the left side.
Of the equation. They are so hollow and so they defrauded the people of this country for so much and for so long. They mean absolutely nothing, and we really need to pull away from this business of what party we are. Hey, let's go to Michael's party. Let's go to his party. Anyway, just ruminating here, listening to you, and to Candace's amazing. I don't listen to her, but I have to admit I was quite impressed with this one. I don't listen because as soon as the Macron story came up, and I'm with friends, I'm not French. I thought this was okay. She's off the band. I can't take this, but I really enjoyed her commentary tonight. It was very spot on, very good, and boy, she's so articulate. And yeah, just one. Is what's his name? Tucker Carlson. I listened to the guy, and suddenly here he is, almost heroic. And this is wonderful. That's it. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you for listening, and I'll get back to you. I think we're moving on.
I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I mean, these people want so much because they believe in God. This is what I say. Like rhetoric and being nasty, like you better not miss. Because if you do, like you polarize people, you force them to like objectively evaluate what's going on, and you might not like the decision that they come to, right? It's like you're putting them on trial in the court of public opinion. And the problem is, if like you're not the decisive victor there, you are going to just do the opponent, whoever you're trying to take down, a favor. The complete opposite will in fact happen, and this is what they're seeing, and they're not understanding it. They're like, "But what do you mean? We were supposed to destroy your life. We were supposed to rid you."
Isn't that a famous song, Firestarter?
You have 300,000 people on your live stream. Ben struggles to like get 1,000 people watching his streams. He's got almost 8 million followers. The guy's a loser. And you gotta, this is the question. It's like, well, how do they stay relevant if they really have no fan base? They're talking a bunch of nonsense. I mean, who in America wants to hear that Israel was fully justified in their strafing and near annihilation of the USS Liberty? I mean, yeah, after 60 years, I feel like you could come to a better conclusion there, especially if you want to feign being American. I see Destiny. What's up, Destiny? Are you excited for this? What's going on? What you tell us? Is everything redacted in this entire trove?
No, it's not. Not everything's redacted. I'm certain. I mean, I've come across a couple redactions already, but nothing major yet. But I mean, I've only gone through like maybe 40 different files, so it's not like I've gone through thousands yet. It's going to take a couple days.
All right, we'll check back in an hour or two. She's quick, guys. She's quick. If there's something in there, Destiny will find it. I have full faith.
Oh, that's for sure. I will.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I thought it wasn't going to happen at all. So the fact that we got anything feels like.
No, it had to happen. It was guaranteed going to happen because, I mean, not just because it's the law, I've signed it, but this administration right now cannot, like, literally, it's a matter of a straw breaking the camel's back right now for people fucking just straight up revolting and shit because the Venezuela thing has got people on their breaking point. The entire handling it, like, people are not handling it anymore. Like, they had to do something. And if they wouldn't have released any, I think they'd have a huge fucking problem on their hands.
You got Pam Bondi out there lighting menorahs. I didn't play your clip, but we talked about it when you said that they all look like they're going to a funeral. Right? You made that, I think, yesterday, that clip.
Yeah, no, it's like gone crazy viral. I'm very shocked at how many people like shared my sentiments and that everyone has this dooming, glooming kind of feeling coming. And it's been building, and it does feel like we're all about to go to a funeral of some sort.
I'll share it because you look so hot. You look really hot in that video.
I look stoned as shit.
That's why you look so hot because you're like, I don't give a fuck.
I look glassy-eyed as shit, and I was like, oh fuck. I tried to cut out all the coffee.
Got cheap vet over here.
Hey, that's what keeps me fucking sane. How else do you go through 12,000 fucking Epstein files in 3 weeks without losing your mind?
I don't know, probably like an ounce and a half of some kind of exotic purple weed. Probably would do it. I don't know.
I've had some great exotic purple weed, but no, this is just some regular green cushion. But there's something to be said. You know, people want to hate on weed all they want. They never think about the people like myself, who if it wasn't for weed, I'd go around killing hookers with spoons on the fucking freeway. So you know, it's probably a good thing I'm medicated.
Oh my god. Reduce the hooker population. I don't know, maybe that's what the world needs. Who knows? Hopefully you don't run dry now that they've changed the laws. I don't even know.
That's the only thing we've gotten right for a long time.
I'm getting a contact buzz just hanging out with you guys. Just hanging out with you.
Oh, you're funny, Shirley, you're funny. No, I just, Anna girl, I just want to say hi, and I'm going to drop because where I went to school as a kid, Oklahoma is about to play Alabama, and I am like, I'm chomping at the bit here, so I'm going to be screaming at the TV. I love you guys.
I can tell you're really excited.
I am, brother. I am. I'm to the max. Sooner. Let's go.
All right, Game of Thrones, let's go. I'm glad you're hyped on it. But yeah, we were putting together some stuff. All right, so today they were talking about the MIC. All right, so when she was talking, Candace was talking about Fort Huachuca. She was talking about this like MIs, so military intelligence. What the hell was it? Courses, military intelligence courses. And we played the clip of Hunter Kozak, who was that last guy to ask. He was the guy who was asking a question or like having that debate, the final debate with Charlie
No,
Kirk.
Hunter Kozak does not sound like a real fucking name. Okay? I'm sorry.
It does sound like some fake shit. I totally agree.
It sounds like the usual suspects or whatever. Reservoir Dogs and shit.
The name like if you were to name somebody like Sandra LeVay, and it's like, no, that's not real. Like, shut up. This teacher in college, I swear to God, I'm certain she was in witness protection because she
for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Doody doody dum dum doody dum 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 dum. Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Quiet sea. Quiet sea. Inhale the world. Exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day. Let it go. Your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Inhale the world, exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day.
Abra! How's Abra? Soft and slow.
The idea at the end of the 19th century was that empires fell. British Empire, French Empire, Ottoman Empire, and the world was divided up instead of into empires, into nation states. Among those are all of the Arab states with all of the oil and all of the African nations and South America and even the European map. All of these were mapped, and included in that was a homeland for indigenous people. In the case of Israel, the Jews, the indigenous people of Israel. And Arabs also, who were indigenous, they threw off the yoke of empire. They threw off the yoke of the Ottoman Empire, and also the British Empire for that matter, which helped them against the Ottoman Empire, and they declared independence the same way Israel did.
So most of the countries in the United Nations were created in the 20th century. Israel's just one. You also got,
The British Empire.
Pakistan.
The British Empire helped you create it, right?
What do you mean the British Empire helped us create it? What does that mean?
They helped you create the country and everything you know about it.
Well, you just repeated yourself.
Can I repeat? Can I just?
I just
made a statement that wasn't incorrect.
The Balfour Declaration. The Balfour
Yes, the Balfour Declaration is a recognition of Jewish indigeneity, just like every other country has its own indigeneity.
It wasn't
like French people, like Germans. Yeah, it's actually in there.
agreement to settle Jews in the land, and
it's a recognition of Jewish indigeneity.
To settle them in the land.
It's a recognition of Jewish indigeneity.
It never said that in the.
Yeah, actually it does say that, and so does the League of Nations. All of this, again, I'm just going to repeat to you, the map of the current world was drawn in the 20th century.
We need Nick Fuentes, man. We need Nick Fuentes to save us from you guys.
For what?
We need Nick Fuentes to
You don't know what you're talking
save
about?
us from you.
Okay. So you don't know what you're talking about, correct?
Like, why are you, you guys are 0.2% of the population. How are you guys allowed to have all these banks and positions?
There's no allowed.
So for example,
we have a tiny country.
For example,
hang on. I'm going to send you down in a second because you're not listening to the answers to your question. I don't know what banks you think we have. I don't think we have banks.
The banks are owned by shareholders.
But we do have a tiny country. I don't think you probably don't even know what a bank is, or a Jew, or a Zionist, or what Israel is.
Or a shareholder.
Right.
Hey, Sheikh, welcome to the house.
But if you need the...
baby. Hey, bro, can you join the house, please?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Whenever they're done.
Yeah, but if you need Nick Fuentes, feel free to go consult Nick Fuentes, who doesn't seem to know much about what he's talking about either, except he hates women, Jews, black people, and I don't know, gay people, who knows, he hates everybody. So he's Mr. Hate 2025.
Always goes here to record the room.
Yeah, well, speaking of recordings,
Yeah.
maybe have you converted to Christianity?
Who said?
Well, I heard something with my own ears today.
Yeah.
I heard you say, and I quote, "Love thy neighbor." I just want to welcome you to the church.
I just didn't pay any attention to that. I was very concerned that even now, after 17 intelligence agencies in our government, that over the whole time, no more debates.
Guy works for the Clark Judaism, comes up to two schools of thought, they elevate. And he comes up to my first and he says, I'll convert you, teach me how to Torah study.
Now, our country's been around for 220 years. And,
same question.
we are a country.
He stands on one foot and he says, do
Love your neighbor as thyself, or the rest
yeah, I would say, treat your neighbor as you want to be treated, the rest is commentary. Yeah. So that thought of loving thy neighbor like thyself was Jesus' interpretation of that very same line from the Torah.
So thanks for coming. Do anything smart, Dad?
Well, I heard BB say, "Love thy neighbor."
Yeah, that's what we believe in.
Which,
so that would be very Torah.
It's very Christian of you.
It's actually predates Christianity.
I want to welcome you to Christianity.
Well, it's not entering Christianity, but I'm grateful that you guys picked up something from us.
I'll make just a little prayer, thanking God tonight.
Do you have anything you want to add to the room, or you just better than all the other faggots?
I just wanted, I was compelled, I was almost brought to tears, goosebumps.
So to respect one's neighbor, that compelled you to come in here and make yourself look good?
No, you said love thy neighbor, and I was
love thy neighbor.
That's a Jewish thought. That's a Jewish concept.
It's actually it's a Jewish thought.
Did BB convert?
No, he didn't.
No, you don't have to. It's a Jewish thought.
Maybe he means he converted to Judaism. Did you convert to Judaism, Fadi?
I mean,
did you revert to
Yeah, you revert to Judaism.
Look, I know that I'm much more Semitic than all of you combined.
No, you're not.
Well, there's
Well,
that's a language Semitism.
That's a
I have more
language group.
Semitism in my toenail
There's no
than you do.
It's a language group.
Than you do in your. If we just aggregated your entire family over the last
I think your country
300 years.
Fucking sick. This
I shed more
Listen,
whatever,
listen, idiot.
whatever you have,
Baby,
No, idiot.
welcome to Christianity.
Idiot.
I
didn't know that you sipped that hard for a mirror.
Come on, baby, come on, man.
Come on. You really stock
Shake.
I'm literally your neighbor on this app right now.
We are running a special this week. We're running a conversion special.
You need to love me.
We're running a conversion
You need to
special.
love me.
It's a one-year program. Introductory price.
Do you love
Yeah.
me, baby?
No, we're running a conversion special. Shake, do you want to participate in it?
Do you love me, baby? I'm your neighbor. I'm literally beside you on the little square on the app. I'm right here. I'm literally your neighbor.
Shit, what do you?
Look to the left, baby. I'm your neighbor.
No, I'm not trying to top left.
I would be.
No, I am next to him.
Hey, stop with the supremacy.
No supremacy. I'm just refreshing my screen. I'm refreshing my screen, dude. You're in the lower right or middle right.
Here we go. Everyone's always to the lower right of you guys. Okay.
No, I'm
Always to the lower.
Look,
Listen, Frank. I just want to know how butthurt is it here that he had to send you in here and then an anonymous that's probably Ghost recording our rooms to play it. Okay, tell him to get used to. If he wants $1,000, I'll stop hosting rooms in his house. But I'm gonna keep hosting them every single fucking day. Cause you bullies, you losers, you don't frighten me. You don't scare any Jews on this app. And it's good that you bullies get bullied.
Your voice cracked when you said
It's
that.
good that you bullies get bullied.
Did you notice your voice cracked? Did you notice your voice cracked? Like, you know,
No, my voice is cracked.
I'm your neighbor.
It's very entertaining.
why don't you call him BB? Why did you call him BB instead of BB?
Listen, I don't live beside you in a Etobicoke shape.
How'd you know I live in Etobicoke?
Because I know everything about you, broke ass. Fucking bum.
Wait, what did he
Tried
say?
to lie and say the Unionville. Fucking, what a joker.
Good evening.
Clown.
I dare you to come visit me.
Don't reveal our secret powers, BB.
Don't dare me.
Don't reveal our secret
Baby.
You don't like it there.
Baby, was this another Christmas miracle?
To have you in the room, yeah.
Did you?
Quoting Rabbi Hillel?
Would you sing a Christmas song with me? Silent night. Oh, he knows it! Yes, yeah, come on.
Yeah,
We did another one.
You know why?
We got another one! Yes!
Nearly all of the Christmas songs that you hear on the radio were written by Jews.
I'm not even gonna entertain this guy's a loser, anti-Semite, and he larps and pretends to like
No, but
Jews and all that.
I want to get this out there. I know.
Him and his douchebag wife, like they're just scumbags.
Oh, I have good conversations with him. Okay, but all of these Christmas carols that you hear on the radio, they are primarily written by Jewish people in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Not that one, though.
Not that one, but I said most of the ones you hear on the radio.
I think they butthurt. And I like the fact, I actually love the fact that John Kitover opens up live YouTube channels airing that anti-Semitic terror room every day. It's amazing. I aired that in this fucking fire.
Telling you, Kitover has many.
Here he is. Here's my man. Thank you for
He's got many understated talents. Don't sleep on Kitover. This guy's got.
I used to think there was something going on upstairs, but now I realize there's something going upstairs that's good.
You just gotta talk to my girlfriends to find out what's going on downstairs.
I'm not touching downstairs.
See that how butthurt they were? Like Ghost came in to sit at the bottom to record. Shake came on stage to try and get us going, so then they could bring back content because their room's not doing well. Because they made a fatal mistake, right? For 2 years they held their room at Amir's house, and then their room got shadow banned. Then the idiots, instead of opening their room
and being patient and putting it in the room chat, because they have 10,000 people in their house. All they're going to do is, room is open, put a link. I understand you couldn't put a link for 2 days, but people would have checked and they click on the house and it shows the live room. They got impatient because they're dying for fucking thirsting clout. So they did it, they opened up world something for them. BB and the chosen ones decided to do the smart one and use the house that's readily available in Mir's house, and now everybody comes to this house, and they're so choked and hurt by it. It's amazing. Oh, Butternutter, what's going on, girl? But yeah, they're all like, yeah. Butternutter? That's it. Butternutter. But anyways, they're so butthurt.
I'm not really sure.
What?
Can I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the Christmas carols were written by Jews. Why did Jews write? What was the motivation for Jews writing Christmas carols?
It's called the jingles business. You never heard of the music business, Clay?
Yeah, they were, some of them were commissioned, some of them were, were done without payment, and then they were shopped around and they got payment. It was just.
Why not write a nice Christmas song?
I mean, they were done in a time when it was sort of much more secularized, the Christmas holidays. So, like, earlier in the last century, it was a little different when they were writing those songs. So.
Well, what's the question? Like, really?
Okay, so my question.
I found you an article about it.
So that was, I don't know how to be more direct than the question, but I'll elaborate on why I asked the question, because
go ahead.
If you have a belief system, and your everything is contingent upon that belief system.
Everything is not contingent on the belief system.
And that's a problem, right? Because we're killing people. Well, from my perspective, it is a problem.
Hold on, Butternutter. Accept my friend request. I need to talk to you privately. It's important.
Our belief system is a problem for you. Your belief system isn't a problem.
Okay, fine.
So, here.
Why do you care about our belief system?
And so thank you for, I am concerned about, just the existence that I'm in and all the controversies and contradictions that I see around me, regardless of you being.
Okay, what are some of those?
It doesn't matter what all those things are, like for example, eating meat, as opposed to
eating meat.
Can I every fifth word? Every fifth word.
I'm trying to get you focused.
Hello.
You're distracted.
Go ahead.
And I didn't even ask you a question.
So your contradictions and concerns, like eating meat.
And so I'm not even answering you when I'm trying to finish my answer to him. Can I?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you there. We're gonna get you there. Don't feel threatened.
I don't need y'all asking a specific question for a specific person.
You're in a safe space.
I'm having that conversation, though.
We're having it. This is the conversation.
We should not be having it. I asked him.
Well, that's not the way it works.
I put an article on the top which you can read. Put an article at the top which you can copy the link and read it later, and it talks about the Jews who wrote those songs.
And I appreciate that you gave me that insight, because I didn't know that insight, but I don't know. It was almost like the person who was, who introduced the songs was making a mockery of the fact that this is a Jewish celebration. But
no, it was a Christian who introduced her. No, it was a Christian person who said that.
I know, if you follow what I'm saying, I'm not inconsistent. He was mocking the idea of, I think someone Jewish came up and said jingle bells or something like that, and he said, we know what that's, why would you do something like that? And then you came up and said, well, you know, Jewish people wrote most of that shit, and that's the crux. And that's correct.
Did you just call these amazing Christmas songs shit? Kaya, do you really think the songs are shit? I think some of the songs are great.
With the way I'm thinking about this, how many recipes with pork are Jewish recipes?
I don't think
zero.
That's consistent, right? But
I beg your pardon?
that would be consistent. if Jewish people are responsible for like a plethora, if not all,
You think there's a Jewish law against writing?
See, here's the link.
I can make a link. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so the link is, I'll summarize the article very quickly. There's a huge history of cantoral or singing in temple, right? And there's a lot of melodies that go back thousands of years, and a lot of Jews know them. A lot of them you may even know, but don't realize that they're Jewish. So we have a lot of composing traditions. So when there was a need, we'd find a way to fill it, and it shouldn't be a threat to anyone. The music's great. We're not saying that we weren't even imparting our values into these musics. They're actually, when you hear them, you think about it, and I was like, oh, let it snow. We're like, yeah, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It's nice. It's like literally stuff that happens in winter, and you can go through it.
Christmas.
Yeah, White Christmas, yeah. Thinking of the White Christmas. It's like, yeah, somebody wrote a song about it. He happened to be Jewish. Like,
So it wasn't necessarily to Jesus being born, the celebration of Jesus being born.
Well, I don't think Jesus was born on Christmas, was he?
Because it was a great jingle, and so people applied it to that part of the season. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it should be. And tell me if I'm wrong here, but, and I don't mean this to sound as aggressive as I do, but are you
a Black Hebrew Israelite? Yeah.
No, that's not where I was going. Are you offended that Jews wrote these songs that are very popular?
And I want to understand why I am inundated with contradictions and conflictions. And so when they rise up, I question it. So I don't have any particular.
Yeah, I think the more you learn,
particular interest in the direction.
Okay, so the more you learn about the Jewish tradition, the more you'll see that this is perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal, and it fits within our framework.
I would say those songs are secular.
Yeah, they're completely secular.
And
can I play something that I'm working on?
Oh yes.
Oh, Daniel is writing some great music.
Like it's not final, but I will play it.
Are you doing Ramadan jingles?
No.
With good intent, but to those who never been, use their flags, ignore their calls, while silence echoed down the halls.
We saw our children torn and burned, and still asked what we hadn't learned. Truth was bleeding on the floor, but you kept scrolling, wanting more.
You light the fire in your schools, disguised as justice fed by fools. You gave it space, you gave it. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the last chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 11, 10, 9. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds.
What the Green Beret sentiment is. I know from I've heard several addresses directly. It does not add up. There is an
I'm talking about somebody who's you're talking about somebody who's a pariah from the military. So, if he's a whistleblower from the military, and that has something to do with Trump, you don't think that assets and military people are going to be using everything they can?
Oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby.
There is a much better angle that they would have come at it.
Merry Christmas,
This one
Merry
is
Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold,
Well, I'll just while he's signed there, it's like I'll just throw in here that like, look, if this isn't paper thin and as ramshackle as he's alleging, then it ought to be really easy for Erica or Kevin or Brian Hartwell to debunk this. Instead, the Congressman tried to debunk it and then not shooting himself in the foot over it, right? So if it's paper thin and there's nothing to it and it's meritless, which it could be, which I really admit it absolutely could be, then they should just milk Candace with this. They could easily any one of those three people could establish their whereabouts, or all three of them could. They'd be like, let's establish our whereabouts. White Candace, let's light the floor with Candace on this. And they haven't done it. They haven't done it.
No, they have not.
Why haven't they? If it's as paper thin as he says, why haven't they done this?
It was interesting to me is, yeah, Brian Hartwell, Candace, or not Candace, Erica, and now Cabot could have responded to it, right? But any of these individuals could have shot this down, and none of them have. The only one who took a stab at it was the congressman, in his arrogance, and he cooked. He got cooked. Bottom right corner, everybody comment section, please repost the space. We have over 1,000 people in here and 100 and some odd reposts. Thank you so much.
And don't forget Diligent. You got a lot of stuff up in the Nest. Everybody go check out the Nest. Diligent's put a lot of stuff up there. I put something up there. Go bookmark it, like it, retweet it, interact with it.
Well,
so you can come back to it later.
Sam, you got a post up there, and I just buried it with a repost thing, Sam, but yours is the next one up. I didn't put my post over his Nazi, okay? Whatever.
No, there's a lot of good content up there. So just everybody go bookmark it, like it,
all
and
the things that we're discussing here are up in the jumbotron. You know, Mitch IDing who he thought is Cabot Phillips at the hotel with Erica Kirk. The U.S. rep getting clowned on, clowning himself on the timeline. Trying to act like it. I think that's the most telling thing of all, right? Is that he made a conscious effort, and this is why I think it gives Mitch's and Candace's story more validity. A sitting congressman who is on the Appropriations Committee, and let me just say this, and May can back me up on this, a senior congressman, a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, these are people who wield massive financial power within our government, right? They are the ones that keep military bases open or shut down. Not like small business and small bases, right? We're talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars are being allocated by these individuals on this committee. They are extremely powerful, right? He is all wrapped up. I would have anybody go look at this guy's record. He is all wrapped up in the military, especially in Nevada. We have Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. They have weapons development and testing there. All kinds of shit's going on in Nevada in that regard. He's all up in that. And if you look back far enough, he's actually been documented, I think twice this year even, on a public run over, funding, of course, appropriations. He's been to the Air Force Base in question, public facing, right? And so when he tries to offer an alibi as to, I wasn't there, and then it doesn't add up, I think that the fact that, and he stays low key, he has a small Twitter account, right? He doesn't get a lot of engagement. He's not an extroverted, want to be in your face congressman. I would argue, looking at his track record and the election cycle for him, he is kept in that place by the establishment, right? Like that, you can tell.
And your grok
you can tell. You can tell. No, I'm going to need you to not interrupt me. You can tell that he is kept in place by the establishment because he's not out here really competing for his job. A lot of the times with our congressmen, if you don't know, they spend an entire year of their career almost trying to keep their job, campaigning, shaking hands, going to town halls, making appearances, going to donor parties, raising money. Maine, am I right? Yep. Okay, so this guy has kept his job with relatively, like compared to some of his some of his colleagues, relatively easy. And I would argue that's because he has wanted to be in that position, because he is tied in with appropriations and the military and all this. So with that being said, the fact that he exposed himself, and this is what I think is a major indicator that there is a there, is that he tries to remain off the radar, right? Even for a congressman, he tries to stay off the radar. If you go search his profile, he's one of the only Republicans in Congress who has not mentioned Charlie Kirk's name once. One of the only ones. I was looking through Democrats. I was looking through Republicans last night and this morning. You can go to their profiles. You can search their profiles. And he was like one of the only ones. He was the only Republican I could find that had never mentioned Charlie Kirk's name one time. He was the only one. I had checked. There was even I think I only found a few Democrats who hadn't mentioned Charlie Kirk's name after the assassination, right? After the assassination, there was a huge wave of people on both sides tweeting out this guy's name. And this guy's active. He posts, 2 or 3 times a day, so it's not like he never uses his account. Never mentioned it once. Very, very odd. So, the fact that he exposed himself to try to debunk that, and he did so in such a sloppy fashion, I think is indicative of some desperation within the establishment class of our government, and they're probably panicking right now. If I had to guess. All right, so we're gonna finish this, and then we're gonna move on to Epstein files. Colonel, go ahead, you can respond. We'll go to Kelly, and then whoever else wants to talk about Charlie Kirk, and then we're gonna pivot. We'll pivot back later.
Roger that. Just giving you guys the military take, the veteran take, and you know I'm not owned by anybody. I'm just telling you, this guy's story doesn't add up. From everything he talked about with GSA and the vehicles and how that works, like an enterprise counter, bullshit. The way that he talked about wandering into the headquarters and seeing some sensitive meeting, absolute bullshit. None of it makes any sense from a military perspective. It's not how the military works. It's not how any of this would go down. And even like on the operational level, it's filled with absurdities on how this would work. Like the idea that Erica Kirk, whose husband is the target of an assassination operation, would be brought into an ops cell in a place where she would be, very visible and profiled is just a whole other level of discussion. But I'm just giving you from the military perspective.
Well, I mean, at that time, she wasn't.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, she wasn't really in the spotlight at all until Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So if she went to Arizona or to the military base before he was shot, people would recognize her because she was not famous. She was not easily recognized.
She was in Arizona.
I went to AmFest last year. I was there for the Trump rally as a special guest both times. I was there when RFK came out. I was right there at the foot of the stage. And I never mentioned of, I never saw, I had no idea who was Erica Kirk, right? I was right in the thick of it. And all last year, during the busiest time for TPUSA, which was election cycle, and I had not heard her mentioned once. If you look through her content where she was doing like these podcasts or whatever, I didn't get a lot of traction. As a matter of fact, if you look at her debuts, the only time that she had any kind of significant exposure was when she was sitting on screen with Charlie Kirk. Other than that, she was very obscure. So I disagree with that premise.
Well, I disagree with you. I'm an Arizonan. I live here. It's a